A dark portal opens, unleashing a powerful demon and an army of skeletal monsters, radiating ominous red energy. The looming figure, surrounded by chaos, signals the beginning of a monstrous invasion as the undead march forward. The demon warrior warns the readers to pay attention as a monstrous creature with menacing tentacles emerges from the darkness. Chaos looms, but the warrior's intense focus urges them to stay engaged in the story. At this pivotal moment, a select few individuals are granted extraordinary powers or magical abilities. These chosen ones stand as humanity's last hope against the overwhelming forces of destruction. These empowered individuals are meant to band together, using their newfound abilities to combat the monstrous threats. That's the typical formula for how these stories should unfold, with heroes rising to face the chaos. The scene shifts to someone holding a phone, showing the image of the heroes battling the monsters. It's a reminder that even in a world filled with danger, these moments of heroism are now just a spectacle to watch on a screen. Suddenly, the phone emits a brilliant blue light, catching the attention of the startled protagonist. As the glow intensifies, he realizes something far beyond the ordinary is happening right before his eyes. The protagonist stares in disbelief, realizing that his situation is far different from the typical stories of heroes and monsters. Something extraordinary is about to unfold, but in his case, it's unlike anything he's ever seen before. As the protagonist gazes at the chaos unfolding before him, monsters rise from the flames, and an eerie realization sets in. He understands that out of everyone, he is the only one who has been chosen to face this impending threat. With a mixture of disbelief and nervous excitement, the protagonist questions the reality of his situation. He can't help but wonder if everything unfolding before him is truly happening. To understand how everything led to this moment, the story takes a step back to reveal the events of the past. The journey begins at a seemingly ordinary school, where the foundation of this extraordinary tale was laid. The protagonist introduces himself as Bayan Tae-in, a seemingly average second-year high school student. To everyone around him, he's just another face in a typical school setting, nothing out of the ordinary. The protagonist sarcastically admits that perhaps total loser is a more fitting description. Laughing to himself, he hints at his self-deprecating view of his life and current situation. The protagonist reflects on his past, describing himself as a wholesome boy who simply enjoyed reading webtoons. He laughs at an inside joke with a friend, revealing a carefree and lighthearted side to his personality. Excitedly, the protagonist comments on how much he enjoyed this week's webtoon episode, rating it a perfect 10 stars. He quickly notices a new series with an eye-catching thumbnail and eagerly decides to check it out. Thrilled with the new series, the protagonist enthusiastically showers it with stars, bookmarks, and cookies, even leaving a comment. Half-jokingly, he adds that the author's health is less important than keeping up with the updates. Caught off guard, the protagonist exclaims in surprise as he accidentally bumps into a girl passing by. The unexpected encounter leaves him momentarily flustered. Panicked, the protagonist quickly apologizes, raising his hand in a nervous gesture. He's clearly embarrassed by the sudden situation. The girl, clearly irritated, turns back with a sharp remark, asking why he wasn't watching where he was going. Her expression and tone make it clear she's not pleased with the encounter. With a final annoyed glance, the girl turns away, clearly dismissing the encounter. Her cold expression leaves no doubt that she isn't interested in continuing the conversation. As she walks away, her footsteps echo in the hallway, leaving the protagonist standing there, watching her disappear into the distance. He's left in silence, reflecting on the brief but awkward interaction. The protagonist reveals that he's currently in the middle of a typical one-sided crush, his face lighting up with dreamy adoration. His feelings are clear, though unreciprocated, as he finds himself lost in thoughts of the girl. Suddenly, the protagonist is grabbed from behind by a friend, who accuses him of being a pervert while scolding him for making a creepy face again. The playful yet blunt comment snaps him out of his daydream. The friend continues teasing him, reminding the protagonist to stop staring at Jo Yoon-yi like that. Embarrassed, the protagonist scratches his head, clearly uncomfortable with the accusation. The protagonist introduces his friend as the typical rich bully character, complete with a familiar cliché. To make matters worse, his dad works for the bully's dad's company, adding to the awkward dynamic between them. The protagonist sheepishly apologizes, raising his hand in a gesture of surrender. Despite the situation, he reflects that compared to the typical bullying villains in webtoons, his friend is actually kind of cute. The bully jokingly orders the protagonist to buy him bread if he doesn't want to die, using an old-school insult. The protagonist plays along, internally mocking the bully's lack of creativity and finding the situation humorously outdated. The protagonist admits that he's not completely satisfied with his life, feeling the weight of his circumstances. However, he finds comfort in the world of webtoons, jokingly expressing his love for Naver, where his escape lies. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy shoots through the hallway, catching everyone off guard. The protagonist's casual expression shifts as the unexpected burst of power erupts behind him, hinting at a dramatic turn of events. Hearing the agonized scream, the protagonist turns sharply, his expression shifting to one of concern. The sudden chaos and the source of the scream leave him on edge, signaling that something serious has just happened. The protagonist stares in shock as a monstrous, hulking creature appears before him, its grotesque form towering over the hallway. Completely bewildered, he can't help but wonder what kind of nightmare he's just walked into. The monstrous creature growls menacingly, its glowing yellow eyes locked onto the protagonist. Its terrifying toothy grin drips with malice, as if ready to strike at any moment. The protagonist is frozen in shock, struggling to comprehend what he's witnessing. Beads of sweat roll down his face as he stammers, realizing the gravity of the monstrous presence before him. The protagonist's panic turns to disbelief as he realizes the monster before him resembles something straight out of a Gate Hunter story. His mind races, comparing the creature to the throwaway monsters he's seen in fiction, struggling to accept that it's now part of his reality. As the monster lunges toward him, the protagonist nervously hopes that a supporting character will appear to save the day. Faced with the terrifying creature, he can't help but cling to this fleeting, unrealistic thought. In a moment of pure desperation, the protagonist frantically wishes for any kind of savior, even a magical girl, hoping someone will come to his rescue. His panicked plea for help shows just how dire the situation has become. Suddenly, the bully collapses against the wall, coughing and gasping for breath. The protagonist is shocked, not expecting his friend to be affected so quickly by the chaos. The protagonist is baffled as the monstrous creature suddenly focuses on his friend, leaving him to wonder why the situation is zooming in on the bully. The creature looms menacingly over the helpless figure, intensifying the tension in the hallway. The protagonist's eyes widen in realization as he starts to piece together what's happening. With a look of shock, he wonders if this could be the pivotal moment he's been anticipating all along. The protagonist faces a crisis as the monstrous creature prepares to strike his bully. He finds himself at a critical decision point, whether to save the very person who has made his life difficult. The protagonist, still deep in thought, barely reacts as the monster lunges toward him with terrifying speed. He questions how to handle the situation, even as danger looms inches away. In a dramatic turn, a system notification suddenly appears before the protagonist, declaring that he has been chosen. Shocked, he stares at the message, realizing that his life is about to change in an unimaginable way. The protagonist's fear quickly turns to excitement as he sees a status window appear before him. Ecstatic, he realizes he's just entered a game-like system, and his enthusiasm for what comes next is unmistakable. As his friend screams for help, the protagonist confidently declares that he'll awaken his powers and save him in no time. With the status window in front of him, he's ready to unlock his abilities and take control of the situation. The system announces that the protagonist will have to train for 6,666 years in an interdimensional tower to gain godlike powers and save humanity. Shocked, he immediately protests, exclaiming that the time required is far too long. Frustrated, the protagonist yells at the system, complaining that he doesn't have time to read lengthy details in such a dire situation. Desperately, he demands the system to just give him the quick summary of what he needs to do. The system responds with a simplified and concise version, asking if the protagonist is in for climbing the tower for 66,666 years to become super strong. Satisfied, the protagonist nods in approval, appreciating the clear and direct explanation. The protagonist, intrigued, asks the system if he can choose any ability he wants. He contemplates the possibilities, wondering if there are truly no limits to what he can gain. In a tense moment, the protagonist encounters a bizarre, threatening creature in the hallway, while a system message warns him of the serious consequences of breaking the rules. The creature's menacing stance and the shattered floor around it indicate an imminent danger, urging the protagonist to make a crucial decision quickly. The protagonist, visibly frustrated, challenges the system, accusing it of going back on its word and breaking the very rules it set for this world. His intense expression and the system's interface on display emphasize the conflict between him and the controlling forces of the world. The system reluctantly agrees to the protagonist's demands, presenting a golden skip card that radiates with power and significance. The intense glow around the card highlights its importance, signaling a pivotal moment where the protagonist is granted a major advantage. Surprised by his success, the protagonist marvels at the fact that the skip card actually worked. The system confirms its immense value, revealing that the ticket grants him the rewards for completing 66,666 years of trials instantly, marking a significant leap in his progress. Without hesitation, the protagonist confidently agrees to use the powerful skip card immediately. The system prompts him for confirmation, and his decisive response highlights his eagerness to claim the massive rewards awaiting him. The system activates the powerful Tower of Trials skip ticket, and the protagonist is overwhelmed with excitement as he holds the glowing item in his hands. His face lights up with joy, fully aware of the incredible boost he's about to receive. A massive, terrifying creature towers over a panicked man, its presence filling the scene with fear and tension. The man's shocked expression reflects the overwhelming danger posed by the beast, as its ominous figure looms threateningly beside him. The protagonist is engulfed in a blinding golden light as he rises, his body seemingly transformed by immense power. The energy surrounding him is intense, signifying a monumental change or upgrade that leaves a lasting impact. A brilliant explosion of golden light radiates outward, consuming the entire building and the surrounding area in a dramatic surge of energy. The sheer magnitude of the power unleashed shakes the cityscape, signaling the profound effect of the protagonist's transformation. For a brief moment, Earth transforms into the brightest shining star in the universe, its glow visible across the cosmos. The scene humorously acknowledges the dramatic narration, poking fun at the over-the-top descriptions, while highlighting the sheer magnitude of the event. The protagonist looks at his hands in disbelief, questioning whether the immense power he just unleashed truly worked. His expression is a mix of shock and wonder as he tries to comprehend the reality of the transformation he's undergone. The system congratulates the protagonist for successfully reaching the top of the Tower of Trials, informing him that he will now receive his reward. His surprised reaction reflects the gravity of the moment, as he eagerly anticipates the reward for his accomplishment. The system announces the protagonist's incredible new abilities, granting him SSS rank superpowers and unlocking SSS rank skills. It then declares that he is now transcending human limitations, marking his evolution into something far beyond ordinary. Surrounded by a barrage of notifications, the protagonist's stats are maxed out, indicating an extraordinary leap in power and abilities. He stands in awe as the system confirms his complete awakening, ready to face whatever challenges come next with overwhelming strength. The protagonist radiates a powerful blue aura as he floats in midair, his newfound strength intimidating the creatures around him. His overwhelming presence leaves both friend and foe in awe, marking the beginning of his dominance in this new form. With his eyes closed and a calm expression, the protagonist appears to be in complete control of his newfound power. A serene aura surrounds him, signaling his inner focus and mastery over the overwhelming strength he now possesses. The protagonist stands tall, radiating an ethereal blue light with a calm yet confident expression, fully embracing his transformation. His gaze is sharp and focused, exuding a sense of quiet power and readiness for the challenges ahead. Facing the monstrous creature head-on, the protagonist stands confidently in the hallway, his glowing aura signaling his readiness for battle. The once terrifying creature now appears hesitant, as the protagonist's newfound power overshadows its intimidating presence, leaving the bystander in awe of the unfolding confrontation. The bystander stares in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden change in the protagonist's appearance. His confusion grows as he questions whether the protagonist has somehow become even more attractive after his transformation, adding a layer of disbelief to the intense situation. The protagonist taunts the creature, confidently provoking it to attack now that he has its full attention. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the monster's aggression, showing just how powerful and fearless he's become. Caught off guard, the bystander nervously gestures toward the creature, his face filled with fear and confusion as he tries to comprehend the situation. The creature, still menacing, snarls back at him, adding to the tension of the moment. The creature, now visibly anxious, begins to sweat as it realizes the gravity of the situation. Its once fierce expression has softened into one of hesitation, showing its sudden doubt and fear. With a ferocious roar, the creature lunges toward the protagonist in a last-ditch attempt to attack, its mouth wide open and filled with fury. The intense movement and red backdrop highlight the sheer aggression and desperation behind the monster's powerful strike. Unfazed by the creature's attack, the protagonist casually inspects his hand with a calm expression, as if the situation is hardly worth his concern. His nonchalant reaction in the face of danger highlights just how powerful and in control he truly is. The protagonist calmly points at the creature mid-attack, speaking as if the situation was entirely predictable. His composed demeanor contrasts sharply with the monster's wild aggression, emphasizing the massive gap in their power. With a confident grin, the protagonist prepares to deliver his signature move, a simple yet powerful forehead flick. His casual demeanor, combined with the playful tone, shows his complete dominance over the situation as he readies to humiliate the fierce creature. The protagonist flicks his finger with incredible force, releasing a burst of energy aimed directly at the creature. The motion, though simple, radiates with immense power, signaling the devastating impact about to unfold. The sheer force of the forehead flick sends the creature flying back at an incredible speed, completely overwhelmed by the unexpected power. Its body is flung through the air, highlighting the devastating impact of the protagonist's effortless move. The creature crashes through the building, leaving a trail of destruction as the impact sends shockwaves across the city. The force of the protagonist's attack is so immense that it alters the entire landscape, showing the full extent of his power. The creature is propelled even further, spiraling through the air in a powerful beam of light that seems to stretch endlessly into the sky. The overwhelming force behind the attack sends shockwaves, illustrating the sheer magnitude of the protagonist's power and the creature's utter defeat. As the dust settles, the protagonist confidently extends his hand while the remnants of the battlefield lie in ruins behind him. The bystander stares in disbelief at the sheer devastation, awestruck by the display of overwhelming power and the absolute destruction caused by a single move. The protagonist, sweating and wide-eyed, looks at the destruction he caused in shock, clearly overwhelmed by the extent of his own power. His reaction shows that the outcome far exceeded his expectations, leaving him both surprised and concerned about the magnitude of the situation. The protagonist, still processing the aftermath of his overwhelming attack, is startled as the system begins calculating his subjugation rewards. His anxious expression reflects both his surprise at the situation and the anticipation of what the system will grant him next. The system bombards the protagonist with an overwhelming amount of notifications, revealing the extent of his accomplishments: hundreds of gates and monsters subjugated, a new maximum damage record, and countless casualties. As he processes the staggering rewards and achievements, the system grants him titles and maxes out his stats, cementing his status as an unstoppable force. The protagonist, completely overwhelmed, stares in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the rewards and accomplishments piling up. With wide eyes and sweat dripping down his face, he exclaims that he never asked for so much, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The protagonist is horrified as he learns the staggering number of casualties caused by his actions: over 2.3 billion. His panic is evident as he questions what he's supposed to do with such an overwhelming and catastrophic consequence. The bystander, drenched in sweat and surrounded by crumbling ruins, stares in shock at the aftermath of the destruction. His wide-eyed expression and exclamation of disbelief capture the sheer magnitude of the devastation he's witnessing. Standing amidst the devastation, the bystander nervously asks what exactly happened, clearly overwhelmed by the scene before him. The protagonist, unfazed by the destruction, responds with confusion at the sudden change in tone, as if the situation doesn't warrant the formality. The protagonist, deep in thought, begins to piece something together as a glowing golden symbol materializes in front of him. With a determined look, he prepares for what might come next, confident that he's onto something crucial. The system activates the protagonist's powerful SSS rank skill, temporal rewind, as glowing clock-like symbols begin to spin around him. The intense golden energy swirls as he prepares to manipulate time itself, showcasing his control over this extraordinary ability. With fierce determination in his eyes, the protagonist realizes that he has the power to reverse the catastrophic events. His focus sharpens as he prepares to harness his ability, confident that he can undo the destruction. The protagonist unleashes the full force of temporal rewind as golden clockwork energy spirals outward, resetting the flow of time. The sheer intensity of the skill warps reality, symbolizing the powerful manipulation of time itself to undo the past. As the temporal rewind takes effect, the scene begins to distort, and the previously devastated landscape rewinds in a blur of light and energy. The powerful reset begins to undo the destruction, restoring the city to its previous state while warping reality in the process. As time rewinds, the creature is brought back to its previous state, charging toward the protagonist once more. However, this time the protagonist stands fully prepared, glowing with the golden energy of his time manipulation, ready to confront the beast again. The protagonist, now fully empowered, channels intense golden energy through his hands, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. His focused expression and the radiant aura surrounding him signal that he's ready to put an end to the battle once and for all. The scene shifts to a dramatic aerial view as the creature lunges toward the protagonist, who stands calmly radiating golden energy. The bystander watches in awe from the side, fully aware of the imminent clash and the immense power about to be unleashed. Face to face with the protagonist, the creature's menacing expression is now laced with fear as sweat drips down its face. The protagonist's calm presence unnerves the beast, signaling that the tables have completely turned in this intense standoff. The protagonist laughs, clearly surprised that his newfound abilities actually work, and casually apologizes for scaring the creature, explaining it's his first time as a transcendent being. His light-hearted demeanor contrasts sharply with the intensity of the previous battle, showcasing his newfound confidence and power. The protagonist casually questions the fairness of the situation, as the once fearsome creature now cowers in front of him, visibly trembling. The stark contrast between the creature's earlier aggression and its current submissive posture highlights the overwhelming power imbalance. The protagonist activates his SS rank skill, Coordinate Binding, stopping the creature in its tracks as it attempts to flee. The system confirms the skill's activation, ensuring the monster has no chance of escape. The protagonist contemplates the situation with a casual demeanor, expressing a slight sense of guilt about having to kill the creature a second time. Meanwhile, the creature is trapped and powerless, bound by the protagonist's skill, its fear evident. The protagonist, with a calm demeanor, activates his SSS rank skill, Dimensional Exile, as the creature is engulfed in a glowing vortex. The system confirms the activation, ensuring the monster's banishment to another dimension. The protagonist finishes the move as the creature's body is swiftly pulled into the dark dimensional portal, leaving no chance for resistance. The powerful Dimensional Exile skill effectively erases the creature from existence. The bystander, now on his knees in awe, praises the protagonist for vanquishing the terrifying monster. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains composed, casually adjusting his sleeves, unfazed by the praise or the magnitude of what just occurred. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression, corrects the bystander by explaining that he didn't truly vanquish the monster but merely sent it to another dimension temporarily. His casual attitude shows that, despite the bystander's awe, he views the situation as less final than expected. The bystander enthusiastically praises the protagonist, throwing himself to the ground in admiration, calling him Mr. Pervert and expressing his confidence in him. The protagonist, taken aback by the sudden intensity, questions the dramatic shift in behavior. The bystander, grinning widely and sweating with relief, enthusiastically declares that the protagonist is his savior for having saved his life. His over-the-top expression emphasizes his overwhelming gratitude and admiration. The bystander reflects on his past actions, admitting that he may have said some not-so-nice things to the protagonist before. His tone seems apologetic as he stands, looking up at the protagonist with newfound respect after being saved. The bystander, still on the ground, acknowledges how the protagonist readily protected him from the monster. His expression shows a mix of awe and gratitude, clearly moved by the protagonist's selfless actions. The protagonist's expression darkens as he coldly brings up the past request for bread, reminding the bystander of his earlier demand. His intense gaze, paired with the ominous atmosphere, suggests that the issue of the bread is far from forgotten. The bystander, drenched in sweat and clearly terrified by the protagonist's intense reminder, hastily tries to dismiss the issue, nervously saying to forget about the bread. His panicked expression highlights the sudden shift in the atmosphere. The protagonist, shrouded in darkness, slowly approaches the bystander, who cowers on the ground in fear. The contrast between the protagonist's calm, composed demeanor and the bystander's terrified submission heightens the tension of the moment. The protagonist's smirk grows even more sinister, his eyes gleaming with a cold, confident intensity. The dark, foreboding aura surrounding him emphasizes the power and menace he now embodies, leaving a lasting, unsettling impression. The protagonist coldly reminds the bystander of his earlier request for bread, his calm voice contrasting with the intensity of the moment. The bystander, still on the ground, looks up in fear, realizing the protagonist hasn't forgotten the seemingly trivial request. The bystander, sweating and panicked, frantically reassures the protagonist that it's fine and that he'll get the bread himself. His wide-eyed expression and desperate tone show his fear as he tries to avoid the consequences of the earlier request. The bystander throws himself to the ground, begging for forgiveness with a voice full of desperation. The protagonist looms in the background, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the bystander's frantic pleas. The protagonist pauses thoughtfully, his expression calm and unreadable as he considers the bystander's desperate apology. The dark, ominous aura surrounding him heightens the tension, leaving the bystander unsure of what his fate will be. The protagonist calmly halts the situation, telling the bystander to wait as there's something he needs to do first. The bystander, confused and sweating, looks on nervously, unsure of what the protagonist is planning next. The bystander watches in shock and fear as chaos erupts outside, with monstrous creatures battling amidst explosions and destruction. His terrified gaze is fixed on the violent scene, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the devastation unfolding before him. The bystander, now on his knees and in complete panic, pleads desperately for the protagonist to save him from the chaos outside. His face is filled with fear, while the protagonist stands calmly, illuminated by a glowing blue aura. The protagonist, appearing calm and unbothered, tells the bystander to wait, as if the situation isn't urgent. The bystander, sweating in desperation, questions if there's anything more important than saving him and everyone else at the school. The protagonist, with a calm yet determined expression, states that he needs to save his mom and dad first. His clear focus on family priorities leaves the bystander in a state of shock and disbelief. The bystander, with a dazed expression and birds flying around his head, reluctantly concedes, saying fair enough. His exaggerated reaction shows his acceptance of the protagonist's reasoning, even though he's still in shock. The system announces the activation of the protagonist's rank skill, teleport, as he begins to glow with energy and lift off the ground. The bystander watches in awe, witnessing the protagonist's powerful ability in action. The protagonist vanishes in a flash of light, completing his teleportation, leaving the bystander kneeling on the ground in awe. The bright glow of the teleportation skill fades, marking the protagonist's swift departure to his next destination. The scene shifts to a serene moment as the bystander enjoys a sweet afternoon nap in a luxurious bedroom that rivals a hotel. The calm and peaceful atmosphere contrasts sharply with the chaos from earlier, offering a moment of respite. The scene humorously shifts to a television broadcast, showing the bystander in a deep sleep so profound that even the end of the world wouldn't wake him. A couple watches the broadcast, amused by the contrast between the bystander's peaceful slumber and the chaos happening around him. Tae's dad jokingly comments on the state of the bedroom shown on TV, teasing that it looks exactly like a single-person space. Meanwhile, Tae's mom enjoys her perfect day off, relaxing on the couch and watching TV with a satisfied smile, feeling like she couldn't ask for anything more. The scene shifts dramatically as an emergency broadcast interrupts the program, with a panicked news anchor warning that Seoul is under attack by mysterious creatures. He urges citizens to evacuate immediately and to stay indoors, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation as chaos unfolds. Tae's parents are startled by the emergency broadcast, with Tae's dad sitting up in alarm while Tae's mom looks on, equally surprised. The atmosphere shifts from their relaxed state to one of concern, highlighting the urgency of the situation as they absorb the shocking news. Tae's parents, filled with anxiety, cautiously approach the window, with Tae's dad peering outside and asking what's happening out there. As Tae's parents look outside, they are met with a shocking sight of chaos and destruction, witnessing terrifying creatures wreaking havoc in the city. The scene is filled with panic as they realize the gravity of the situation, prompting a sense of urgency to protect themselves and escape. Tae's parents express shock and disbelief as they confront the terrifying scene unfolding outside their home. Their wide eyes and tense expressions reveal their fear and confusion at the chaos caused by the monstrous invasion. Tae's parents stand together, hand in hand, facing a terrifying creature with a single eye and an open mouth filled with sharp teeth. The ominous aura surrounding the monster, glowing in shades of purple, amplifies the sense of danger and urgency as they confront this threat. Their united stance suggests determination in the face of overwhelming odds, highlighting the bond between them amidst the chaos. In this intense scene, Tae's parents are visibly terrified as they face a monstrous creature. The mother screams "Aergarg" in fear, while the father shouts "Honey" in a desperate attempt to protect her. The ominous presence of the creature looms over them, heightening the suspense and danger of the moment. Their expressions reflect a mix of panic and urgency, emphasizing the emotional stakes as they confront this life-threatening situation together. The protagonist floats above the city, radiating energy as he confronts a monstrous enemy. The creatures below hesitate, sensing the overwhelming power directed at them. The protagonist uses a high-level skill, activating a powerful technique called reverse gravity. The system acknowledges the target change, indicating that the object in contact will be affected by the skill's immense power. The protagonist makes contact with the object, activating the skill's effect as the system registers the target change. The glowing energy surrounding the object intensifies, signaling the beginning of the reverse gravity effect. The monstrous creature begins to lose its balance as the reverse gravity skill takes hold, pulling it violently upwards. Its body cracks and disintegrates from the intense force, sending it into a chaotic ascent. The protagonist uses his 5th rank skill, reverse gravity, to send the massive monster flying into the air uncontrollably. The monster screams in confusion and terror as it ascends higher into the sky. The protagonist approaches his parents, who are watching him through the window with concern and relief after the chaotic events. As he walks closer, they embrace each other, grateful for his protection. The protagonist addresses his parents with a solemn expression, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. His tone reflects a sense of responsibility standing amid the aftermath of destruction. Teen confidently steps forward, revealing his identity to his shocked parents. The tension in the air is palpable as they try to process the drastic transformation in their son. Teen's parents are left utterly shocked as they struggle to apprehend the sudden change before them. Their disbelief is evident as they are unable to grasp the transformation in their son's appearance and presence. Teen's parents quickly switch from shock to concern, asking why he's not at school and what he's doing there. They instinctively scold him for entering the living room with his shoes on, showing their usual parental habits, despite the chaotic situation. Teen urgently dismisses his parents' concerns about trivial matters like school, stressing the urgency of the situation. His parents, slightly taken aback, reluctantly acknowledge his point, realizing there are more pressing issues at hand. The protagonist faces his parents and starts an unexpected conversation, acknowledging the struggles they went through while raising him. His demeanor is confident, though the situation surrounding them adds an unusual tension to the moment. The protagonist reflects on his past behavior, acknowledging how his parents often saw him absorbed in reading webtoons on his phone. He reassures them that he is aware of their concerns, suggesting a change in himself. The protagonist assures his parents not to be concerned, as he has been granted an important responsibility. He reveals that he has been chosen as the one to safeguard humanity from impending threats. His parents are utterly confused by his sudden declaration, unable to comprehend what he is saying. They react with disbelief, questioning the strange and unbelievable claims their son is making. Teen begins to compare his situation to that of Manhwa protagonists as his newfound abilities activate. He confidently taps into his powers, reflecting on how he always wondered what as Teen observes the chaos. He realizes that Seoul has already fallen into turmoil, overrun by zombies. Two individuals race through the burning city, confirming the dire situation as they flee from the horde. As the giant monster approaches, one of the survivors realizes the eerie familiarity of the situation, likening it to a dream or even a scene from a game. The creature charges forward, creating a terrifying sense of déjà vu for the onlooker. The protagonist is shocked to discover that he has been transported back in time to his younger self from 10 years ago. He wonders if he now has the chance to prevent a critical event that shaped his life. The protagonist notices a girl he hadn't paid much attention to before and realizes how attractive she is. Meanwhile, he begins plotting his revenge against a past enemy, determined to become stronger and claim his victory. As he looks at his phone, the protagonist contemplates how little concern the kids show for their parents amidst the chaos. This thought stirs a deeper realization within him about the current situation. The protagonist resolves never to be indifferent like the others and immediately casts a series of powerful buffs to protect his parents. Each buff enhances their strength, resilience, and intellect, ensuring their safety in the chaotic situation. The character confidently vows to protect his parents no matter the cost. His determination is clear as he pow. The protagonist casts powerful defensive spells, surrounding the entire building with layers of protection. These barriers ensure the safety of everyone inside, establishing an impenetrable fortress against any threat. After securing the protective barriers, the protagonist reassures his parents that they are now safe from the monstrous threats outside. Confident in his powers, he promises that nothing will be able to harm them anymore. The protagonist, brimming with confidence, prepares to leave his parents behind as he announces his intention to save the rest of the world. His parents, shocked and confused, struggle to understand the magnitude of what their son is saying. The protagonist expresses his love to his parents in a heartfelt yet determined manner. His bold declaration sets the stage for his upcoming departure as he prepares for the next phase of his journey. As the bright light envelops the area, Teen's parents are left in awe, witnessing something extraordinary. The energy radiating from their son hints at a significant and powerful transformation. Teen's parents, overwhelmed by his sudden proclamation, pause for a moment before expressing their love for him in return. Their faces reveal both surprise and deep emotion as they respond to their son's unexpected declaration. The scene shifts to an exterior view of a large school building, bathed in sunlight. The quiet atmosphere contrasts with the chaos unfolding in the story, hinting at a significant event about to take place. As the protagonist returns, energy crackles around him, signaling his arrival. His companion, who has been anxiously waiting, expresses relief upon seeing him back safely. His companion inquires about the protagonist's parents, eager to know their condition. The protagonist reassures him that they are now safe and well after everything that has transpired. His companion is visibly relieved, laughing nervously as he expresses his joy about the situation. However, it seems like he's about to ask for something else as he hesitates to finish his sentence. His companion nervously reminds him about the promise to buy bread, showing persistence despite the serious situation. The main character is taken aback, finding it unbelievable how persistent his companion is being about something so trivial. The main character casually admits he can't resist sticking to his promise, despite the odd timing of the request. His companion is left utterly shocked by the unexpected response. The main character's expression darkens as he recalls his past experiences of being bullied. With a determined look, he declares that it's now his responsibility to teach a lesson to those who the protagonist unleashes an advanced skill, stunning his opponent with its overwhelming power. As the magical circle lights up the room, the sheer scale of the ability leaves his adversary in shock, realizing he severely underestimated him. A character activates a high-level summoning skill, bringing forth a storm of burger buns. The scene quickly turns chaotic as the target is overwhelmed by the summoning, leaving them in distress. The protagonist uses a high-level summoning skill, filling the area with numerous food packages, overwhelming his target. Amid the chaos, the target is caught off guard and struggles against the overwhelming tide of summoned items. The main character confronts someone from his past, taunting them for their weakness and bringing up old grudges. As the other person begs for an explanation, confusion and fear take hold. But the prot, based on the images, Taine confronts a classmate who bullied him in the past. He activates his 5th grade skill, Mass Summon, which overwhelms the classmate with a massive amount of burger buns. Despite the chaos, Tien evaluates the situation calmly, expressing his dissatisfaction with the level of revenge, leading to confusion and fear in his target. Tien recalls the bullying he endured and responds with force, landing a punch on his classmate. He expresses his frustration at how his classmate doesn't even remember the wrongs committed against him. Tien vividly recalls the sound of his classmates' mocking laughter during the times he was bullied and beaten. The memory of his classmates' cruel smile resurfaces, fueling his desire for retribution. Tien's mind is flooded with the humiliating memory of being stripped of his uniform and having it burned while his tormentor ridiculed him for smelling bad. The pain and degradation of that moment fuel his resolve for revenge. Tien vividly recalls the humiliation of being forced to eat food that had been dumped into a toilet, a memory that lingers with bitterness. His tormentor's cruel laughter echoes in his mind, driving Tien's desire for retribution. Tien reflects on the frustration and helplessness he endured daily, seeing his glasses locked with a padlock, a cruel symbol of his inability to escape his tormentor's grasp. Each day it served as a reminder of his vulnerability and powerlessness. Tien confronts his former bully, towering over him as he questions if the bully remembers his past actions. The bully, now panicking, denies ever doing such things, desperate to avoid responsibility. The bully tries to defend himself, admitting to telling Tien to buy bread but denying the other accusations. He frantically points out that Tien doesn't even wear glasses, struggling to make sense of the situation. Tien's cold stare causes the bully to second-guess himself, feeling accused despite his earlier denials. The intensity of the confrontation makes him question whether he really did those terrible things. Tien accepts the apology with a calm demeanor, promising forgiveness. However, he ominously offers to transform the bully into something he'd like, hinting at an unexpected consequence. Tien activates a powerful skill, Transmogrify, glowing with energy as he prepares to fulfill his unsettling promise. The atmosphere grows tense as his actions hint at a drastic transformation awaiting his former bully. Tien unleashes a surge of energy and the force of the transformation spell rapidly engulfs his target, reshaping their form with an overwhelming glow. The intensity of the scene leaves no room for resistance as the process begins to take hold. The transformation continues as Tien calmly watches the energy swirl around, taking control of the powerful spell with precision. The vibrant glow intensifies, indicating the final stage of the transformation is near completion. As Tien completes his spell, Kim Illinois Jin finds himself transformed into an adorable yet shocked burger bun. His disbelief is evident as he realizes the absurdity of his new form. Kim Il Jin, now in burger form, desperately yells in confusion and anger at Tien, who can't help but laugh at the situation, finding it amusing and cute. Tien offers Kim Illinois Jin a chance to return to normal, but only if he sincerely repents. In his burger form, Kim Illinois Jin quickly agrees, nervously claiming that he is genuinely repentant. A girl suddenly appears in the hallway, her gaze fixated on Tien as she cautiously approaches, her voice trembling with curiosity and fear. Tien, startled by her presence, remains silent, his next move uncertain. Tien nervously scratches his chin, trying to come up with an explanation while the burger bun looks on in the background, adding to the awkwardness of the situation. His hesitant response reflects the pressure of the girl's intense gaze. Tien casually remarks about being chosen by the gods, exuding confidence while the transformed burger bun frantically demands to be returned to its original form. The chaos of the situation is amplified by the pile of bread packs littering the floor. The girl is shocked upon realizing the burger bun is alive, while Tien finds the situation amusing and playfully offers her a bite. The scene mixes humor with absurdity as the transformed bun squirms in her hands. The girl nervously questions whether Tien feels any fear in the bizarre situation. Her uncertainty contrasts with his calm demeanor as the oddity of the living burger bun continues to unsettle her. As the girl looks out at the destruction caused by the monsters, she reflects on how much the world has changed. The devastation and chaos make her realize the countless lives likely lost in the process. The empty classroom and lack of communication create an eerie atmosphere, leaving her feeling anxious. The inability to contact the authorities amplifies her fear as she remains unsure of the situation outside. She questions his upbeat attitude, her eyes filled with tears, as she struggles to understand how he can remain so calm amidst the chaos. The contrast between their emotions becomes evident, highlighting her fear and confusion. He calls out her name, his expression serious, as he stands confidently beside the transformed burger bun. The shift in his demeanor adds weight to the moment, leaving Jo Yunhee visibly startled. He asks her if she's familiar with Webtoons, his question catching her off guard. Her shocked expression suggests she may not be following his line of reasoning. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as the characters discuss the nature of Webtoons, pointing out that they read them for fun without overthinking the plots. One character even criticizes the author, suggesting laziness and a lack of skill as the reason for their unusual situation. The male character is perplexed by the conversation, asking, "What on earth are you talking about?" Meanwhile, the female character reflects that the situation is troublesome, commenting that the other person is too unromantic to be the main female lead. This humorous meta-commentary highlights the self-awareness of the characters within the story. The female character dramatically reveals her thoughts, stating that Jo Yunhee was the villain who disrupted the flow of the crucial first 1 to 3 episodes. The male character, taken aback, exclaims, "What?" This moment adds a layer of self-referential humor, referencing typical storytelling patterns in Webtoons or other serialized content. The protagonist contemplates summoning a new female lead to resolve the issue. The burger bun anxiously requests for everything to be reverted to normal. The protagonist activates an SSSS rank skill to summon the most suitable female lead from all dimensions. The girl looks shocked as the powerful magic takes effect, surrounding her with light. The interdimensional summoning begins as a glowing magic circle appears on the ground, enveloping the girl in bright light. The protagonist watches in anticipation, ready to see the results of his powerful spell. The girl is shocked as she finds herself suddenly surrounded by bright, mystical energy. Confusion fills her as she questions the strange and unexpected phenomenon happening around her. The man eagerly activates his powerful summoning skill, aiming to bring forth the most beautiful woman from across dimensions. His expression shows pure determination as the spell unfolds in a vibrant burst of light. As the summoning reaches its peak, a powerful burst of light erupts, overwhelming the surrounding monsters. The intense energy pushes back the horde, showing the strength of the interdimensional call. A thick, mysterious fog fills the hallway as the girl stumbles, coughing and trying to make her way through. The atmosphere grows tense as the unknown figure ahead remains shrouded in the mist. As the fog continues to swirl, the burger bun suddenly speaks up, accusing the figure next to it of something suspicious. The absurdity of the situation adds a comedic twist amidst the chaos. The main character looks shocked and confused, beads of sweat forming as he reacts to the sudden turn of events. The tension rises as he struggles to comprehend what's happening around him. The protagonist initiates a plan to solve the situation by summoning a female lead from all dimensions using his unique skill. Meanwhile, mysterious fog fills the area and a suspicious figure carrying a weapon approaches, adding tension to the scene. A mysterious woman, covered in blood and holding a knife, appears in the hallway, leaving everyone stunned. The protagonist turns around in shock as the tension builds. The protagonist is startled by the sudden appearance of the mysterious woman, leaving him gasping in shock. Meanwhile, the burger bun looks on with hearts in its eyes, completely oblivious to the tension. The woman looks at her hands in disbelief, realizing she has harmed someone close to her. Shock and confusion fill the moment as she tries to comprehend what just happened. The woman stands still, blood on her clothes and a knife in hand as she fully transforms into the villainess. Her face is filled with a cold resolve, signaling the irreversible path she has chosen. As Leela stands adorned in a grand setting, she recalls the moment someone casually called her name, an action that struck her deeply. The scene reflects her inner thoughts as she contemplates the audacity of that individual from the very first meeting. Leela reflects on how it was the first time someone had dared to say her name so casually, especially considering her status as the sole heir of House Libershan. The protagonist panics and protests, clearly unsettled by the sudden and drastic shift in the story's direction. He questions the abrupt genre change, expressing his frustration and confusion. He frantically confronts the woman, demanding to know if she's aware of the significance of the first few chapters of a webtoon. His urgency reflects his concern over the narrative's progression. The protagonist complains about the slow pacing of the story, emphasizing that dragging out the narrative would bore the readers. He criticizes the setting, worried that staying in the hallway for too long will ruin the webtoon's flow. The noblewoman reflects on how she has never been addressed so casually, given her prestigious status as the heir of the Libershan Duchy. Suddenly, the scene takes a dramatic turn as the protagonist interrupts, demanding a stop to the overly decorative visuals and dramatic effects surrounding her. The noblewoman takes offense at the raised voice of the man, calling out his rudeness, while the tension escalates between them. He quickly tries to de-escalate the situation, nervously asking her to lower her weapon so they can talk calmly. The protagonist finds himself confused and out of place, questioning why the woman in front of him is dressed in such a peculiar outfit. He struggles to understand his current situation, realizing it's unlike anything he's familiar with. Leila, still holding a blood-stained dagger, calmly admits to stabbing her husband just moments earlier. Her unsettling confession leaves the man shocked and bewildered as he processes the gravity of the situation. He panics, urging the woman to get rid of the bloody dagger she's still clutching. Startled, she reacts to his frantic command, unsure of what to do next. He quickly adds that she needs to clean up the blood as well, as she rushes forward in confusion. The chaotic scene intensifies with her desperate attempt to comply, adding to the tension. She stands in silent contemplation, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions as she processes everything that just happened. Jo Yoonhee looks at the situation in disbelief as the animated burger shows exaggerated emotions of love, its eyes turning into hearts. The two girls are startled by the sudden appearance of the mysterious young man who calmly warns them of something approaching. While they stand confused, the atmosphere shifts as tension builds in the air. The protagonist quickly activates an rank skill, forming a glowing defensive barrier around himself. His body surges with energy as he prepares for an imminent confrontation in the hallway. The monstrous creature swings its massive weapon with ferocity, aiming at the building as the defensive barrier materializes to protect it. The energy shield withstands the impact, preventing the monster from causing any damage to the structure. Jo Yoonhee screams in shock as she encounters an unusual sight, a talking burger and Leila. Both seem just as confused, wondering what strange event has just unfolded before them. The protagonist faces a monstrous attack by the monster, creature slamming against the shield with immense force, causing shockwaves to ripple through the barrier. He stands resolute, prepared for the inevitable clash as the creature's relentless attacks intensify. The creature roars fiercely, its glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth revealing its fury and intent to destroy everything in its path. With a terrifying presence, it launches itself toward its target, ready to strike. With a confident grin, the protagonist dismisses the approaching creature as nothing more than a simple, mindless monster. He views the encounter as an easy challenge, perfect for warming up before more serious threats. Leila and Jo Yoonhee are shocked as they discuss the combination of monsters and magic. The situation seems unbelievable to them, and they can't understand how such a thing could be possible. Surrounded by terrifying monsters, the protagonist walks forward with an air of indifference, focused only on his own enjoyment. Despite the chaos, he dismisses the danger with ease, caring only about having fun. The system activates the D-rank skill freezing as the man launches a powerful ice attack. Leila and Jo Yoonhee watch from behind, witnessing the intense display of his abilities. The freezing attack spreads rapidly, encasing the monstrous enemies in ice, leaving them immobilized. The sheer force of the ice overwhelms the creatures, capturing them mid-attack in a frozen state. As the system activates the D-rank skill Stomp, Taeyeon slams the ground with explosive force. A fiery shockwave bursts forth, shaking the surroundings and knocking back everything in its wake. The ground erupts in a massive explosion of energy as the Stomp skill releases its full power. The fiery blast radiates outwards, engulfing everything in its path with devastating force. As the shockwave from the Stomp skill rips through the battlefield, debris and enemies are hurled into the air. The sheer force sends the creatures crashing down, unable to resist the overwhelming power. Taeyeon stands calmly amidst the chaos, unfazed by the destruction around him. The falling debris highlights the aftermath of the powerful attack, but he remains composed and focused. Taein surveys the destruction left in the wake of his overwhelming power, the battlefield littered with defeated enemies. He casually reflects on the chaos, realizing he may have gone a bit overboard with his attack. Taein examines his hand, reflecting on the immense power he possesses despite holding back. Even with restraint, the force he unleashed proves to be overwhelming, leaving him deep in thought. Taein flashes a confident smile, clearly amused by his own strength and the situation at hand. His expression exudes satisfaction, as if he's enjoying being acknowledged as powerful. Taein receives a notification from the system, proudly unlocking the achievement for defeating his first monster. A satisfied smile crosses his face, clearly pleased with his progress in the new world. Taein faces a massive horde of terrifying monsters, their fierce roars filling the air as they charge toward him. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Taein stands firm, calmly preparing to confront the incoming threat. Taein clenches his fists with excitement, thrilled by the combination of game fantasy and gate hunter elements. His enthusiasm is evident as he fully embraces the adventure ahead, feeling like he's in the perfect world. The system activates the A-rank skill Mach Flight, sending Taein soaring through the sky at incredible speeds. His swift movement leaves a powerful energy trail behind, showcasing the immense force of his flight. The system activates the C-rank skill Psionic Blade as Taein charges forward with a blade of pure energy. His determined expression and swift movement highlight the deadly power of his psionic weapon. The battlefield is filled with chaotic energy, as the psionic blade slashes through multiple enemies with incredible speed. The bright glowing arcs of the blade cut down the monsters, leaving destruction in its wake. Taein continues his relentless assault, swinging the psionic blade with precision as waves of enemies fall before him. The intense glow of the blade illuminates the dark battlefield, marking the end of every monster that dares to stand in his way. With a final devastating strike, Taein releases a massive burst of energy from his psionic blade. The explosive force engulfs the remaining enemies, obliterating everything in its path with sheer power. Taein pauses for a moment, his expression calm as he reflects on the outcome of the battle. The glowing aftermath surrounds him, but his focus remains sharp, thinking about what comes next. Taein faces a towering mass of monstrous creatures emerging from a fiery gate, contemplating his next move. The overwhelming presence of the beasts makes the decision critical, but Taein remains calm as he considers his options. Taein contemplates the usual process of entering each gate and completing the challenges within. However, something about this situation seems different, causing him to pause and reassess his approach. Taein unleashes his SSSSS rank skill, Dimensional Exile, channeling immense energy into his hand. With this powerful ability activated, he dismisses the need for conventional methods, confident in his overwhelming strength. A ferocious beast roars as it charges forward, leading the pack of monsters emerging from the fiery gate. The intensity of their attack signals the start of a brutal confrontation, with danger looming ahead. The powerful Dimensional Exile skill activates, creating a swirling blue vortex that pulls the monstrous creatures into another dimension. The beasts are helpless against the overwhelming force, disappearing into the void as the gate closes behind them. With a confident smile, Taein decides to eliminate the gate entirely, showing no hesitation in his plan. His calm demeanor reflects his absolute control over the situation, ready to erase the threat for good. Taein hovers in the sky, watching as a massive black vortex begins to consume the gate. The swirling energy grows larger, erasing everything in its path with immense power, just as he intended. Taein lets out a relieved sigh, confident that his actions have secured Seoul's safety for the time being. He reflects on his success, feeling satisfied with the protection he's provided for the city. Taein activates the A-rank skill Teleport, instantly appearing in a new location with ease. The glowing blue energy surrounds him as he confidently strides forward, ready for the next phase of his mission. Taein pauses as he notices Jo Yunyi and Leah Leela engaged in a conversation. His curiosity piqued. The two seem to be discussing something important, while an unnoticed burger rests on the ground between them. Leah Lila acknowledges Taein's arrival, her expression calm as she mentions what she's been doing in his absence. She explains that she's been listening to conversations about this unfamiliar world, gaining more insight during his time away. Leah Lila reflects on her situation, realizing that she has traveled to the future. Her serene expression shows a mix of wonder and acceptance as she contemplates the unfamiliar time she's now in. Tyane awkwardly responds to Lila's assumption, trying to explain that her understanding isn't entirely correct. His uneasy smile reflects his struggle to clarify the situation without confusing her further. Tyane activates his C-rank skill, Transform, offering to help Lila adjust to the modern world. Lila looks surprised, unsure of what this transformation entails, as Tiane's hand glows with energy. Tiane lightheartedly teases Lila, joking about how her outfit might be difficult for the illustrator to draw after the intense monster battle. His playful remark hints at the recent chaos they've faced, easing the tension with humor. Lila gasps in shock as Tyane's transformation skill takes effect, enveloping her in a bright golden light. Her body begins to change, adapting to the modern world as the energy swirls around her. The animated burger with hearts in its eyes lets out an excited scream as it watches the transformation unfold. Its over-the-top reaction adds a humorous twist to the intense scene. Lila, visibly flustered, demands a more suitable outfit, feeling embarrassed by her sudden transformation. Meanwhile, Tyane nonchalantly offers to tie her hair, commenting on how it would be easier for the illustrator to manage. Jo-Eun looks horrified, realizing something she never wanted to know about Tyane's strange tastes. Her expression reflects deep discomfort as she processes the bizarre situation unfolding in front of her. Tyane tries to diffuse the tension, urging Jo-Eun to avoid using harsh words while reminding her they're friends. He defensively adds that he carefully selected something comfortable, showing that he meant no harm. The animated burger joins in on the conversation, looking equally surprised by Tyane's comment about the dolphin shorts. Its small form adds a comedic element to the scene as it reacts alongside Lila's frustration. As Mrs. Liberchon adjusts to her new appearance, Tyane reassures her that the odd feeling will pass soon. Meanwhile, the animated burger reacts dramatically, further adding humor to the moment as it gets caught in the chaos. Jo-Eun eagerly asks Tyane if he can create high-end fashion outfits like Chanel or Louis Vuitton. Her curiosity piqued. Tyane, taken aback by her sudden interest, questions if she's always had this bold side to her personality. Lila, now fully transformed, insists on being called by her new name, Kleshwatch, correcting Tyane and Jo-Eun. Her assertive declaration leaves the others momentarily stunned as they adjust to her new identity. Lila proudly declares her new royal status, explaining that she is now a princess of the Kleshwak royal family. With her transformation complete, she embraces her new identity as Lila Kleshwatch, leaving her old name behind. Tyane bluntly comments on Lila's hair, pointing out that it still looks messy despite being tied up. Jo-Eun stands by, shocked at his casual remark, while flowers humorously cover Tyane's face from Lila's reaction. Lila, overwhelmed by guilt, declares that she is no longer worthy of the Kleshwatch name. In a sorrowful confession, she reveals that she killed her own husband, the crown prince, burdened by the weight of her actions. Tyane quickly apologizes, admitting he doesn't know anything about the backstory of Lila's world. His casual reaction contrasts sharply with the gravity of her confession, showing his lack of understanding of her emotional turmoil. Tyane looks utterly confused, surrounded by floating images of tiny chicks, as he admits he has no idea what Lila is talking about. His bewildered expression highlights his complete lack of understanding of the situation. Despite his earlier confusion, Tyane somberly acknowledges the hardships Lila has endured, sensing the tragedy in her past. His serious tone contrasts with his usual demeanor, showing a rare moment of empathy. Lila looks puzzled as she questions Tyane's comment, unsure of what he just said. Tyane calmly replies that he doesn't need to know the specifics, his intuition already telling him enough about her past. Tyane bluntly guesses that Lila is terminally ill, leaving both her and Jo-Eun in shock. Lila, stunned, asks how he could possibly know such a personal detail, clearly taken aback by his accuracy. Tyane continues to reveal more about Lila's tragic past, suggesting she was forced into an arranged marriage with someone she didn't love. The memory of her royal life flashes before her, showing the pain and sorrow she endured in silence. Tyane uncovers more of Lila's painful past, revealing that her husband had taken a mistress, leading to further heartbreak and betrayal. Leia Lila's expression reflects deep sorrow as she recalls the emotional wounds caused by the infidelity. Tyene continues revealing Leia Lila's tragic story, describing how she was falsely accused and branded as a villainess. The scene flashes back to a moment of betrayal, where she was attacked, cementing her unjust fate. Tyene brings up the final darkest part of Leia Lila's past, the fateful incident that changed everything. Covered in blood, Leia Lila stands in shock, her expression filled with horror as the consequences of that moment became her undoing. Leia Lila tearfully admits that everything Tyene revealed is true, her eyes filled with sadness and acceptance. Surrounded by a serene atmosphere, her quiet confession brings her tragic past to light. Tyene offers Leia Lila some comforting words, acknowledging the hardships she's endured, but reassuring her that she doesn't have to continue living that way in this world. His calm expression reflects his sincerity, giving her hope for a new beginning. Leia Lila struggles with the guilt of having killed her husband, the Crown Prince, with her own hands. Tyene reassures her, reminding her that the prince attacked her first, shifting the blame away from her actions. The system activates the S-rank skill, Seraphic Blessing, surrounding Leia Lila with a golden light of purity and healing. Tyene reassures her once again, telling her that she did nothing wrong, as the blessing washes away her feelings of guilt and sorrow. As the Seraphic Blessing envelops her, Leia Lila feels an unfamiliar warmth spreading through her body. The golden light surrounds her, and she stands in awe, amazed by the comforting sensation of peace and healing. Tyene proudly announces that he has healed all of Leia Lila's illnesses, freeing her from her terminal condition. His calm demeanor reflects the power of the Seraphic Blessing, leaving Leia Lila in disbelief at her newfound health. Tyene looks at Leia Lila with a gentle smile, encouraging her to live freely in this new world without the burdens of her past. His words offer her a fresh start, filled with hope and the possibility of a new life. Leia Lila reflects on the word freely, realizing it was the first time anyone had ever encouraged her to live without restraint. Neither her powerful father nor her most admirable friend had ever given her such a sense of freedom. Leia Lila recalls that not even her husband, the Crown Prince, ever gave her the freedom to live on her own terms. None of the influential people in her life had ever offered her the sense of liberation that Tyene had just given her. Leia Lila reflects on the concept of freedom, symbolized by an open birdcage, realizing that Tyene, a man she had just met, had gifted her this newfound sense of liberation. His kindness and words had broken the chains that had bound her for so long, allowing her to experience true freedom for the first time. Leia Lila softly expresses her gratitude, her cheeks flushed as she thanks Tyene amidst a glowing floral backdrop. Her emotions are clear as she acknowledges the kindness she's received. Tyene, with a slightly awkward smile, seems modest in response to Leia Lila's gratitude, though appreciative of her thanks. He appears a bit shy, unsure how to handle the moment. The system shows that Tyene has defeated a total of 33 monsters, marking it as a remarkable achievement. Tyene, surprised by the notification, reacts with a casual "ha" as he looks at the system update. Tyene brushes off the system's praise, confidently stating that this accomplishment is nothing. With a smirk, he declares that his story is just beginning, hinting at the greater challenges ahead. The system notifies Tyene that the constellations have taken an interest in his achievements, leaving him puzzled. He questions the mention of constellations, unsure of what it could mean for his journey. The system further explains that by satisfying the constellations, Tyene can receive sponsorships, unique abilities, and item upgrades. This new information hints at potential rewards and opportunities for Tyene if he continues to impress these mysterious beings. Tyene, Jo Elney, and Leia Lila stand surrounded by multiple system notifications, each displaying new information about constellations and potential rewards. They all look intrigued and slightly overwhelmed by the sudden influx of system updates, hinting at new challenges and opportunities ahead. Tyene stares in disbelief as multiple constellations take an interest in him, each representing different domains like games, cuisine, despair, solitude, and jealousy. Confused by the sudden attention, he questions, "What is this?" as he processes the overwhelming notifications. Without hesitation, Tyene decisively commands the system to block all of the constellation's interests, leaving Leia Lila surprised by his bold choice. His swift action reflects his desire to avoid unnecessary distractions and focus on his own path. The system expresses its confusion and frustration, questioning why Tane would refuse such a valuable opportunity. Tane remains unfazed, ignoring the system's concerns as he sticks to his decision. Tane nonchalantly admits that he's not particularly fond of anything related to constellations. His indifferent expression shows his disinterest in the system's offerings, as he prefers to handle things on his own terms. Tane suddenly reaches out toward the system notification with a sense of urgency. The screen blurs as he moves, showing his frustration and determination to get answers from the system. Tane clears his throat confidently and addresses the group in the hallway, preparing to take the next step in their mission. Both Lila and Jo Uni watch him attentively, while the animated burger looks on from the floor. The atmosphere hints at a shift in the situation as Tane seems ready to lead them forward. With a determined smile and a hint of mischief in his eyes, Tane extends a bold invitation to everyone. His confident demeanor suggests that he has a grand plan in mind, asking if they would join him in the noble task of saving the world. This moment marks a turning point as he takes charge of the situation, aiming for something far greater than they might have expected. Tane confidently announces that he has shared all of his power, standing amidst the chaos of a burning city. His calm expression contrasts with the destruction surrounding him, hinting at a deeper plan behind his actions. Tyan encourages Lila and Jo Uni to fight the monstrous creatures ahead, leaving them shocked and confused by his casual tone. The burger-like creature at their feet seems equally alarmed as the massive beasts approach them. Jo Uni and Lila are panicking as they realize the magnitude of the fight ahead, questioning why they need to risk their lives. Even the burger creature expresses its disbelief, feeling overwhelmed by the monstrous challenge before them. Tyan reassures Jo Uni and Lila with a confident smile, explaining that as his companions, they're essential to the plot and cannot die. His nonchalant attitude leaves them stunned and questioning the situation even more. Jo Uni, frustrated, points out that Tian at his level could easily handle the monsters by himself. Tian responds with a casual remark, causing her to become even more exasperated by his nonchalance. Tian calmly contemplates while a monster rushes toward him from behind. He reflects on how boring it would be to handle everything alone, hinting at his preference for teamwork. Tian continues to explain the concept of strength in stories while casually standing by as a monster attacks. Jo Uni and Lila react in surprise, realizing the extent of danger surrounding them. Tian emphasizes the importance of having compelling stories for the supporting characters while making a confident point. His calm demeanor contrasts with the chaotic surroundings, showing his focus amidst the battle. Jo Uni expresses her confusion, struggling to grasp the deeper meaning behind Tian's words. Meanwhile, Lila calmly acknowledges the situation, maintaining her composure as events unfold. Jo Uni, holding the staff, confirms the dire situation they are in, stating that defeating the monsters is the only way to save the world. Tian stands confidently, silently affirming her statement as Lila listens from behind. Lila confesses her dark past, revealing that she killed her own husband, the Crown Prince. The weight of her words hangs heavy, as her lips tremble with the memory of the tragic event. Lila's demeanor darkens as she coldly expresses her newfound willingness to kill anything in her path. Jo Uni and the animated burger both react in sheer terror, their faces reflecting their fear of her dangerous transformation. As a massive monster charges toward them, Lila swiftly moves into action, preparing to confront the beast head-on. Tian watches intently, his mind focused on his current objective amidst the chaos. Tian, with a confident smirk, decides to make things more thrilling by forming a team to tackle the challenges ahead. His goal is not just to win, but to ensure the adventure remains exciting and unpredictable. Lila steps forward, gripping a glowing crimson blade ready for the battle ahead. Tian has entrusted her with a vital role, and she confidently takes charge, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Lila's skill activates, unleashing a powerful wave of malice that radiates with intense energy. The surroundings tremble under the overwhelming force as her full potential is unlocked, preparing for an unstoppable assault. Lila's unleashed malice rips through the monstrous enemy, tearing apart its massive frame with raw destructive power. The battlefield shakes as her attack leaves the creature in shattered pieces, unable to withstand the force. Leia Lila fully embraces her role as a dagger assassin, her eyes glowing with a sense of freedom and exhilaration. The power coursing through her seems to transform her as she revels in the liberation brought by the fight. Jo Uni watches in shock as Leia Lila's demeanor shifts dramatically, questioning her sudden change. Tyne, however, is pleased, commenting that they now have a solid character concept for Leia Lila. Leia Lila, feeling a powerful and unfamiliar emotion, stands confidently in front of a monstrous creature. Her newfound strength radiates as the creature writhes in response to her presence. Leia Lila turns around, startled as a menacing tentacled creature looms behind her, its dark aura radiating danger. She is caught off guard, her expression filled with shock as the monster moves to strike. Leia Lila screams as the tentacles of the monstrous creature wrap around her, attempting to pull her in. She struggles to break free, her movements filled with desperation and panic. Jo Uni animated burger panic as they witness Leia Lila being captured by the monstrous creature. Jo Uni urges everyone to act quickly, fearing the worst for their friend. As Leia Lila is in danger, Tyne commands Burger Bang to rush in and save her. With determination, the small burger-shaped creature speeds ahead, ready to take on the challenge. As Burger Bang rushes toward the terrifying monster, Leia Lila finds herself in immediate danger, captured in its grasp. With incredible speed and determination, Burger Bang charges in, ready to play its crucial role in saving her. Tyne, with a confident demeanor, gathers Leia Lila and Jo Yunye in the hallway, preparing them for what comes next. As chaos brews around them, Tyne begins to unfold his plan, while a mysterious animated Burger Bang, looks on nervously. Burger Bang, shocked by his seemingly insignificant role, feels the pressure as the monstrous creature looms behind him. Tyne, with a sly smile, finds humor in the situation, reinforcing Burger Bang's fate as just a mascot. Burger Bang, feeling left out, demands a cooler ability, frustrated with his current state. Meanwhile, Leia expresses her gratitude toward him, completely unaware of his internal struggle. Burger Bang confidently declares that he would do anything for Leia Lila, showing off his loyalty. Leia Lila is amused and slightly flattered by his exaggerated dedication. Tyne smiles with amusement as he effortlessly takes down the remaining monster. He appears confident and in control, as though the battle has been nothing but entertainment for him. As Tyne stands confidently, Leia Lila and Jo Uni exchange confused glances, unsure of his intentions. Meanwhile, Burger Bang looks equally puzzled, waiting for an explanation as the atmosphere becomes tense. Tyne suggests that Jo Uni should demonstrate her abilities to keep things moving, but she immediately resists, clearly unwilling. Her refusal is firm, showing her discomfort and reluctance to reveal her power in this situation. Jo Uni passionately confronts Tyne, pointing out his extraordinary strength and ability to turn back time. She accuses him of being specially chosen by divine power, implying a heavy responsibility that he alone must carry. Jo Uni urgently questions Tyne, asking if he can reverse the catastrophic changes that have transformed the world. Her desperation hints at the gravity of the situation, hoping that his powers might restore what was lost. Jo Uni passionately challenges Tyne, pointing out the devastation around them and questioning his motives. She can't understand how he can prioritize entertainment over the lives and safety of everyone in their crumbling world. Tyne calmly responds to Jo Uni's emotional plea, affirming his stance with a simple, yet unsettling, yes. His indifferent attitude leaves Jo Uni visibly shocked and confused as she struggles to comprehend his reasoning. Tyne stands confidently in front of the group, hinting that they will eventually come to understand his perspective. Leia Lila and Jo Uni are left pondering his cryptic words, unsure of what deeper meaning he holds. Tyne declares with a sharp grin that in this world, having fun is the ultimate priority. His intense gaze leaves no doubt that his definition of fun might be far different from what others expect. Jo Uni notices the sudden shift in Tyne's demeanor and becomes visibly uneasy. She braces herself, sensing that something more intense is about to unfold. Tyne quickly alerts Jo Uni about a dangerous monster bird flying toward them. Caught off guard, Jo Uni turns around in shock, bracing for the attack. As the monster bird lunges at her, Jo Uni quickly prepares to counter it with her staff. Tyne watches confidently, encouraging her to use magic to defeat it gracefully. Jo Yuni hesitates as she faces the monstrous bird, unsure of her ability to fight. Determined to protect herself, she begins to summon her hidden magical powers. With a burst of power, Jo Yuni swings her staff with all her might, causing a massive explosion that obliterates the monster. She stands firm as the remnants of the attack scatter, her newfound strength surprising even herself. Tyne and Leia Layla are left in shock after witnessing Jo Yuni's unexpected display of power. Both of them can hardly believe what just happened, with Leia Layla covering her mouth in astonishment. Jo Yuni turns away in disgust after her explosive attack on the monster, displaying her immense strength. Despite her power, she still finds the aftermath of the battle repulsive. Tyne and Burger Bang are both surprised at Jo Yuni's impressive stance, comparing it to that of a baseball player. Jo Yuni casually mentions her serious training from her younger days, leaving Tyne astonished by this new side of her. Tyne is caught off guard as he looks up, his expression filled with shock and uncertainty. Something unexpected seems to have captured his attention, leaving him speechless. Tyne unleashes a powerful burst of dark energy, causing a shockwave that fills the scene with intensity. Jo Yuni stands behind him, calmly observing the overwhelming force as it surges forward. Tyne notices dark energy swirling around his hand, perplexed by its sudden appearance. He begins to suspect that this mysterious power might be linked to a monster's influence. A figure cloaked in dark energy observes Tyne from a distance, impressed by his ability to interfere with their powerful aura. The situation hints at a deeper confrontation, as the mysterious individual recognizes Tyne's potential threat. The mysterious figure smirks, acknowledging Tyne's ability to challenge them with nothing but his bare hands. Their dark aura intensifies, signaling a dangerous battle to come as they continue to observe Tyne's unexpected strength. Tyne stands in shock as he realizes the immense power in front of him, unsure of what he's up against. Jo Yuni, still holding her staff, watches intently, waiting for Tyne's next move. The mysterious figure emerges, cloaked in a dark aura, acknowledging the unexpected presence of a powerful master from the east. His confidence radiates as he walks forward, preparing to engage in what promises to be a fierce confrontation. A bystander looks in awe as his eyes sparkle with excitement upon recognizing the formidable opponent, the Thousand Devils. His over-the-top reaction contrasts with the dire situation, adding a humorous touch to the tension. Tyne stands in shock and admiration, recognizing the powerful figure in front of him. His fanboying moment is almost comical as he can't believe the legendary Thousand Devils is a real person right before his eyes. Jo Yuni looks at Tan in disbelief, scolding him for his strange behavior and asking if he knows the mysterious figure in front of them. Tyne, still in awe, seems caught off guard by her sudden questioning. Tyne confidently instructs others to search for webcomic Kayama, showing his determination to guide them toward the next steps. With a playful smile, he points upward, emphasizing his suggestion as the obvious solution. Tyne excitedly introduces Chama, pointing out the character's iconic status in the martial arts genre. He emphasizes Chama's role as the ultimate villain, representing the pinnacle of antagonists in many stories. Chama, with a stern expression, comments on Tyne's tendency to talk too much. He questions whether the powerful energy from the east was caused by Tyne's actions. Tyne casually mentions how the shockwave from his earlier flick seemed to blast towards the west side of the Korean peninsula. He appears to be pondering the potential consequences of his seemingly trivial action. Tyne nonchalantly admits to causing the shockwave, asking the man why he's curious about it. His relaxed attitude contrasts with the destruction in the background, showing his immense power. As the man speaks about the decline of martial arts over centuries, Tyne and Jo Yuni exchange comments about the speaker's age. They brace themselves, expecting a long flashback to follow. Chiama figure reflects on how he began losing interest in the calm and uneventful world around him. With his arms crossed, he contemplates the absence of excitement in this peaceful setting. As Chiama gazes upward, the sky begins to swirl with ominous energy, as if the very heavens and earth are being torn apart. A horde of terrifying beasts emerges from the chaos above, their roars signaling the arrival of destruction. As Chiama stands by the water, monstrous creatures suddenly emerge from below the surface, breaking through with violent splashes. Surprised, he watches as the beasts rise, marking the beginning of a new battle against these unexpected enemies. Chayama's eyes glow red with malicious intent as dark energy begins to swirl around him, amplifying his menacing presence. A sinister smile creeps across his face, clearly enjoying the chaos and destruction that is about to unfold. Chayama stands amidst the chaos, his dark aura swirling as he revels in the destruction surrounding him. It's been a long time since he felt this rush, and he's savoring every moment of it. Just as Chayama was about to immerse himself completely in the chaos, a menacing creature appeared from a portal, laughing eerily as it descended towards him. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from the east, catching both Chayama and the creature off guard. The immense force rushed toward them with incredible speed, leaving the creature shocked and unprepared. Chayama quickly realizes the danger posed by the approaching energy and prepares his most powerful technique. Channeling his dark aura, he unleashes the extreme heavenly demon god seal to counter the immense threat, his expression filled with intense focus. Chayama unleashes his formidable technique, the extreme heavenly demon god seal, exuding a dark and powerful energy that threatens everything around him. As the shockwave from the devastating power ripples across the land, Chayama stands in awe of the sheer destructive force, realizing its incredible magnitude. As Chayama gazes out at the aftermath of the destructive power, a realization dawns on him that the chaos had only just begun. He turns sharply, sensing that the devastation wasn't over, and something even greater loomed on the horizon. As Chayama stands firm, he is suddenly struck by an immense force rushing towards him, catching him off guard. His instincts kick in, and he braces himself for the overwhelming energy coming his way, unsure of its origin. Chayama observes in shock as time itself begins to reverse, restoring everything that was previously destroyed. This unexpected phenomenon leaves him in awe, witnessing the power to undo devastation unfold before his eyes. Chayama grins wickedly, recognizing the incredible force responsible for the time reversal. He knows without a doubt that only a master of supreme skill could wield such overwhelming power. Chayama's instincts guide him as he swiftly uses advanced movement techniques, crossing vast continents and oceans with ease. His relentless speed and mastery of water walking allow him to pursue his mysterious goal without hesitation. Chayama finally arrives in front of Tane, Leolila, and Jo Uni. Tane, looking excited and awestruck, can't contain his admiration. While the girls stand back in cautious observation of the scene, Tane is visibly confused, questioning how Chayama, who ran across the sea from China, speaks Korean so fluently. Jo Uni, frustrated by the absurdity of the situation, begs for the conversation to make more sense. Chayama, with a menacing grin, acknowledges the unknown master from the east. He prepares to eliminate his opponent, fully confident in his overwhelming strength. Chayama demands to be entertained, while Tane is overwhelmed with excitement, recognizing Chayama as the real deal. Tane can't contain his admiration, completely thrilled by the intense encounter. Chayama, with a sinister grin, invites Tane to a thrilling showdown, eager for some excitement. His aura flares up ominously, setting the stage for an intense battle. Jo Uni and Leolila stand cautiously on the sidelines, holding back as they watch the tension rise between Chayama and Tane. They exchange uneasy glances, sensing that this fight may spiral out of control. Chayama unleashes his devastating technique, the Heavenly Demon Dragon Destruction Palm, with a wicked grin on his face. A colossal dragon made of dark energy erupts from his hand, ready to crush anything in its path with unimaginable power. Chayama's attack collides with a towering structure, shattering it into pieces as an explosion of dark energy fills the air. The overwhelming force sends shockwaves through the surroundings, leaving destruction in its wake. Tane rushes in with incredible speed, but Chayama easily dodges his attack, smirking in confidence. Despite Tane's efforts, Chayama's reflexes prove superior, leaving him unfazed by the assault. The opponent, clearly startled, reacts with wide eyes and shock, unable to believe what just happened. His expression shows that Tane's sudden move has completely caught him off guard, leaving him stunned and speechless. In this scene, Tane swiftly moves behind his opponent, showing off his speed with a smirk. He boasts about how satisfying it feels to get behind someone and taunt them, clearly enjoying the moment as his opponent is caught off guard. Tane is in awe of Lord Chinma's power, expressing surprise at how strong he has become after awakening his abilities. He is particularly impressed by the grandiose name of Chinma's technique, showing admiration for both its strength and coolness. Tien looks confused and questions Lord Chiema with a surprised expression, as if something unexpected has happened. Standing in the middle of a desolate area, Tien seems unsure of how to react to the situation, while Chiema remains calm and collected. Chienma dismisses the situation, showing clear disinterest in continuing the conversation. He casually expresses a preference for hunting monsters, indicating that he finds more excitement in facing those challenges instead. As Chienma walks away, showing no further interest in the situation, Lila watches him, clearly frustrated by the turn of events. She questions whether Chienma is just making excuses because his technique didn't work, expressing her disbelief at how things ended. Chienma glances back at Tian, his expression cold as he dismisses the significance of the place they are in. He criticizes the situation, thinking that someone as inexperienced as Tian running around shows how bleak the future here really is. Chienma suddenly turns, his expression dark and commanding, as someone grabs his shoulder to stop him. His sharp gaze and firm stance suggest he's ready for a confrontation. Tian firmly grabs Chienma, warning him that he's crossing a line with his actions. Chienma winces in pain, clearly surprised by the sudden force as Tian's grip tightens, showing that he won't back down. Tian's eyes glow with determination as he firmly corrects Chienma, making it clear that it's not just Korea but the Republic of Korea. His voice and intense aura show his deep pride and seriousness, leaving no room for disrespect. Tian releases a powerful force, sending Chienma flying backward through the air. The impact of the attack is clear as Chienma struggles to regain his balance, caught off guard by Tian's unexpected strength. Chienma, now on the defensive, looks bewildered and shaken as he struggles to comprehend the situation. His confidence is shattered as he realizes he couldn't sense Tian's presence at all, something that seems impossible to him. Fueled by rage, Chienma unleashes a deadly attack, his aura flaring with intense energy. With a menacing expression, he reaches out, determined to end Tian's life in a single powerful strike. As the sky darkens and the ground begins to shake violently, Tian looks around, confused by the sudden chaos. The environment around him crumbles under the pressure of Chienma's devastating power, as the air fills with an ominous energy. Tian quickly reacts to the impending attack, gathering his own energy and unleashing it in a powerful counterstrike. The force of his move clashes with Chienma's destructive power, causing an intense explosion that shakes the entire area around them. Chienma summons an enormous swirling sphere of dark energy, gathering incredible power as debris and rocks are pulled into its force. The ominous sphere looms in the air, radiating destruction as Chienma prepares to unleash it upon Tian. Two girls, visibly upset, shout in unison, calling someone a pervert with expressions of disgust. The scene shifts to them crossing their arms defensively, clearly offended by something that has just occurred. Chienma's eyes glow with fierce determination as he channels a powerful martial art technique that warps the very fabric of space around him. His energy surges, showing the immense strength he possesses as he prepares to release the full force of his devastating attack. Tian leaps into the air with excitement, his fists raised triumphantly as a powerful energy blast erupts around him. He exclaims how refreshing the moment feels, clearly invigorated by the immense release of power. Chienma swings his fist at Tian, but Tian effortlessly dodges the punch, leaving Chienma shocked and caught off guard. Tian remarks on how Chienma, despite being annoying, still manages to be both cool and entertaining in the heat of the moment. With a wide grin, Tian confidently extends his hand toward Chienma, offering an unexpected proposal. He enthusiastically asks Chienma to become his companion, leaving the situation feeling both light-hearted and bold. Tian confidently points towards Chienma as Lila and Joe Jr. watch with curious expressions. The tense atmosphere seems to calm down as they all stand together amidst the wreckage, hinting at an unexpected alliance forming between them. Chienma is in disbelief, realizing that the technique he spent centuries perfecting isn't having any effect in this battle. His face shows shock and frustration as he questions how none of his powerful moves are working. Chienma unleashes a furious burst of dark energy, shouting his claim as the most powerful man under the heavens. His overwhelming pride refuses to accept defeat, as he declares that there's no way he could lose to someone like Tian. Tyan looks on with a mix of surprise and disbelief as he questions Chienma's bold claim of being the number one man under the heavens. His calm expression contrasts with the intensity of the situation, showing his doubt about Chienma's boast. With a mischievous grin, Tyan's eyes light up as he excitedly announces that he just thought of something fun. His sudden shift in mood surprises those around him, leaving them puzzled by his unpredictable behavior. Tyan confidently calls out to Chienma, standing tall with a glowing energy in his hand. His expression is one of determination, clearly ready to make his next move as Chienma looks up from the ground, preparing for the confrontation. Tyan's face twists into a menacing smile as he warns Chienma that his chance at a normal life is over. His hand glows with a powerful light as the system announces the activation of his B-class skill, transmogrify, signaling a significant transformation is about to occur. Lila, holding her burger-shaped companion, looks on in shock as she exclaims her disbelief at what's happening in front of her. Both she and her companion are stunned by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend the strange and powerful transformation taking place. Tyan unleashes his transmogrify god form, emitting a powerful godlike aura that causes Chienma to stumble in shock. Lila, Zhou Yunir, and the others watch in awe and disbelief as the overwhelming transformation shakes the surrounding environment. Chienma, struggling to comprehend the situation, scoffs at Tyan's transformation, calling it a shallow trick. However, his confusion grows as he realizes something isn't right, questioning the true nature of what's unfolding before him. Chienma's expression shifts to one of panic as he suddenly notices a change in his voice. Shocked and confused, he touches his throat, realizing something is drastically wrong with his body. Zhou Yunir and Lila stand in complete shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Tyan confidently declares that Chienma is no longer the number one man under the heavens, solidifying his dominance in the situation. Chienma, visibly enraged and confused, demands to know what Tyan has done to him. His posture stiffens as he struggles to grasp the sudden and mysterious transformation happening to his body. Zhou Yunir and Lila yell out in frustration, calling Tyan a pervert and complaining that things have gone way too far. Tyan, exasperated, tries to defend himself, clearly not expecting this reaction from them. Tyan, with a calm and thoughtful expression, points out that changing the gender of a charming character for fun is a very old creative element. He notes that, for some reason, it has become a rare trope in recent times, as if reflecting on the current situation with a hint of irony. As Tyan starts to launch into a lengthy explanation, Zhou Yunir quickly interrupts him, clearly fed up with his rambling. She firmly tells him to stop talking and complains about his speeches being too long, while Tyan panics and tries to defend himself. Chienma, enraged and desperate, charges at Tyan, demanding to be turned back to normal. Tyan, caught off guard, exclaims in frustration as Chienma's powerful fists come flying towards him, showing no sign of holding back. Tyan quickly retaliates, landing a sharp blow on Chienma's head, catching him off guard. Chienma, surprised by the unexpected strike, yells out in pain, momentarily stunned by the attack. Tyan teasingly points out that it's probably been a long time since Chienma, always at the top, has been hit like this. He warns that if Chienma acts up again, he'll give him another sharp smack, leaving Chienma both confused and embarrassed. Zhou Yunir and Lila watch in disbelief as Tyan's actions escalate, criticizing him for claiming he'd handle things carefully, only to resort to hitting and threatening Chienma. Lila sarcastically pleads, calling Tyan a bad guy, as she mockingly asks to be turned back to normal, adding to the comedic tension. Tyan casually accepts the situation, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he announces that they've gained another party member. Lila, Zhou Yunir, and Chienma stand by, seemingly resigned to this unexpected turn of events. Chienma, now looking defeated and embarrassed, pleads with Tyan, asking if he can just be allowed to return. A title card appears, labeling him as Warlock Monk, solidifying his new role in the group, despite his reluctance. Tyan cheerfully instructs everyone to get friendly and suggests they hunt some monsters around the area, as if it's a casual activity. Zhou Yunir, Lila, and Chienma are left stunned, clearly unprepared for the sudden command, with Chienma visibly shocked by the idea. Tyan bursts into laughter, reveling in the ease of auto-hunting as he activates his class skill, teleportation. However, Zhou Yunir quickly calls out, alarmed and confused, asking where he thinks he's going, as he prepares to teleport away. With a cheeky smile and a confident pose, Tien declares that he is off to save the world. His upbeat enthusiasm contrasts sharply with the chaos around him, leaving Zhou Yunir and the others momentarily speechless. Zhou Yunir looks exasperated as she gestures towards Chiama, questioning what she's supposed to do with him now. Lila stands nearby, sharing in the confusion, while Chiama appears uncertain about his new role in this unusual group dynamic. The scene shifts to Washington, D.C., showcasing a beautiful view of the White House surrounded by lush greenery. Inside the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, urgent discussions unfold as officials express their frustration over the dire situation. One of the leaders insists that there's no time to assess the damage or discuss disaster responses, while another emphasizes that at this rate, humanity is finished, highlighting the gravity of the impending crisis. A tense atmosphere fills the room as an advisor urgently urges the president for a swift decision regarding the crisis at hand. The president sits thoughtfully, weighing the gravity of the situation, reflecting the seriousness of the choices they must make to address the impending disaster. The advisor suggests the drastic measure of using tactical nukes to combat the crisis, but the president's expression turns grave as he questions the morality of targeting their own territory. His concern highlights the desperate situation they are in and the difficult choices that lie ahead. The Secretary of Defense speaks with a somber tone, indicating the gravity of the situation as he prepares to share a crucial recommendation. His serious demeanor reflects the weight of his responsibility in making decisions that could significantly impact the nation and its people. The Secretary of Defense grimaces as he warns that even if they deploy all of their weapons, it may not be enough to resolve the crisis. His serious expression reflects the dire implications of their situation, suggesting that they are facing a threat beyond conventional means. The scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield where soldiers engage in combat against monstrous creatures, firing their weapons desperately. The label conventional highlights the contrast between their traditional military efforts and the overwhelming, otherworldly threats they face, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The scene intensifies as the text mechanical appears, depicting a fierce battle against even more formidable foes. Monstrous creatures wreak havoc amidst explosions, and the mention of chemical and biological weapons suggests that the military is contemplating the use of extreme measures to combat these threats, highlighting the desperation of their situation. The atmosphere grows even more dire as it's revealed that as long as a specific gate remains open, the onslaught of monstrous creatures will continue unabated. The overwhelming scene of chaos emphasizes the urgency of the situation, indicating that the military's efforts may be futile without addressing this critical threat. The president slams his fists on the table in frustration, his face contorted with anger and helplessness at the unfolding crisis. His exclamation of "damn it" underscores the urgency and gravity of the situation as the pressures of leadership weigh heavily on him. The president expresses his frustration, wishing they could just nuke the gates to stop the invasion of monsters. Tien, with a confident smile, interjects that he'll take care of that for them, hinting at his newfound abilities and determination to confront the threat head-on. The president looks confused and slightly skeptical as he asks Tien who he is, clearly surprised by his casual demeanor. Tien, unfazed, excitedly introduces himself, expressing his enthusiasm to meet the president for the first time, creating a stark contrast between the gravity of the situation and his light-hearted attitude. With a proud grin, Tien introduces himself as the pervert from Korea, playfully adding that he is 17 years old. He confidently declares himself the savior of the world, mixing humor with bravado, much to the confusion of the president and the seriousness of the situation around them. The scene shifts back to the conference room where high-ranking officials, including the president, react to Tien's unexpected and bold introduction. Their expressions range from confusion to disbelief, highlighting the surreal nature of the situation as Tien stands confidently among them. As confusion escalates, Tien confidently asserts himself amidst the chaos, instructing everyone to just listen to him. Meanwhile, a panicked official demands that guards remove the unexpected intruders, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding events and Tien's unorthodox approach. Confronted by an armed guard demanding he put his hands behind his head, Tien responds with a nonchalant attitude, remarking that the situation is kind of hurtful. His carefree demeanor contrasts sharply with the serious threat, showcasing his unyielding confidence even in a dangerous moment. As chaos unfolds in the room, one of the officials panics and insists that Tyan, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, is a monster, urging the guards to shoot him immediately. However, another member of the group tries to intervene, calling for a halt to the escalating situation, reflecting the tension and confusion surrounding Tyan's unexpected presence. As the tension escalates, gunfire erupts in the room, with bullets flying in all directions. The chaos intensifies, highlighting the dire situation and the uncertainty of what will happen next. As the agent pulls the trigger, the gunfire continues, showcasing his determination to handle the threat. The scene remains charged with action and urgency, emphasizing the escalating conflict and the risks involved. The agent's shocked expression captures the surprise and tension of the moment, indicating a significant turn of events that could change the course of the confrontation. This reaction enhances the suspense, leaving the audience eager to see what happens next. The hand remains outstretched, showcasing a calm precision as it effortlessly manipulates the floating objects around it. This display of power not only emphasizes the individual's mastery but also hints at the challenges they are prepared to face ahead. Tyan stands poised, raising his hand with an air of authority, as the surrounding objects seem to defy gravity, hanging in suspense. His focused expression reveals a deep understanding of the power he wields, hinting at the potential challenges that lie ahead. Tyan's face lights up with joy, as he excitedly expresses his delight, his hand raised in enthusiasm. His exuberance is contagious, reflecting a moment of pure excitement and satisfaction as he revels in the experience at hand. Tyan, facing a serious group of individuals, emphasizes the importance of trust, urging them to rely on him completely. The tension in the room is palpable as he insists on swift action, indicating the gravity of the situation they find themselves in. With a chilling smile, Tyan commands the launch of all nuclear weapons possessed by the US, revealing his audacious and dangerous intentions. The gravity of his words sends shockwaves through the room, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief at the extreme measures he is suggesting. The tension in the room escalates as a man in a suit protests, questioning the feasibility of Tyan's dangerous plan, while the atmosphere crackles with urgency. Tyan, unfazed, encourages them to act quickly, insisting on the necessity of decisive action amidst the growing chaos. As Tyan activates his S-Class skill, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, and his eyes glow with a powerful intensity. The system confirms the activation of mass manipulation, signaling a turning point as he prepares to wield unprecedented control over his surroundings. Tyan stands confidently at the center of a swirling vortex of energy as the power of mass manipulation envelops the room in a mesmerizing display of light. The surrounding individuals watch in awe and fear, realizing that they are now at the mercy of his formidable ability. The expressions of shock and fear dominate the faces of the men as they realize the extent of Tyan's power, their earlier confidence replaced by dread. The swirling energy around them heightens the tension, making it clear that they are trapped in a dire situation from which escape seems impossible. With determination, Tyan grips the phone tightly, signaling a pivotal moment as he prepares to make a crucial call. The atmosphere is charged with tension, hinting at the significant decisions that lie ahead as he asserts his control over the situation. With a serious expression, the man on the phone issues urgent orders to initiate Code 389, emphasizing the need for immediate action across all units. His voice reflects a mix of urgency and authority as he calls for the Neo-Doomsday Protocol, signaling the gravity of the situation at hand. The officer urgently commands the immediate launch of all tactical nuclear weapons, the weight of his decision hanging heavily in the air. His subordinate, visibly alarmed, recognizes the seriousness of the situation, highlighting the drastic measures now being taken in response to Tyan's actions. The officer's face reflects intense concern as he turns to his colleague, who shares the same apprehension, highlighting the gravity of their situation. Beads of sweat form on their brows, signaling the overwhelming pressure they face as they prepare to execute the launch order. With a firm grip, the officer pulls the launch control lever, the sound echoing ominously as the countdown to catastrophe begins. The atmosphere is thick with tension, marking a point of no return as the order to unleash destruction is set into motion. A missile soars into the sky, leaving a trail of smoke as it breaks free from its launch site, signaling the start of a catastrophic event. The serene ocean below contrasts sharply with the impending destruction, heightening the tension of what is about to unfold. A barrage of missiles launches into the sky, their fiery trails illuminating the blue expanse as they streak forward. The sound of their powerful engines roars, signaling an overwhelming display of military might and the imminent chaos that will follow. Tien stands resolute, gazing out at the earth below as a flurry of missiles descends from above, creating a terrifying spectacle. The scene captures the stark contrast between his calm demeanor and the impending chaos, highlighting the catastrophic consequences of his earlier commands. As Tien activates his C-class skill, Invisible Hand, a shimmering aura surrounds him, showcasing his newfound ability. The system's announcement resonates, signaling a significant shift in power as he prepares to wield this skill against the chaos unfolding around him. An ethereal, glowing hand materializes in the cosmic void, a visual representation of Tien's invisible hand skill. This manifestation serves as a powerful tool at his disposal, hinting at the dramatic impact it will have on the unfolding events. Tien activates his B-class skill, Replicate, as shimmering symbols swirl around him, reflecting the surge of energy flowing from his hands. The system's announcement underscores his rising power, revealing his ability to duplicate or mimic abilities, which could shift the tide in the chaotic battle ahead. Tien extends his hands towards the sky, channeling the power of his replicate skill as he summons a dazzling array of energy orbs. These orbs rise into the atmosphere, contrasting sharply against the chaos below, showcasing his ability to turn the tide and potentially avert disaster. With a confident smile, Tien declares his command, focusing on the missiles as he prepares to manipulate them with his power. He emphasizes the precision required, instructing to drag each and every missile without missing a single one, highlighting the magnitude of his control over the chaos unfolding. As Tien exerts his control, missiles veer through the sky, guided by his invisible hand, leaving trails of smoke in their wake. The display of power is breathtaking, showcasing his ability to redirect the impending chaos with precision and force. With fierce determination, Tien commands the missiles to be directed into the gate, his voice resonating with authority and urgency. His expression reflects a blend of anger and resolve, emphasizing the gravity of the situation as he prepares to unleash his plan. As Tien exerts his will, the missile twists and turns in the sky, propelled by unseen forces and leaving vibrant trails in its wake. The display of energy and precision captures the essence of his control, indicating that the missiles are now on a direct path to fulfill his command. The missiles hurtle toward their targets, piercing through shimmering portals that Tien has created, leaving trails of energy in their wake. The breathtaking sight underscores the intensity of his power as he directs the destruction, showcasing his ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality. With a triumphant smile, Tien exclaims in joy, reveling in the success of his plan as the energy sparkles around him. His confident demeanor radiates satisfaction, signaling that he has effectively turned the tide in his favor, fully embracing the power at his disposal. As the scene shifts to Moscow, Russia, the iconic silhouette of the Kremlin Palace emerges against a dramatic sky, setting the stage for unfolding events. The narrative indicates that crucial developments are taking place within the Supreme Council, hinting at significant political maneuvering in response to the chaos set in motion by Tien. In the Supreme Council room, a military officer urgently declares that the U.S. has launched all its nuclear warheads, prompting an immediate atmosphere of panic. As tension rises, he insists on the necessity to retaliate swiftly with their own nuclear arsenal, highlighting the gravity of the impending conflict. With a confident demeanor, Tien dismisses the notion of retaliation, his smile hinting at his control over the situation. The man beside him, surprised, looks at Tien in disbelief, while Tien reassures him that there is no need for immediate action, suggesting an alternative plan is in play. In a sudden burst of aggression, the officers in the Supreme Council draw their weapons, firing in a chaotic response to the perceived threat. The tension is palpable as gunfire erupts, showcasing the high stakes and escalating danger of the situation they face. With a slight grimace, Tien raises his hand, channeling his energy to deflect the incoming gunfire. His expression reveals the strain of maintaining control over the chaotic situation, emphasizing the immense pressure he faces as he works to neutralize the threat without causing further conflict. The officers, eyes wide with shock, question the surreal turn of events unfolding before them. Their expressions of disbelief capture the confusion and fear as they confront Tyen's unexpected display of power, highlighting the chaos that has taken over the situation. Back in the US, a panicked official stares at his computer screen, disbelief etched across his face as he exclaims that all the gates have vanished. His urgent declaration highlights the growing chaos and uncertainty in response to Tian's actions, signaling a critical turning point in the unfolding events. With a playful grin, Tien casually announces that he has saved the world, his confidence radiating through the room. He thanks the man beside him for trusting him with launching all the nukes, illustrating his audacious nature and the dramatic reversal of fate he has orchestrated. The older man, visibly puzzled, questions his own actions, unsure of what he has contributed to the situation. He explains that since the nuclear warheads exploded inside the gates, there was no effect on reality, and the gates vanished along with them, revealing the unexpected outcome of the chaotic events. The room erupts in cheers as everyone expresses their gratitude towards Tien, hailing him as the Korean hero for saving the day. However, the mood shifts as the older man reminds everyone that despite the gates disappearing, there are still monsters outside, signaling that challenges remain ahead. With an enthusiastic expression, Tien encourages everyone to do their best, embodying his unwavering confidence. As he speaks, the system announces the activation of his class skill, teleportation, signaling that he is ready to tackle the next challenge and hinting at the incredible powers he wields. As Tien prepares to use his teleportation skill, a bald man offers him a supportive good luck. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation, highlighting the camaraderie and trust placed in Tien as he steps into the unknown to face the challenges ahead. With a powerful leap, Tien executes the Chiyama ruling step, descending upon a colossal creature with force. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground, showcasing his strength and determination as he takes decisive action against the monstrous threat. As Tien stands triumphantly over the defeated creature, a companion cheers him on, expressing encouragement with enthusiasm. The scene captures a sense of camaraderie and victory, showcasing their collective effort in overcoming the formidable monster together. As tensions rise, one of the companions expresses frustration, exclaiming at Tien with a mix of anger and relief for his arrival. The others chime in, humorously recounting the near-death experiences they faced while Tien was away, highlighting their camaraderie in the chaos of their recent battles. One of the companions excitedly recounts how a missile whooshed into the gate and disappeared with a loud boom, questioning Tien if he was responsible for it. Tien casually confirms his involvement, playfully noting that the group is functioning well as a party, highlighting the mix of tension and camaraderie among them. As Tien contemplates the situation, he muses about the need for someone to take on the tank role, indicating the importance of having a strong presence in the team. His thoughtful expression suggests he's strategizing how to best approach the challenges ahead, highlighting his leadership qualities in this chaotic scenario. Tien's expression shifts to one of focus and determination as he channels energy, producing a bright green light that signifies the activation of his next move. This visual display hints at the immense power he is about to unleash, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. A scream echoes through the air as one of the characters yells Kaya amidst a chaotic scene where others are preparing for battle. The urgency is palpable as the tension escalates, showcasing their readiness to confront whatever dangers lie ahead while highlighting the emotional stakes involved. A powerful figure, shrouded in an aura of energy, addresses Tien as the transcender of Earth, asserting that his actions have profoundly disrupted the order of the universe. The intensity of the moment highlights the gravity of Tien's choices and the far-reaching consequences they entail, setting the stage for an epic confrontation. Yudo Rainai, clad in radiant armor and embodying the essence of justice, boldly declares her identity as the Holy Seat of Justice. With a firm grip on her sword, she proclaims that she will judge Tien for his actions in the name of justice, establishing a powerful narrative of accountability and confrontation in the face of chaos. As Tien stands amidst the ruins, surrounded by his companions, he appears bewildered by the gravity of the situation. The destruction around them serves as a stark reminder of the chaos they've navigated, while the diverse expressions of his friends reflect a mix of determination and concern as they brace for the challenges ahead. Tien, displaying a confident smile, has just declared that he has found his target, exuding an air of determination and excitement. His appearance, dressed in a sharp suit, hints at his serious yet charismatic nature, ready to take on whatever challenges lie ahead. Tyann stands confronted by Chinma, who exclaims about sensing the energy of a true master, hinting at a tense showdown. As Chinma demands Tyann to stay still, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation, setting the stage for an imminent clash. Tyann, visibly excited, calls out to the system while looking at a digital interface, eager to engage with it. His animated expression and gestures indicate that he is about to initiate an important action or command, emphasizing the pivotal moment in his journey. Tyann, caught off guard, reacts to the system's inquiry about his past comments regarding the holy seats, hinting at a controversial decision he made. The system's response suggests a playful tone, revealing a back-and-forth dynamic that adds depth to Tian's character and his relationship with the system. Tyann, looking slightly apprehensive, acknowledges the system's remark about blocking the holy seats, indicating a moment of self-reflection. His expression reveals a mix of understanding and concern, hinting at the implications of his past actions and the weight they carry in his current situation. Tyann, with a playful grin, attempts to clarify a misunderstanding with his teacher, asserting that his past comments were misinterpreted. He explains that his focus was consumed by the urgent threat of monsters invading Earth, which showcases his priorities amidst the ongoing chaos. Yudo Reinai, with a serious expression, points out a critical issue regarding humanity's lack of sacrifice in the face of overwhelming challenges. Her statement underscores the gravity of their situation, hinting at the sacrifices that must be made to overcome the threats looming over them. Tyann looks up with a mix of realization and intensity, acknowledging the weight of responsibility placed on him. His statement implies that the consequences of their actions are interconnected, hinting at a deeper conflict stemming from his relationship with Yudo Reinai. 0000. Tyann's expression shifts to one of shock and disbelief as he processes Yudo Reinai's assertion about humanity's lack of sacrifice. His reaction indicates a deep concern for their situation, revealing the heavy burden of responsibility he feels in light of this unsettling revelation. Tyann expresses his growing horror as he pieces together the catastrophic consequences of the gates opening, allowing monsters to invade. His realization about the countless lives lost due to this chaos deepens the gravity of their situation, highlighting the urgency of their mission. Tyann stands resolute, confronting Yudo Reinai with a piercing question about the holy seats and their role in the current chaos. His firm stance and unwavering gaze reflect his determination to hold them accountable for the devastation that has unfolded. Yudo Reinai affirms Tyann's accusation with a calm yet serious acknowledgement, indicating the gravity of the situation they are facing. The warning at the bottom adds a playful touch, hinting at an upcoming explanation about the world they inhabit, suggesting that deeper lore is about to unfold. An ominous figure declares that every living being in the universe serves a purpose in supplying the energy required for the holy seat's survival. The revelation of negentropy hints at a dark and intricate system of dependence, raising questions about the ethical implications of their existence and the sacrifices made for power. The figure explains that the intelligence and strength of a species directly correlate to the amount of negentropy they can harvest from them. This chilling concept emphasizes the cold calculations behind their survival, suggesting that the more advanced a species is, the more valuable they become to the holy seats. The figure reveals that to strengthen beings, they are subjected to trials, as monstrous creatures emerge, pursuing terrified individuals. This dramatic scene highlights the brutal reality of the challenges they face, underscoring the harsh methods employed by the holy seats to cultivate strength and resilience. The figure explains that some species successfully overcome trials, emerging stronger and either providing more negentropy. This notion suggests a cycle of growth and exploitation, revealing the dual nature of survival where challenges lead to empowerment but also serve the interests of the holy seats. The figure chillingly concludes that species may either thrive by overcoming challenges or face extinction, becoming the foundation for the emergence of a stronger species. This stark reality underscores the harsh cycle of survival and evolution, revealing the ruthless nature of existence as creatures face cataclysmic events. Tyann reflects on the fact that humanity has managed to overcome the trial individually, yet this achievement has come at a cost. He expresses regret that humanity lost the opportunity to evolve collectively, highlighting the bittersweet nature of their survival and growth. Yudo Reinai explains that the holy seats intended to monitor Tyan's progress, but his actions have raised significant concerns. This dialogue emphasizes the tension between Tyan's independence and the expectations placed upon him by the higher powers overseeing humanity's fate. Yudo Reinai declares her decision to personally manifest and pass judgment on Tyan, indicating a serious escalation in their conflict. Her commanding presence and drawn sword signal the gravity of the moment, emphasizing that his actions have reached a critical point requiring immediate evaluation. Tyan, visibly frustrated, expresses his disbelief at the situation unfolding before him, finding it utterly ridiculous. His reaction underscores his struggle against the pressure and expectations imposed upon him, highlighting a moment of internal conflict amidst the chaos. Tyan's frustration escalates into a passionate outburst as he questions how Yudo Reinai can casually present such a serious explanation. His intense reaction reflects his feelings of disbelief and the overwhelming nature of the situation, emphasizing the weight of the revelations being thrust upon him. Tyan expresses his bewilderment as the narrative unexpectedly shifts into a sci-fi realm, questioning the direction the author has taken. His exasperation highlights the chaotic nature of their reality, reflecting his struggle to comprehend the unfolding events and the absurdity he perceives in the situation. Tyan humorously calls out to an unexpected character, referred to as Burger Bun, to summarize the complex explanation in just 3 lines. The whimsical interaction lightens the mood, showcasing Tyan's frustration while also hinting at the quirky elements of their world amidst the serious undertones of their situation. The whimsical character, Burger Bun, presents a playful 3-line summary for those who may have skipped ahead, adding a lighthearted touch to the narrative. This summary serves as a humorous reminder of the chaotic journey they've been on, inviting readers to engage with the content in a fun way. Burger Bun presents a concise 3-line summary of the situation, outlining that the holy seats drain energy from humanity by opening chaos-inducing gates, and expresses annoyance about having to condense the information. This humorous commentary adds a light-hearted tone while effectively encapsulating the gravity of the unfolding events. Tyan hesitates, starting to interject with but indicating he has reservations or a counterpoint to the summary provided. This moment of pause suggests he is grappling with the implications of the revelations and the weight of the situation at hand, setting the stage for further discussion. Tyan, fueled by frustration and disbelief, declares that the revelations he's heard are absurd, expressing his outrage at the situation. His emotional response emphasizes the gravity of their circumstances and highlights the irrationality he perceives in the actions of the holy seats. Lila, filled with rage and determination, declares her inability to forgive those responsible, drawing a weapon in her fury. Shyama reaches out, desperately trying to intervene and prevent a rash decision, indicating a tense moment that could lead to dire consequences. Shyama firmly asserts that they are not on the level to interfere, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Her statement reflects a sense of limitation and caution, highlighting the potential danger of the conflict they are witnessing. As the system announces the activation of an SS-class skill called Void Surge, Tyan is engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. His focused expression reveals determination and readiness, suggesting that he is about to unleash a powerful ability in response to the escalating conflict around him. The system announces the activation of an A-class skill called Reconfigure as Tyan channels his focus into the swirling energies around him. With a determined expression, he prepares to manipulate the power at his disposal, indicating a strategic move in the ongoing conflict. With a fierce shout, Tyan launches himself into the air, channeling his powers as he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The dynamic motion and energy surrounding him highlight the intensity of the moment, signaling a pivotal shift in the battle as he takes decisive action. Tyan, with a determined smirk, expresses his disdain for the whole Holy Seat concept as he activates the S-class skill known as Maelstrom Blade. This combination of attitude and power showcases his readiness to confront the oppressive forces at play, marking a significant moment in his rebellion against the status quo. As Tyan unleashes the Maelstrom Blade, a swirling vortex of energy engulfs the area, showcasing the immense power of his skill. Lila and the other characters watch in awe and apprehension, realizing the gravity of Tyan's action and the impact it could have on the unfolding battle. Yudo Reinai, poised and fierce, prepares to counter Tyan's unleashed power with her own formidable presence. Her focused expression and readiness to engage highlight the intensity of the confrontation, signaling that both characters are about to face a critical moment in their battle. Yudo Rainai unleashes a powerful attack, filling the scene with explosive energy as she charges forward. The intense visuals and dynamic movement convey the sheer force of her skill, highlighting the high stakes of the confrontation as she prepares to engage with Tyann. Tyann, in mid-action, wields a sword imbued with incredible power, one that can erase even the existence of the trajectory it cuts. This moment captures the essence of his determination and skill, emphasizing the stakes as he prepares to unleash a formidable attack against Yudo Rainai. Tyann is taken aback as Yudo Rainai effortlessly blocks his strongest sword skill, expressing disbelief at her power. Her confident stance and the title Transcender of Earth highlight her formidable abilities, emphasizing the significant challenge she presents in their confrontation. Yudo Rainai confidently declares that Tyann is no match for her, her piercing gaze revealing her unwavering self-assurance. This assertion emphasizes her superiority in their confrontation, setting the stage for the intense battle that lies ahead. Tyann, caught off guard and kneeling on the ground, incredulously questions Yudo Rainai's assertion. His disbelief reflects his realization of the overwhelming power dynamics at play, emphasizing his struggle in the face of her confidence. Tyann, with newfound determination, boldly declares his intention to use an SSS-class skill called Planet Buster, generating an immense burst of energy. This dramatic moment showcases his resolve to match Yudo Rainai's strength, setting the stage for an explosive confrontation. Yudo Rainai, her expression calm yet intense, stands ready to respond to Tyann's challenge as energy crackles around her. This moment captures her unwavering confidence, emphasizing the escalating tension between them as both prepare to unleash their full power. A blinding beam of light shoots forward, signifying the release of Tyann's powerful Planet Buster skill. The dramatic energy radiating from the attack captures the intensity of the moment, marking a pivotal point in the battle as the forces of both Tyann and Yudo Rainai collide. Tyann stands firm as the explosive energy from his Planet Buster attack erupts behind him, casting a brilliant light. The scene captures his resolve and determination, showcasing the overwhelming power of his skill as it transforms the battlefield around him. Yudo Rainai, unfazed by Tyann's powerful attack, remarks with a smirk that it is not bad. Her calm demeanor and poised stance suggest confidence, indicating that she is ready to respond, underscoring the escalating intensity of their confrontation. With enthusiasm, Tyann activates a class skill called multicasting, reveling in the opportunity to create a crisis for himself and smoothly counterattack. His determined expression and the vibrant energy surrounding him reflect his strategic mindset as he prepares to turn the tide in the battle against Yudo Rainai. Yudo Rainai confidently taunts Tyann with a bold bring it on, showcasing her readiness for the upcoming clash. Her nonchalant demeanor, complete with a relaxed posture, emphasizes her unwavering confidence and determination to face whatever challenge he presents. With an infectious enthusiasm, Tyann suggests they create a dopamine rush action scene together, exuding excitement for the upcoming confrontation. His lively expression and playful demeanor contrast with the tension of the situation, showcasing his determination to turn the battle into an exhilarating spectacle. Tyann looks taken aback, exclaiming "Ha!" as he processes an unexpected turn of events. This moment captures his surprise, suggesting that something unforeseen is about to change the dynamics of the battle between him and Yudo Rainai. Yudo Rainai commands the Transcender of Earth to accept her judgment peacefully, her intense gaze conveying authority and confidence. In the foreground, Jo Jr. reacts in horror, crying out, which underscores the tension of the moment and the fear instilled by Yudo Rainai's presence and power. Tyann lets out a powerful scream, filled with anguish and desperation, as the intensity of the moment overwhelms him. This visceral reaction underscores the emotional turmoil he is experiencing, highlighting the stakes of the confrontation and the fear of the impending judgment from Yudo Rainai. Tyann, filled with determination, activates his SSS class skill called Temporal Rewind, channeling energy as he prepares to manipulate time. The surrounding visuals emphasize the gravity of his decision, indicating his intent to alter the course of events in the battle against Yudo Rainai. Tyann confidently asserts that it doesn't matter what happens, as he can simply rewind time as many times as needed. His spirited expression conveys a sense of resolve and determination, highlighting his willingness to face any challenge head-on using his powerful ability. Tien expresses his determination to keep rewinding time until he figures out a solution, revealing his strategic mindset in the face of adversity. The surrounding characters, including Yudo Rainai and Jo Yunir, react with surprise, indicating the high stakes of the situation and the tension that is building in the confrontation. Yudo Rainai asserts that the holy seats as cosmic beings remain unaffected by space-time distortion, reinforcing her superiority in the confrontation. This statement highlights the limitations of Tien's powers, emphasizing the stakes of their battle as she prepares to counter his attempts to manipulate time. A character exclaims with urgency that he can sense the energy of a true master, indicating the overwhelming presence of power nearby. Tien responds with alarm, insisting that they need to calm down, revealing his understanding of the formidable strength possessed by Yudo Rainai as the situation intensifies. Tien expresses frustration, questioning what the author is thinking by introducing such an overpowered character. His thoughts reflect the dilemma faced in storytelling when encountering a formidable opponent like Yudo Rainai, highlighting the tension and uncertainty in their battle. Yudo Rainai, with a steely gaze, warns Tien not to test her patience any longer, emphasizing her authority in the situation. She insists he should just accept his judgment, reinforcing the gravity of the confrontation and the stakes involved as tension mounts between them. Tien expresses his frustration, questioning the continuous talk of judgment and demanding clarity on what it actually entails. His bewilderment highlights his struggle to comprehend the gravity of the situation as the tension in the confrontation escalates. Yudo Rainai channels her energy, forming a glowing orb in her hand as she prepares to execute her judgment. The radiant light signifies her power and determination, foreshadowing the decisive action she is about to take in the confrontation with Tien. Yudo Rainai dramatically reveals a set of golden scales, symbolizing her role as a judge, as she prepares to deliver her verdict. The radiant light surrounding her enhances the sense of authority and finality in the situation, reinforcing the gravity of the judgment she is about to impose. Tien looks puzzled, contemplating the significance of the scales of justice as he observes Yudo Rainai's display of power. His expression reflects a mix of concern and realization, emphasizing the weight of her judgment and the seriousness of the situation unfolding before him. Yudo Rainai explains that the scales she holds represent justice, stating that one must place certain values on each side. She indicates that the laws of the universe will weigh these values, determining the outcome based on which side tilts heavier, reinforcing the theme of judgment in their confrontation. Tien observes Yudo Rainai with a knowing expression, remarking that she seems to really dislike listening to explanations. His comment highlights the tension between them, adding a touch of humor to the serious atmosphere as he navigates the daunting situation. Yudo Rainai confidently asserts that she will demonstrate her judgment directly, raising the scales to signify her intention. This declaration intensifies the moment, indicating that she is prepared to take decisive action in response to the ongoing confrontation. Yudo Rainai elaborates on the scales of justice, indicating that they will measure both the benefits and threats that Tien's existence brings to the universe. This moment emphasizes the gravity of her judgment, as the scales glow with energy, symbolizing the balance of positive and negative impacts he holds. Yudo Rainai poses a pivotal question about which side of the scales weighs heavier, creating tension in the air. This moment signifies the critical nature of Tien's judgment, leaving him to contemplate the true value of his existence in the universe. Tien expresses his confusion, urgently questioning which side of the scales represents what. His uncertainty highlights the weight of the decision he faces, emphasizing the gravity of the judgment that lies ahead. Yudo Rainai balances the scales, showcasing the contrasting values of Tien's existence. The tension builds as she carefully measures the benefit against the threat, symbolizing the profound consequences of their actions and choices. Yudo Rainai's expression shifts as she addresses Tien directly. She asserts that Tien's very existence poses a significant threat to the order of the universe, emphasizing the gravity of the situation they find themselves in. Yudo Rainai firmly declares that the decision rendered by the scales of justice is the absolute truth. She proceeds to convey that, according to this truth, she is obligated to suppress Tien, emphasizing the weight of her judgment and the seriousness of the situation. Tien, looking perplexed and anxious, expresses his confusion regarding the situation, unsure of how to respond to Yudo Rainai's firm declaration. He gestures in frustration, emphasizing his disbelief and the overwhelming nature of her judgment. Tian smirks confidently, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Despite the overwhelming odds, he seems ready to face whatever challenge Yudo Rainai presents, hinting at his resolve to overcome the judgment laid before him. Tian addresses Yudo Rainai with a mix of confidence and curiosity, asking if the scales of justice can solve any problem humanity faces. He challenges her, wondering if she can provide a solution to a pressing issue, signaling his determination to engage in a deeper conversation about the scale's power. Yudo Rainai responds to Tian with a calm demeanor, affirming that from a cosmic perspective, humanity's issues are indeed trivial. She introduces herself, stating, "My name is Yudo Rainai," asserting her identity with confidence as she holds the scales of justice, emphasizing her role in the cosmic order. Tian, with a confident smile, addresses Yudo Rainai, suggesting a challenge. He proposes, "Then, before you go, why not solve one of humanity's major problems by weighing it on the scales?" His tone is both playful and inquisitive as he seeks to understand the power of the scales in a practical scenario. Yudo Rainai responds to Tian's proposal with an authoritative tone. "Oh? As the holy seat of justice, I cannot ignore such a request." She holds the scales confidently, adding, "What value do you wish to weigh?" Her demeanor reflects a mix of curiosity and the weight of her responsibility. Tian, appearing confused, questions the group, What are you doing in this situation?" He seems unsettled by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Joe Jr. responds cheerfully, Hey, don't worry, this is fun." Her lighthearted attitude contrasts with the seriousness of the moment, suggesting a playful confidence in the face of chaos. Tian's eyes widen with excitement as he exclaims, "Universal balance game, I can't resist." His enthusiasm is palpable, revealing a sense of thrill and anticipation for the challenge ahead. The mention of the game suggests a pivotal moment where he sees an opportunity to engage in a high-stakes situation. Tian smirks confidently, his expression reflecting a mix of determination and anticipation as he prepares for the challenge. The look in his eyes suggests he is ready to embrace the thrill of the universal balance game, eager to see what unfolds next. Tian's face lights up with a wild grin, his excitement palpable as he presents two absurd choices. He exclaims dramatically, weighing the options of wielding a 99 reinforced wooden stick versus the existential question of what am I doing alone. His infectious energy suggests that he's ready for a fun adventure, eager to dive into the chaos that awaits. Yudo Rainai stands there, momentarily taken aback as a look of confusion washes over her face. Her eyebrows furrow slightly, and she tilts her head, questioning the absurdity of Tian's proposition. The unexpectedness of his suggestion catches her off guard, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Tian stands confidently, wearing a mischievous grin that hints at his next move. The girls around him look on with puzzled expressions, their brows furrowed in confusion as they exchange glances, uncertain about what he's planning. The atmosphere is charged with curiosity and intrigue as they wonder what he has in mind. The cartoon burger, with its wide eyes and perplexed expression, floats in a whimsical space backdrop. Surrounding it are stars and a tiny rocket ship, enhancing the playful and surreal atmosphere. The burger's confusion is palpable as it questions the unfolding events, creating a light-hearted moment amidst the more serious storyline. Yudo Rainai, with a look of shock and disbelief, turns towards the protagonist. Her eyes widen as she processes his words, demanding to know, "What did you say?" This moment captures a shift in the atmosphere, highlighting the tension and surprise in the interaction between the characters. Tian, with an unsettling grin, questions the excitement between two options: a 99 reinforced wooden stick and a vague solo something or other. His exaggerated expression and curious inquiry hint at a thrilling confrontation ahead, teasing the audience about the unfolding chaos. Tian expresses surprise and curiosity about a mysterious object held by Lila, who seems to be showcasing it proudly. The reaction of Joe Jr., wide-eyed and astonished, indicates that Tian is unfamiliar with these popular webtoons, setting the stage for a potential exploration of their intriguing world. Tian humorously suggests to Joe Yunyi that she should sell her unused brain, implying that she could benefit from more creative thinking. Joe Yunyi's startled reaction, coupled with her quick denial, adds a comedic twist to the interaction, highlighting the playful banter between the characters. Kael contemplates the idea of using a forgetting skill to erase his own memories, suggesting a desire to escape his current situation. The presence of an awkwardly placed burger on the ground adds a touch of absurdity, creating a humorous contrast to Tyan's serious musings. Yudo Reinai advises to just ignore Tyan, suggesting that his fixation on webtoons is excessive. The absurdity of the burger, with its exaggerated expression, serves as a comical distraction, contrasting with the seriousness of their conversation about Tyan's obsession. Kael enthusiastically claims that webtoons are the most entertaining invention in the world, reflecting his passion for them. Yudo Reinai's serious response about the scales of justice not judging trivial human emotions like fun contrasts sharply with Tyan's excitement, highlighting their differing perspectives on enjoyment and entertainment. Tyan smirks as he points out Yudo Reinai's lack of knowledge about the world, implying that her status as a constellation doesn't grant her insight into its dynamics. Kael responds dismissively to Yudo Reinai's perspective, indicating his lack of concern with a casual fine whatever. He then smirks as he suggests he will dumb it down for her, signaling his intent to simplify his point, which adds a layer of sarcasm to the exchange. Yudo Reinai's expression shifts to one of concern as she questions whether the mood has changed, indicating a sudden tension in the atmosphere. This reaction suggests that Tyan's earlier remarks may have crossed a line, hinting at an impending confrontation or deeper emotional exchange between the characters. Tyan confronts Yudo Reinai, questioning her role as the constellation of justice and her responsibility to maintain the order of the universe. Yudo Reinai affirms this, indicating a serious tone as they discuss the weight of her duties, which adds depth to their ongoing dialogue about morality and purpose in their world. Yudo Reinai passionately warns Tyan about the dire consequences that would arise if the universal order were to break down. Her fierce expression and urgent tone emphasize the gravity of the situation, highlighting the stakes involved in their conversation about justice and balance in their world. Tyan pauses thoughtfully, suggesting a shift in the conversation as he considers Yudo Reinai's warning about universal order. Tyan poses a poignant question, wondering if the potential sacrifice of his life is merely a means to an end for unpredictable consequences. His serious demeanor and the dramatic pause suggest a critical turning point in their discussion, as he grapples with the implications of Yudo Reinai's earlier statements about justice and the universe. Kael stutters as he tries to respond, his playful tone hinting at a reluctance to fully engage with the serious topic at hand. Yudo Reinai's anxious expression suggests that she is concerned about Tyan's reaction, and her question about the necessity of small sacrifices for the greater good adds a layer of moral complexity to their dialogue. Yudo Reinai explains that from a cosmic perspective, questioning the nature of universal order is inherently biased. Her confident stance while holding the scales suggests a deep commitment to her role, emphasizing the complexity of moral judgment and the challenges in understanding justice on a grand scale. Kael asserts that while a cosmic view may offer fairness, it feels completely unfair from a human perspective. His confident smile and pointed finger emphasize his passionate stance, highlighting the tension between cosmic justice and personal experience in their ongoing philosophical debate. Yudo Reinai reacts with surprise and a hint of anger at Tyan's implications, questioning whether he believes he is more important than the universe itself. Her pointed challenge to ask those scales underscores the philosophical tension between individual value and the broader cosmic order, driving the debate to a critical climax. Tyan confidently declares that the debate over whether his sacrifice is justified from a cosmic perspective ultimately boils down to the distinction between just and unjust. Yudo Reinai holds up the scales, confidently suggesting they weigh it out, indicating her readiness to evaluate the moral implications of their discussion. Yudo Reinai activates the scales, summoning glowing orbs of energy that symbolize the weighing of their respective values in the discussion. Her focused expression and the ethereal glow around her hands convey a sense of power and determination as she prepares to analyze the complexities of justice and sacrifice in their debate. Yudo Reinai continues to manipulate the scales with glowing orbs of energy representing the elements they are weighing. Her intense gaze and confident gesture reflect her determination to assess the moral weight of their discussion, setting the stage for a pivotal moment in their philosophical debate on justice and sacrifice. Yudo Rainai adjusts the scales as the glowing orbs continue to represent the elements under examination, indicating a dynamic balance between the forces of justice and sacrifice. Lila looks bewildered, asking, "What just happened?" as she holds her staff, while Tian confidently responds that the result is obvious. This playful exchange indicates a shift in mood, suggesting that despite the earlier tension, Tian feels assured about the outcome of their discussion on justice and sacrifice. Yudo Rainai stands in contemplative silence, holding the glowing orbs in her hands as she processes the recent events. Tian confronts Yudo Rainai, questioning whether she still intends to restrain him by labeling him a threat to the universal order. His confident demeanor, paired with the weight of her title as the constellation of justice, adds tension to their exchange, indicating a pivotal moment in their conflict over morality and authority. Yudo Rainai acknowledges Tian's point, stating, "You are correct," as she contemplates the implications of their earlier discussions. Lila acknowledges Tian's intelligence, stating, "Mr. Tian, you're incredibly smart," with a sense of admiration. However, Tian's confident demeanor is juxtaposed with the bewilderment of the other characters, as someone exclaims, "I still don't get what's going on at all." Tian explains that justice can change depending on perspective, indicating his understanding of the complexities of morality. His confident smile suggests he is pleased with this realization, while Yudo Rainai's presence reinforces the gravity of their discussion about the nature of justice and the various viewpoints that shape it. Tian playfully offers to have Yudo Rainai keep an eye on him if she's concerned about him disrupting universal order, displaying his confident demeanor. His invitation to stay by my side suggests a bond forming between them, hinting at mutual reliance as they navigate the complexities of justice and order together. Yudo Rainai expresses her frustration, stating that she never intended to disrupt universal order, but is upset about the constellations attacking humanity. She questions whether aiding weaker beings should be a fundamental duty of her role as the constellation of justice, underscoring her internal conflict and the moral dilemmas faced by those in power. Yudo Rainai acknowledges Tian's previous statement as incredibly rational and insightful, indicating a shift in her perspective. A character observes Tian with disbelief, realizing he has managed to turn a cosmic being into an ally simply through his persuasive words. Tian challenges the morality of the constellations by questioning if it was just for them to open gates on Earth and massacre humanity. Yudo Rainai's expression shifts to one of shock and concern as she processes Tian's powerful statement about the injustices faced by humanity. Yudo Rainai's expression deepens with a sense of turmoil as she grapples with Tian's challenge to her understanding of justice. Yudo Rainai holds two glowing orbs, one blue and one red, symbolizing the contrasting forces of justice and potential chaos. Tian stands confidently with a smirk, flanked by Chienma, as they face Yudo Rainai, who holds the scales and glowing orbs. The juxtaposition of Tian's relaxed posture against Rainai's serious demeanor highlights the tension in their dynamic, suggesting a pivotal moment where the themes of justice and moral responsibility will be tested. Yudo Rainai stands silently, holding the scales with a contemplative expression, indicating deep introspection. Yudo Rainai lets out a sigh, revealing her frustration or resignation regarding the ongoing situation. Tian, surprised and slightly agitated, reacts by questioning her, indicating a shift in the mood as they navigate their complex relationship and the heavy themes of justice and duty that weigh on them. Yudo Rainai ascends into the sky, enveloped in a golden aura, symbolizing her empowerment or newfound resolve. Yudo Rainai hovers in space, surrounded by a radiant aura, symbolizing her elevated status and newfound clarity regarding her role in the universe. Yudo Rainai declares Cleansing Nova, indicating her readiness to unleash a powerful ability or transformation. Panicked civilians scream for help as a massive creature looms behind them, creating a sense of impending danger. The dramatic visuals, coupled with their desperate cries, emphasize the chaos and terror in the environment, contrasting sharply with Yudo Rainai's earlier resolve to restore order, indicating that her actions may have far-reaching consequences for humanity. In this intense close-up, the massive creature's eye is illuminated, conveying a sense of menace and awareness. The startled expressions of the two characters reflect their shock and fear as they react to the unfolding chaos around them. A powerful blast erupts in the background, causing panic and shock among the characters as they witness the chaos unfolding. Explosions and bright light fill the frame as chaos unfolds, with structures and figures being consumed by the fiery blasts. A series of massive blasts erupt from various points, sending shockwaves through the environment. Yudo Rainai's intense gaze is illuminated by a radiant golden aura, suggesting she is harnessing significant energy or preparing to take decisive action. Radiant bursts of energy shoot out into space, creating a stunning visual effect that symbolizes Yudo Rainai's immense power being unleashed. The girl appears contemplative and slightly amused as she brushes her hair back, illuminated by a soft light that creates an ethereal atmosphere. Tyann and the other characters stand together on a desolate street, gazing up at a brilliant light emanating from above. Chiema looks around in shock, realizing that the demonic energy has vanished completely. Tyann expresses relief, exclaiming, "Woo!" as expected of a constellation, as he observes Yudo Rainai's impressive display of power and grace. His playful acknowledgement highlights his growing admiration for her abilities, suggesting a shift in their relationship as they navigate the challenges of their world together, now with a stronger sense of camaraderie. Tyann concludes that the current events should wrap up this episode's highlight, showing his playful nature. He questions whether he is being tricked, but Yudo Rainai reassures him, insisting, "Nah, it's your imagination." Tyann confidently declares, "Ah, protecting Earth is a piece of cake," with a cheeky grin that reflects his self-assuredness. Tyann excitedly exclaims that he has scored an incredibly reliable party member, referring to Yudo Rainai. The surprised expression on Rainai's face, along with the designation, playfully suggests that while she may serve a protective role, there is still some uncertainty about her abilities, adding a humorous twist to their dynamic as they prepare for the challenges ahead. Tyann and the other characters react in shock as something unexpected occurs, with Tyann exclaiming while another character says, "Oh my." Tyann expresses his bewilderment and frustration, shouting, "Why? What the heck are you doing?" as he reacts to Yudo Rainai's unexpected action of disarming. Rainai responds casually, explaining that she just disarmed since we're not in combat, ting her nonchalant attitude towards the situation and adding a humorous contrast to Tyann's exaggerated panic. Tyann desperately urges, "Put something on right now," revealing his panic over Yudo Rainai's disarming. In this striking scene, Yudo Rainai initiates her transformation, with the word "transform" prominently displayed above her. Tyann expresses surprise and admiration, exclaiming, "Oh, she's pretty," as he observes Yudo Rainai's transformed appearance. His wide-eyed expression and slight awkwardness suggest a blend of admiration and disbelief, adding a light-hearted moment to the narrative as he processes the changes in his companion while still grappling with the weight of their situation. Tyann exclaims in disbelief, "Why would you wear something with zero defense?" Clearly concerned about Yudo Rainai's choice of attire in a dangerous situation. His exaggerated panic contrasts with Rainai's calm demeanor and his plea of "Hey, please," emphasizes his protective instincts, highlighting the humorous dynamic between their personalities as they navigate their roles in the ongoing conflict. Tyann exclaims, "Just keep your clothes on when you're supposed to be dressed," with a look of exasperation, emphasizing his frustration over Yudo Rainai's choice of attire. Yudo Rainai observes Tyann and reflects, "Humans are incomprehensible," highlighting her bewilderment at human behavior. Tyann's confused response underscores the comedic disconnect between them, illustrating the clash between Rainai's more logical perspective as a powerful being and Tyann's more human, emotional responses. Tyann is taken aback by the system's unexpected address. "Mr. Pervert?" The surprised expression on his face as he responds with, "What is it?" captures his bewilderment and embarrassment, adding a comedic element to the narrative. The system informs Tyann the other constellations are even angrier now. They're saying even the constellation of justice has been swayed. Tyann's frustrated exclamation, "Oh, for crying out loud," captures his exasperation as he grapples with the implications of their situation. Tyann expresses his frustration with the constellations, feeling that humans should be the ones angry. Determined to take action, he resolves to confront them directly, showcasing his growing assertiveness. The system informs Tyann that the master of the trial tower wants to meet him in person. Surprised, Tyann reacts to the unexpected request, indicating a significant turning point in his journey. Lila comments on the situation, stating that many believe the tower's master should be held accountable for the current chaos. Tian considers the system's proposal, which suggests escorting him to the dimension of eternal night. He ponders the implications of such a journey, contemplating the challenges that may lie ahead. Tian resolves to confront the situation head-on, expressing his determination to give the tower's master a piece of his mind as he prepares for the journey ahead. Tian is caught off guard as the system announces a transfer, expressing confusion and surprise at the sudden development. Tian expresses his excitement about the friends he has made, emphasizing that it would be a shame to embark on the journey alone. The group expresses frustration over Tian's decisions, demanding to be returned to normal instead of getting involved in his plans. Tian realizes the system is initiating a transfer without their consent, causing panic among the group as they react to the unexpected situation. Tian urgently calls out to the system, demanding it to speed up the process, as tension builds in the group regarding their impending transfer. As the system announces the initiation of the transfer to the dimension of eternal night, one of the companions humorously points out that the system is casually stating, "Whatever, here goes nothing." The scene depicts a bright, blinding light as the characters are initiated into the transfer, signifying their journey into the dimension of eternal night. The scene shows swirling smoke or energy, indicating the aftermath of the characters' transfer to the dimension of eternal night. The scene depicts the characters being transferred, enveloped in a bright light as they ascend or descend, suggesting a powerful magical or dimensional shift. It depicts a powerful explosion or a burst of energy characterized by bright, radiant light and dynamic lines radiating outward. The scene depicts a grand tower reaching towards a celestial sky, radiating a powerful beam of light that pierces the atmosphere. Tian and his group find themselves disoriented in a strange place. As they regain their composure, the talking burger expresses its discomfort. Tian wonders where they are, indicating a mix of confusion and unease among the group. Tian realizes they are on the top floor of the trial tower. Meanwhile, Yudo Rainai greets them with a smirk, welcoming the constellation of justice, suggesting a playful yet ominous atmosphere in their new environment. As Tian and Yudo Rainai stand in the trial tower, a shadowy figure materializes, expressing honor at having such a distinguished guest in this humble place, adding an air of mystery and intrigue to their situation. In the top floor of the trial tower, the shadowy figure introduces himself as Sugushi Nanujo, the master of the tower. He expresses his delight at seeing Yudo Rainai again, hinting at a past connection between them. Sugushi Nijo continues, addressing Yudo Rainai's companions. He expresses concern for them, indicating that their presence may have implications within the trial tower. Suddenly, a menacing figure erupts with fury, shouting at Yudo Rainai and her companions for daring to enter the sacred space. He threatens to rip the life out of their bodies and tear them apart, emphasizing his wrath and the gravity of their intrusion. The menacing figure looms larger, intensifying his threat with a chilling aura. Yudo Rainai and her companions stand frozen in shock as the dark presence unleashes a roar, creating an atmosphere filled with dread and anticipation for the conflict ahead. In a moment of desperation, Jo Jr. expresses her feelings as she faces impending danger in the trial tower. Clutching her weapon and looking up, she pleads, "Mommy." Tian turns to his companions with a confident smile, exclaiming, "Guys, this is it." His tone suggests a pivotal moment is at hand, hinting at the significant challenges or revelations that lie ahead in their journey. Tian enthusiastically announces our first raid boss to face as a complete party. His excitement reflects the anticipation and determination of the group as they prepare to confront their upcoming challenge together. The scene intensifies as Tian faces the formidable master of the tower, Tsukishi Nico. The battle is set against an ominous backdrop, with the message underscoring the gravity of the confrontation. Tian stands ready, with determination evident as they prepare to engage in this epic showdown. Tian stands confidently, his expression calm as he prepares for the battle ahead. The atmosphere is thick with tension, indicating his readiness to face the challenges that await. Tian exclaims with excitement, a wide grin on his face as he anticipates the upcoming challenge. His enthusiasm suggests a readiness to embrace the chaos of battle with a sense of thrill. Jo Jr. expresses her concern, questioning if Tian is truly considering fighting the formidable enemy. Meanwhile, Lin, visibly frightened, declares her desire to go home, highlighting the tension and fear among the group as they face the daunting challenge ahead. Tian reassures his team, urging them not to worry. He confidently states that if they work together, they can overcome the challenges they face, aiming to bolster their spirits before the impending battle. As the confrontation escalates, the master of the tower angrily questions Tian's audacity to stand at the top without having climbed the 66,666 floors. His wrath is evident as he prepares to challenge Tian's right to be there. In a moment of frustration, Tian realizes he's facing the threat of being beaten up again. His expression reflects his disbelief at the situation he finds himself in. The ominous figure, fueled by rage, demands to know how far Tian intends to insult him, escalating the tension in the confrontation. The Tower Master prepares to confront Tian, declaring that he will explain what his problem is, indicating a looming confrontation between the two. The Tower Master taunts Tian, listing off traits he perceives in him: ignorance, arrogance, cunning, self-righteousness, and stubbornness, heightening the tension as the confrontation escalates. Tian struggles against the Tower Master's relentless insults, feeling the pressure as he continues to label him irresponsible and vulgar. Frustrated, Tian shouts out in exasperation, wondering how long the Master will keep ranting. The Tower Master, with a menacing presence, declares with authority, above all hinting at the significant power he holds over the situation. The Tower Master, with a powerful and intimidating presence, exclaims, "You are self-centered," unleashing a massive wave of energy towards the protagonist, showcasing the intensity of the confrontation. Tian screams in agony, as they are engulfed by the intense energy unleashed by the Tower Master, illustrating the perilous situation they are in. The Tower Master threatens ominously, stating, "I'll make you suffer the 66,666 years of pain you should have experienced," followed by a vow, "I'll make sure you pay," intensifying the impending conflict. Lila gasps, "Eek," as she nervously covers her mouth, while Joe Jr., gripping her staff, asks, "What do we do?" Both girls are visibly anxious in the tense atmosphere, with a burger ominously resting nearby, adding to the urgency of the situation. The imposing figure looms, apologizing to the group other living beings, "I'm sorry, but since you've encountered me here, you'll have to die." The atmosphere is tense as Lila, Joe Jr., and their allies realize the gravity of the situation. In a dark, brooding tone, the shadowed creature retorts with a menacing snarl, "The one who's going to die is you." Tension mounts as the characters brace for what seems an inevitable confrontation. As the tension escalates, a powerful figure raises their hand, summoning a colossal, ominous black dragon that emerges with a fearsome roar. In a burst of explosive energy, the black dragon unleashes a devastating attack, sending shockwaves through the air. The powerful blast highlights the intensity of the ongoing battle, leaving a sense of impending chaos. Shiema confronts the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that it may seem unfair to others. The atmosphere is tense, as the stakes are high and emotions are running strong. Shiema is engulfed in a fierce confrontation, grappling with overwhelming energy. The expression of agony highlights the struggle against a powerful adversary, creating a dramatic moment that underscores the stakes at hand. Shiema struggles as dark energy envelops him, signaling the intensity of the battle. With a pained gasp, he faces the reality of his situation, while a menacing voice taunts him, suggesting a betrayal from the one who brought him to this perilous encounter. In a tense moment, the antagonist addresses Yudo Rina, offering an apology for presenting an unsightly appearance. This sets a chilling tone as he acknowledges the chaos around them, hinting at the depth of the conflict brewing in this encounter. Yudo Rina questions the master of the tower, pointing out the inconsistency in treating a human who has cleared the tower as per the established rules. Her stance emphasizes her authority as a being aligned with the constellations, suggesting that even in her powerful position, fairness and respect are paramount. The master of the tower asserts his identity, declaring himself as an ultimate being who serves the constellations. His words highlight his significant power and authority within the realm, suggesting that he operates under the direction of higher forces and is not to be underestimated. The master of the tower explains that he is compelled to act against certain individuals due to the discomfort their existence brings to the constellations, including the constellation of Bahamut. He emphasizes that his actions are simply a part of fulfilling his responsibilities, hinting at the pressure he faces from these higher powers to maintain order. Tian, with a look of shock and determination, questions the presence of the constellation of Wrath, realizing the dire implications it carries for their situation. This revelation amplifies the urgency of the battle they face, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. Yudo Rinai stands confidently, responding with a calm acknowledgement, fair point, as she takes in the situation. Her composed demeanor shows she's ready to engage in the unfolding events. At this moment, everyone except Yudo Rinai was thinking the same thing, reflecting a shared sense of concern or apprehension among the group. Lila stands with her staff, while Joe Jr. nervously clutches her hands, both showing signs of anxiety as they face the unknown ahead. The master of the tower bellows in rage, his power surging visibly as he holds a struggling figure tightly in his grasp. The atmosphere is charged with tension as he prepares to unleash his fury, emphasizing the dire situation the group faces. Yudo Rinai and Joe Jr. stand back to back, their expressions tense as they face the ominous atmosphere surrounding them. A solitary burger sits ominously on the ground, symbolizing the strange circumstances they're entangled in as they prepare for the imminent battle. The ominous figure looms as it proclaims, "No, we're definitely not dying," exuding confidence amid the tension. The statement hangs in the air, reflecting a determination to confront the challenges ahead. A blinding flash erupts as a figure emerges, caught in a whirlwind of energy, eliciting shock and surprise from those watching. The sudden burst of light and movement raises questions, leaving everyone in awe of the mysterious transformation taking place. In disbelief, the imposing figure reacts with shock, exclaiming, "No way," as it witnesses the unexpected turn of events unfolding before it. The intensity of the moment heightens, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The dark figure, filled with rage, bellows in disbelief, "How did you escape my authority?" The tension escalates as it confronts the unexpected challenge, bewildered by the protagonist's defiance. Tyann calmly asserts, "You're ignorant and arrogant," displaying confidence in the face of the looming threat. His words challenge the dark figure, hinting at the tension building in their confrontation. Tyann smirks confidently, stating, "In these kinds of battle stories, it's only natural for the protagonist to counterattack after taking a hit." His demeanor reflects his readiness for the fight ahead, emphasizing his role as the hero. Tyann extends his hand dramatically, saying, "And as he prepares to unleash a powerful counterattack." The scene captures the moment of transformation, emphasizing the intensity of the battle as energy surges around him. Shinma appears confident, addressing the group with a stern warning, "Listen up, you lot. Don't you dare forget that feeling of death you just experienced." Meanwhile, Tyann expresses surprise, asking, "What the? How on earth?" Tyann reassures the group, stating, "If you felt like you were dying, it means you absolutely won't die." The scene captures the group's mix of confusion and relief as they process his words. Tyann smirks confidently as he adds, "Especially if you see dying written in red." The atmosphere shifts as his bold statement contrasts with the looming threat behind him, hinting at an unexpected turn in their encounter. Yudo Rinai watches in disbelief, exclaiming, "Incredible. How could a mere human face the tower's master so effortlessly?" Her astonishment reflects the tension of the moment, highlighting Tyann's unexpected prowess in the face of overwhelming odds. Tyann stands confidently against the towering figure, stating, "I'll admit I underestimated you. But you're wrong about one thing." His calm demeanor hints at a shift in the battle, suggesting he has a strategy up his sleeve to counter the master's power. Tyann defiantly responds to the master, declaring, "Your comrades will definitely die." His determination contrasts with the ominous threat looming over his friends, intensifying the tension in the scene. Tyann confronts the master with resolve, exclaiming, "Targeting my friends first, how cunning of you." His words reflect his determination to protect his comrades, showcasing the fierce bond and loyalty he has towards them even in the face of danger. The master, radiating immense power, questions in disbelief. How did he get so strong? At least 1,000. 10,000 times stronger. This moment captures the overwhelming strength of Tyann, highlighting the master's astonishment and hinting at the incredible challenges that lie ahead. Tyann, with a confident smirk, declares, "Finally, I get to say this line." This moment marks a pivotal point in his journey, showcasing his readiness to face the challenges ahead and highlighting his character development. Tyann, exuding confidence, reveals, "I was only using 0.00001% of my power, you know. This statement emphasizes his overwhelming strength and hints at his potential, leaving everyone, including his opponent, in disbelief. Tyan reflects, come to think of it, wasn't it around episode 3, panel 20? This thought suggests he is recalling a previous encounter or event that could relate to his current situation, adding a meta-commentary on the storyline and his own journey. Tyan grins confidently, his expression reflecting a sense of determination and excitement about what lies ahead. This smile suggests he is ready to face whatever challenges come next, showing his unwavering spirit. Tyan levitates confidently, radiating an aura of power and excitement. He reflects on his awakening moment, feeling thrilled and eager to showcase his newfound abilities to everyone around him. Tyan clenches his fist, showing determination as a system notification appears, indicating a limit reset of his powers. He reveals that he intentionally placed a cap on his strength, hinting at a strategic decision to control his abilities. Tyan playfully exclaims oopsie as a system notification confirms the release of limits, allowing him to unlock 100% of his abilities. His expression shows excitement and confidence about the newfound power at his disposal. The burger character reflects humorously, stating, no wonder. I used to be able to flick continents away, but I felt too weak fighting Yudo Rainai. The expression of the burger shows concern, highlighting the stark contrast between its past power and the current situation. Tyan apologizes to his friends, saying, sorry guys, this dude's tougher than I thought, so I can't save any screen time for you. Please, just handle it yourself or whatever. His expression shows determination, emphasizing the gravity of the situation they face. The system announces M-class skill activated, Shock Sting. Tyan prepares to unleash his ability, signaling a dramatic turn in the battle as energy crackles around him, ready to impact the formidable foe. The tower's master, visibly shaken, exclaims, I am possible. His shock reflects the unexpected power Tyan has just unleashed, signaling a pivotal moment in their confrontation. Tyan, with a confident smirk, addresses Sugushi Nijo, declaring, Sugushi Nijo, your self-righteousness and stubbornness end here. This statement marks a turning point, indicating that Tyan is ready to confront and dismantle Nijo's arrogance. Yudo Rainai expresses concern, exclaiming, Lord Yudo Rainai. Something's not right. She observes Tyan's surprising strength, noting his power comes from me, so he shouldn't be able to surpass me. This moment highlights her realization that Tyan has grown unexpectedly powerful, raising tension in the confrontation. In a moment of desperation, Tyan calls out, please help. As he confronts the powerful opponent, the opposing force responds coldly, saying, how irresponsible, highlighting the severity of the situation and the high stakes at play in their battle. Tyan asserts himself, saying, you should clean up your own mess, demonstrating his growing confidence in the battle and taking control of the situation. Tyan reflects on his words, realizing, wait, doesn't saying it like that make me the crap this bastard took? This humorous moment highlights his quick wit even in the heat of battle. The master of the tower, panicking, exclaims, wait. If I vanish like this, chaos will engulf this tower in dimension. This moment underscores the gravity of the situation, highlighting the impending chaos tied to his potential disappearance. Yudo Rainai, with a serious expression, warns the order of the universe might crack. Her statement emphasizes the catastrophic consequences of the Tower Master's potential defeat, highlighting the fragility of the universe's balance. Tyan expresses his disgust, saying, how disgusting. As he prepares to launch a powerful attack, the atmosphere is charged with tension, indicating a pivotal moment in the battle against the Tower Master. The Tower Master, visibly shocked and in pain, exclaims Ga, as he experiences the impact of Tyan's powerful attack. The scene emphasizes the intensity of their confrontation, highlighting the protagonist's unexpected strength. The Tower Master, in a moment of defiance, warns Tyan, why you'll regret this. Mark my words. Meanwhile, Tyan responds playfully, saying, bye, not coming back here. Good job, you beat the super early boss, indicating his victory over the powerful opponent. Tyan, along with his friends, stands over the remnants of the Tower Master's defeat. Dark, swirling remnants of power linger in the air, creating an eerie atmosphere as they contemplate the recent battle's impact on their journey. Yudo Rainai stands in shock, her expression reflecting disbelief. She contemplates the incredible speed displayed in the recent battle, wondering how a mere human could defeat a cosmic entity, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of Tian's power. Tian, glowing with newfound power, addresses his friends with a casual grin, apologizing for worrying them. His nonchalant demeanor contrasts sharply with their frantic expressions as they demand to be sent back home and restored to normal, reminding him of the real danger they just faced. Tian gasps in realization, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he suddenly pauses, prompting questions from his friends about what's wrong. Tian expresses his frustration, realizing he can't retrieve the line he said earlier about being self-centered, his expression filled with annoyance. Tian, visibly annoyed, complains that the earlier incident is going to bug him, and as he reflects on it, he calls the person who made the comment a self-centered bastard. Tian appears to be in a state of shock or confusion, possibly reacting to something unexpected, as indicated by his expression and the blank speech bubble. The system announces Tian's achievement of defeating Sugushi Nujo, the master of the Eternal Night Dimension and Tower of Trials. He has completed the challenge and unlocked Stage 1 of Ascension, receiving a reward for subjugating the first cosmic entity. Tian reflects on the recent events, likening the new Ascension to a power-up gimmick that can be activated during challenging moments in battle. He expresses excitement about the idea and wonders how many stages of power-up exist. Yudo Rainai confronts Tian, questioning if he understands the gravity of his actions. She warns him that by killing the master of the tower, he has created enemies with every constellation. Tian responds to Yudo Rainai's warning about the consequences of killing the tower's master. He sarcastically questions if he should have died as the master suggested, while she hesitates to agree with him. Tian confidently asserts that not every constellation is against him and that he has Yudo Rainai as an ally, showcasing his determination and optimism despite the challenges ahead. As Tian speaks, Yudo Rainai interjects, questioning his assumption about her role or intentions, signaling an upcoming conversation where their dynamic and partnership might be explored further. Tian boldly demands to be taken to the constellation of Wrath mentioned by the Tower Master, indicating his determination to confront this powerful being. Yudo Rainai expresses concern, questioning if Tian truly intends to fight the constellation of Wrath, highlighting the potential danger of such an encounter. Tian reassures Yudo Rainai that he doesn't plan to fight the constellation of Wrath. Instead, he intends to approach the situation through dialogue, showing his confidence in resolving matters without direct confrontation. In a moment of encouragement, Tian's friend expresses confidence in him, stating that they believe he will protect universal peace alongside the constellation of justice. They assure Tian that they'll be there to cheer him on until the very end, highlighting their support for him as he embarks on this challenging journey. As a powerful summoning spell is unleashed, a bright light radiates from the center of the scene, causing awe among the characters present. Their expressions convey a mix of surprise and excitement, with one character exclaiming in wonder, emphasizing the significance of the moment. The scene shifts dramatically to reveal a towering structure, brilliantly illuminated and reaching high into a cosmic sky filled with swirling galaxies and celestial bodies. The bright beam of light emanating from the top of the tower signifies an event of great magnitude, suggesting the onset of a powerful ascension or significant transformation within the narrative. The scene captures a moment of ascension as characters float upward, enveloped in a radiant golden light. Each figure, representing different personalities and traits, seems to be ascending toward an unknown destination, their expressions a mix of determination and wonder. The golden light signifies transformation, hinting at a powerful evolution in their journey. This moment emphasizes the unity of purpose as they embark on a significant new chapter together. The group finds themselves in a chaotic situation, reacting with alarm as they quickly spring into action. The scene is punctuated by a small dish that humorously contrasts with the frantic energy surrounding them. Tian looks around, confused about his surroundings, while Yudo Rainai stands beside him, ready to reveal where they are. Tian, Yudo Rainai, and the group find themselves on a red pathway leading to a fiery chasm surrounded by a volcanic landscape. The group, realizing their surroundings, wonders if they are in the center of a volcano crater. Tian comments on the intense heat, while Yudo Rainai expresses concern about the melting cheese of the burger, highlighting the uncomfortable situation. As the group finds themselves in a perilous location, one character questions Tian about constantly dragging them along to dangerous places, expressing frustration about their situation. Tyann expresses that having his friends nearby gives him strength, but one of his companions reacts dramatically, urging him to stop with the sentimental remarks. Lila looks distressed, covering her face with her hands as if she is shocked or overwhelmed. Her wide eyes convey a sense of fear or surprise, indicating that she may be reacting to a significant or troubling event. Amidst the fiery background, a character bursts into laughter, filling the scene with an intense and chaotic energy. The group stands on a red carpet, indicating a dramatic moment as they face an uncertain fate in the ominous setting. In a powerful stance, Yudo Rainai wields a glowing sword, radiating energy and confidence. The dramatic effect of the sword's aura highlights her readiness for battle, making it clear that she is prepared to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Amidst a fierce display of energy, a powerful figure confronts intruders in her domain, demanding to know how they dared to bring these insects into her dwelling. The intense aura surrounding her emphasizes her anger and authority, making it clear that she will not tolerate any disrespect. A massive explosion erupts, unleashing a blinding light and a shockwave of energy that shakes the surroundings. The scene is filled with intense energy, signaling a powerful confrontation or catastrophic event that has just taken place. A fierce clash unfolds as two powerful figures collide, creating a massive explosion of energy that lights up the scene. One figure with striking red hair engages with intensity, showcasing the dramatic confrontation as both combatants display their formidable abilities. In a moment of intense struggle, Yudo Rainai grits her teeth, showing determination amidst the chaos of battle. Her expression conveys a fierce resolve as she faces her formidable opponent, signaling that she will not back down. In a climactic confrontation, Yudo Rainai stands her ground against a fierce opponent, her determination evident as she prepares to strike. The air crackles with tension as lightning surges around them, intensifying the moment. In a surprising twist, a familiar face reappears, grinning as he addresses Yudo Rainai with a friendly yet mocking tone. His imposing figure looms large, setting the stage for a fierce encounter as he calls her buddy, suggesting a complicated history between them. In a moment of fierce determination, Tyann leaps into action, shouting a warning to the antagonist. His protective instinct ignites as he confronts the red-haired foe, vowing not to let any harm come to his friends. Shienma and the girls stand in shock, their eyes wide with fear as they witness the chaos unfolding. Lila, or Joe Jr., clutches her staff tightly, while their expressions convey a mix of surprise and concern, highlighting the tension of the moment. Lila expresses her shock and frustration, questioning Chienma about his sudden change in approach, highlighting the chaos around them and his earlier intentions to resolve matters through dialogue. A powerful explosion occurs as an opponent is sent flying, showcasing the intensity of the battle and the force of the attack. The Tyann expresses frustration about the constellations, claiming they aren't impressive, while calling out to Biu and Tyann. This suggests a moment of challenge or confrontation, hinting at a deeper conflict or rivalry. In this exchange, Yudo Rainai appears surprised or frustrated, questioning Tyann about their current actions. Tyann responds nonchalantly, downplaying the situation by saying that there's no need for thanks and clarifying that their intention was to save Yudo from someone who resisted them. This dialogue suggests a dynamic of camaraderie mixed with tension, indicating that Tyann is protective, while Yudo is caught off guard by the events. Yudo Rainai expresses frustration about Karuna's uncontrollable anger, emphasizing that he has a natural tendency towards violence. This comment suggests a deeper understanding of Karuna's character, indicating that his aggression is not just an isolated incident but a consistent trait. Yudo's tone conveys concern about the implications of Karuna's behavior in their current situation. Sugushi Nyu observes a stunning landscape filled with floating islands and waterfalls, questioning if this beautiful scene represents the new assigned planet. His awe indicates a sense of wonder and curiosity about the possibilities this new environment holds. Sugushi Nyu expresses his excitement about the new planet's stunning scenery, declaring that it is so beautiful it will leave people in awe. He enthusiastically proclaims that this place will become his new favorite, emphasizing his admiration for the breathtaking landscape. Sugushi Nayujo, filled with rage, displays an intense expression as he yells out, likely in response to an affront or provocation. His fierce gaze and gritted teeth convey his determination and readiness for battle, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Sugushi Nijo expresses his overwhelming excitement and frustration as he shouts about discovering the beauty of the new planet. His exaggerated reaction and energetic posture emphasizes awe and enthusiasm for the stunning scenery surrounding him. Sugushi Nijo is caught in a moment of chaos as he reacts with a loud and intense scream, Yuwaha. His expression reflects a mix of surprise and excitement, amplifying the dramatic tension of the scene as explosive energy surrounds him. A dramatic explosion occurs on a planet, with fiery energy erupting outward. The visual intensity of the blast suggests a catastrophic event, indicating that something monumental is taking place in this scene. Sugushi Nijujo, visibly frustrated and enraged, shouts in despair, questioning why he always finds himself in such situations. His expression of anger emphasizes his emotional turmoil, suggesting that he feels trapped in a cycle of frustration. Tyann, looking concerned, remarks, "Then he's just stupid," as he observes a large, muscular man in the background who appears frustrated and angry, standing in a fiery landscape. The juxtaposition highlights Tyann's logical assessment of the chaotic situation. Sugushi Nijo, filled with rage, exclaims, "How dare a bug lay a hand!" His intense anger is emphasized as he prepares to retaliate, creating a sense of impending action in the fiery atmosphere. Amidst a fiery landscape, a blast of energy erupts, sending flames and debris flying, emphasizing the chaotic environment and the intense action unfolding. In the aftermath of the explosive confrontation, the landscape shows remnants of rocky debris scattered across the scorched earth, with glowing lava in the background, highlighting the devastation left behind. Tyann are in a state of alarm, discussing the situation as they realize they are in trouble. Yudo Rainai explains that the dimension of burning is integrated with Karuna, indicating that their surroundings are highly dangerous. Tyann warns that if Karuna's anger explodes, the crater around them will also erupt, emphasizing the imminent danger they face due to the volatile situation. Tyann realizes that the lava in their surroundings is formed from the melting of obsidian of wrath, and if anything comes into contact with it, they could face severe consequences. Tyann prepares to calm Sugushi Nijujo down and activates his S-level skill, Absolute Zero, indicating that he's ready to use this powerful ability to manage the situation. Tyann unleashes his S-level skill, Absolute Zero, manifesting a powerful ice entity to confront the situation, showcasing the intensity of the moment as he channels his abilities. Karuna, filled with rage, responds to Tyann's ice entity with a powerful outburst, yelling in frustration as he prepares to unleash his fury against the unexpected challenge. Yudo Rainai informs Tyann that they can't stop Karuna, who embodies pure anger itself. Tyann, overwhelmed by the situation, exclaims in frustration about the overwhelming explanations. Tyann unleashes a powerful attack with his icy energy directed at Karuna, who responds with a furious expression. The clash creates a vibrant explosion of energy, illustrating the intensity of their confrontation. Tyann expresses frustration and disbelief, realizing that the constellation he faces is indeed a constellation itself. He emphasizes that this entity is at a vastly higher level than the owner of the tower he previously battled. Sugushi Nijo revels in the exhilarating cold feeling he just experienced, expressing regret that he only understands this feeling now, as it fuels his anger. Tyann is confused, questioning what Sugushi Nijujo is saying as the system indicates that the S-level skill, Empathy Annex, will be activated. Tyann and Sugushi Nijujo engage in a powerful clash, their hands glowing with energy as they prepare for a monumental confrontation. Sugushi Nijujo appears confused, his expression shifting as he processes Tyann's actions, with a sense of surprise evident in his eyes. Tyann, with an intense expression, protests against the idea of linking constellations to emotions, while Yudo Rainai reassures him, affirming that he is attempting to calm them down during this emotional connection. Tyann is overwhelmed by unfamiliar feelings entering his mind, exclaiming that he feels good, but is also getting angry. Meanwhile, Chinma reacts positively to the situation, indicating that the anger is invigorating. Yudo Rainai exclaims that Tyann's reason will be consumed by rage, questioning what's wrong with him as he appears to be like a zombie. Tyann responds, acknowledging that it doesn't seem right, as he expresses his discomfort about the situation. Tyann apologizes to Sugushi for interrupting his messages and acknowledges throwing the first punch, asking if there's a way to resolve the situation through dialogue. Tyann looks shocked and worried as Sagushi's fist is about to strike, indicating that trouble is imminent. Tyann throws a punch at Sagushi, who responds with an angry remark about Tyann's failure, indicating the high tension and conflict between them. Tyann, feeling frustrated, reacts to Sagushi's taunt about being a failure, expressing disbelief and anger over the insult. Sagushi expresses his frustration at Tyann, claiming that Tyann's neentropy expectation value is too low, revealing his intention to annihilate and reset everyone, but blaming Tyann for ruining his plans. Tyann questions Sagushi, asking if the gate was open not to test humanity but to exterminate them. Sagushi confirms Tyann's suspicion, affirming that extermination was indeed the intention. Tyann expresses his frustration, saying, "Ugh, so noisy," while showing his irritation towards the situation he's in. In this scene, a character advises Tyann to tone down the exclamation marks, humorously suggesting that he might burst the reader's eardrums. Meanwhile, the system indicates that Ascension Stage 1 has been unlocked. In this dramatic moment, a powerful character channels immense energy, glowing with a bright aura as they prepare to unleash their abilities. The intensity of the scene suggests a pivotal point in the confrontation, showcasing their formidable presence. In a climactic moment, an intense burst of energy erupts from a central point, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant light. The characters react in awe and trepidation, their hands raised as they witness the overwhelming force, indicating a significant escalation in the battle. Yuta Rainai expresses her disdain for cosmic concepts like order and constellations, suggesting they hold no significance for her. With determination, she prepares to reveal her intentions, indicating a pivotal moment in her storyline. Tyann declares his ambition to become the protagonist of the top webtoon, hinting at a significant shift in his role and the narrative. This moment showcases his determination to achieve greatness in a competitive landscape. The imposing character stands tall, exuding a powerful presence amidst a backdrop filled with glowing particles. His posture suggests confidence and determination as he embraces his role within the unfolding events. Sagushi Nayujo, adorned with a menacing expression and a prominent beard, confronts his opponent with a mix of disbelief and anger. He questions how someone he perceives as insignificant can possess such immense power, declaring that they cannot possibly rival him, who claims to oversee more than 10 stars. Tyann is surprised and excited as he notices a transformation happening to himself. With a grin, he touches his hair and observes that both his hair and eye color are changing, speculating that the first stage of his transformation might be purple. In a dramatic moment, a figure launches into the air amidst a burst of energy, creating a vibrant explosion that fills the scene with light. The dynamic visuals convey a sense of power and intensity, emphasizing the character's ascension or transformation. A powerful explosion occurs in the background, creating a massive, swirling burst of energy that captivates attention. The character in the foreground, with a shocked expression, watches as the blast unfolds, highlighting the overwhelming intensity of the moment. Sagushi Nayujo, with a fierce expression, characterized by a wild mane of fiery red hair and a thick beard, appears intensely enraged. His eyes widen in fury, emphasizing the raw power emanating from him as he stands ready to confront whatever challenge lies ahead. Tyann, sporting vibrant purple hair, stands with a slight smirk, seemingly unfazed by the molten lava behind him. He casually remarks about exclamation marks, indicating a lightheartedness or irony despite the dramatic surroundings. In a dynamic scene filled with vibrant colors, Tyann, visibly startled, exclaims with a look of surprise. A powerful burst of energy radiates from his hand, contrasting sharply with the fiery background. The unexpected explosion suggests a dramatic turning point in the battle. Sagushi Nayujo, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaims in disbelief, "Gasp, no way." His expression reflects a mix of frustration and shock, highlighting the gravity of the situation. As he laments, "I gave it my all, and this is what I get," it's clear he's grappling with the unexpected outcome of his efforts. With a determined expression, Tyann channels their energy, preparing to strike. Their fist, glowing with a powerful purple aura, indicates the activation of a formidable skill aimed directly at the opponent lying before them. As the confrontation escalates, Tyann unleashes a wave of energy, commanding the opponent to cut it out. The intensity of the moment is heightened by the visual impact of the powerful attack, which reflects their determination to end the conflict. Cayenne, with an intense gaze, commands the opponent to just fall down quietly, showcasing confidence and power. The purple glow emanating from their hand emphasizes their control over the situation, suggesting a decisive moment in the confrontation. Cayenne, with a calm demeanor, remarks that this is supposed to be fun, while extending their hand towards the opponent. The vibrant energy radiating from their gesture contrasts with the tension of the situation, hinting at an unexpected twist in the confrontation. Sugushi Nayujo, visibly distressed and enraged, shouts in agony, with a notable mark on his forehead emphasizing his frustration. The intense expression showcases the internal struggle as he confronts the overwhelming emotions within. Tyann, with a confident smirk, stands poised as he displays his glowing purple hand, showcasing his powers. Behind him, another character observes with an expression of intrigue, hinting at the anticipation of what is to come. Yudo Rainai, with a shocked expression, exclaims in disbelief about the falling constellation at the hands of humans. She realizes the magnitude of the event, indicating that this occurrence is nothing short of extraordinary. Tyann confidently declares the collapse of cosmic order, implying a significant shift in the balance of power and reality as they know it. Cayenne bursts into laughter, showcasing a moment of amusement or triumph as they reflect on the unfolding events, highlighting their confidence in the situation. Sugushi Nyujo, filled with excitement, exclaims their enjoyment of the current situation and questions why the Tyann didn't arrive earlier, indicating a sense of anticipation and eagerness for the unfolding events. Cayenne, with purple hair, is taken aback, expressing surprise at the rapid progression to Phase 2, indicating a sense of urgency or unexpected development in the current situation. Meanwhile, Sugushi Nayujo displays an enthusiastic demeanor, emphasizing the excitement of the moment. Sugushi Nyujo taunts the Tyann, insinuating that all of their companions have already perished, suggesting a sense of victory or dominance in the current conflict. Cayenne realizes the gravity of the situation, expressing panic as he acknowledges the Sugushi Nayujo taunt about his companions. The tension builds as he stands defensively in the presence of a powerful foe. The atmosphere is tense, with the characters struggling to regain their composure amidst the chaos, while Chiyama appears to be in distress, looking around. In a moment of urgency, Yudo Rainai exclaims that as Huja Karuna's anger intensifies, the surrounding heat becomes increasingly unbearable. The tension in the air is palpable as the two characters realize the impending danger. Sugushi Nyujo, with a confident demeanor, addresses Yudo Rainai, questioning why they are wasting time on insects. They assert that these insects will soon be extinct anyway, implying a sense of superiority over the situation. The character responds angrily, questioning what the other is talking about, calling them a bastard. There's a sense of tension in the air as both characters are engaged in a heated exchange, highlighted by their expressions and the intense visual effects surrounding them. Sugushi Nyujo, filled with rage, declares that the person before him is an insect who cannot prevent humanity's doom. He boasts about having already set his plans in motion, emphasizing the inevitability of the disastrous events to come. The character proclaims that he has spread his rage virus across the earth, implying a catastrophic influence that will ignite fury and chaos among the population. Cayenne, with a look of surprise and disbelief, questions what he just heard, indicating that the revelation about the rage virus has left him taken aback. The imposing figure boasts about his malevolent plan, declaring that every living being on Earth should now be infected with his rage virus, showcasing his confidence in the widespread devastation he's unleashed. Tyann, looking shocked and determined, stands firm against the chaos surrounding him, confronting the imposing figure. His expression conveys a mix of defiance and urgency as he is caught in a critical moment of the unfolding conflict. Cayenne, with a fierce expression, calls out Huja Karuna. With an intense and fiery passion, the energy around him is palpable, showcasing a moment of heightened emotion and determination as he embraces the power within him. Yudo Rainai, filled with urgency and frustration, shouts at another, referring to them as a maniac while pointing out that the volcanoes erupting this moment captures the tension and imminent danger they face as the situation escalates. In a state of panic, one character urgently exclaims, "We need to get out of here," as they brace for the impending danger surrounding them. The intensity of the moment is heightened, reflecting their desperation to escape the situation. Cayenne, with a fierce expression, lets out a triumphant hey, as they confront their opponent, exuding confidence amidst the chaos. The atmosphere crackles with energy, highlighting the intensity of their battle. A towering eruption shoots up from a volcano, sending bright molten lava and energy into the sky, signaling an impending cataclysm. The scene captures the awe-inspiring yet dangerous power of nature as the atmosphere becomes charged with tension. A massive explosion erupts with a blinding flash of light and fiery flames, engulfing the scene in a chaotic burst of energy. The shockwave radiates outward, creating an overwhelming sense of destruction and power, highlighting the climactic nature of the unfolding events. A bright streak of energy shoots through the cosmos, illuminating the dark space with a powerful glow. The intense focus on Huja Karuna reveals the character's frustration, expressing a desperate urgency in their voice as they shout, "Damn it, Huja Karuna!" Yudo Rainai expresses urgency, urging the group, "Let's head to Earth. We have to stop that rage virus or whatever it is." Meanwhile, another character responds confidently, "I was already on my way there," indicating determination to tackle the impending crisis. Yudo Rainai reflects with a somber expression. To think that the trial we set for humanity was not a fair chance, but a one-sided massacre. This statement reveals a sense of regret or disillusionment regarding the nature of the challenges imposed on humanity. Yudo Rainai expresses frustration and confusion, exclaiming, "What even is justice?" This moment captures their emotional turmoil as they grapple with the concept of justice in the context of recent events. The scene captures a nighttime cityscape, where a bright star shines in the sky above the buildings, creating a striking contrast against the urban backdrop. The ambience suggests a moment of tranquility and reflection, emphasizing the beauty of the night sky. In the scene, Yudo Rinai is seen carrying Joe Jr. in a protective manner, indicating urgency or concern. The background suggests an enchanted or mystical atmosphere, highlighted by shimmering lights that add to the dramatic effect. The character in the foreground, who appears composed, contrasts with the urgency of the situation, hinting at a narrative of care amidst chaos. Tyann activates a skill labeled as B-rank skill activated Revitalize. The Tyann hands are raised, surrounded by a glowing green aura that signifies the use of a revitalizing ability. Nearby, other characters appear to be recovering or rejuvenating, indicating that this skill is aimed at healing or restoring them after a struggle. The overall atmosphere is charged with energy, suggesting a critical moment of healing or renewal in the narrative. Tyann expresses remorse by saying, "I'm sorry. It's because of me." The tone conveys a sense of guilt or responsibility, indicating that they feel their actions have led to negative consequences for others. The character's expression is serious, reflecting the weight of their apology and the emotional impact on those around them. Tyann responds with a surprised "ha" to another character, who is shouting or expressing strong emotions, creating a tense atmosphere. Tyann looks shocked as another character lunges toward him with a fierce expression, conveying a sense of urgency or danger. Tyann expresses confusion and alarm, questioning the unexpected situation he's facing. His wide eyes and furrowed brow indicate a sense of urgency and disbelief. The scene depicts a group of enraged individuals approaching the Tyann, who appears stunned and apprehensive. Their expressions reflect intense anger, creating a tense atmosphere as they close in on him. The scene shows a large crowd facing a stark, red glow in the background. The people appear tense and apprehensive, creating a sense of anticipation as they react to something unfolding ahead of them. The atmosphere is charged, hinting at a significant event or confrontation about to occur. The scene depicts Tyann with a shocked expression, revealing the title of a trial, First Trial Constellation of Wrath Zombie Apocalypse Edition. This hints at a high-stakes challenge involving a zombie apocalypse scenario, setting a dramatic tone for the unfolding events. The poses a philosophical question, asking, what is a human being? This moment is set against a backdrop of a cosmic or abstract environment, suggesting a deeper exploration of identity or existence. A renowned psychologist is shown analyzing a DNA strand amidst a crowd, highlighting the connection between genetics and human behavior. This scene underscores the significant role psychological insights play in understanding our actions and societal dynamics. The showcases chromosomes intertwined with molecular structures, emphasizing the complexity of genetic information. This highlights the intricate relationship between DNA and the biochemical processes that define life. It depicts early humans, or Homo sapiens, engaging in communal activities in a natural setting. This scene illustrates the social nature of our species, highlighting the importance of cooperation and community in human evolution. The features a luminous double helix of DNA against a cosmic backdrop, symbolizing the essence of life and genetic heritage. This striking visual represents the foundational role of DNA in shaping all living organisms and the mysteries of biological existence. The portrays a scientist in protective gear carefully handling a flask in a high-tech laboratory, surrounded by digital displays. This scene underscores the meticulous nature of scientific research and innovation, highlighting the ongoing pursuit of knowledge in the field of genetics. The features two individuals engaged in a conversation at a table, emphasizing the importance of communication and tool usage. This moment highlights the cognitive abilities that define humanity, showcasing the critical role of language and technology in our development. The captures a formal meeting where individuals are shaking hands and applauding, symbolizing the formation of complex social structures. This scene highlights humanity's capacity for cooperation and organization, reinforcing our identity as social beings. The features the South Korean flag amidst a backdrop of chaos and flames, provoking a sense of urgency and concern for humanity's future. This striking visual raises the question of what might happen if humanity faces dire challenges, hinting at potential conflict and upheaval. The portrays a distressed police officer in front of a burning building, conveying a sense of horror and despair. This scene raises a poignant question about the nature of humanity in the face of overwhelming chaos and violence, challenging the definition of what it means to be human. In a world overtaken by chaos, a new threat emerges, transforming once familiar faces into horrifying creatures. The chilling label of zombie now defines these relentless beings, signaling a terrifying shift in humanity's struggle for survival. The planet trembles as the devastating effects of the rage virus spread, engulfing everything in its path. This catastrophic outbreak not only alters the landscape but also threatens the very essence of life itself. As the realization hits, Burger Bun passionately declares that everyone has turned into zombies, emphasizing the surreal situation. The other, puzzled, questions the very existence of zombies, highlighting their experiences from a world untouched by such horror. Joe Jr., Chinma, and Yudo Rainai engage in a perplexing discussion, with Joe expressing her confusion about the topic at hand. Chinma and Yudo share similar sentiment, emphasizing their lack of understanding as the conversation unfolds. Lila stands confidently amidst a chaotic scene, as people reach out to her in desperation, seemingly calling her name. The tension in the air is palpable, with the onlookers appearing frantic and overwhelmed by the situation unfolding around them. Lila stands before Tian, her expression filled with concern as she engages in a tense conversation. Tian, with a serious demeanor, seems to be addressing something significant, creating an atmosphere charged with urgency and emotion. As Tian prepares to unleash a powerful ability, Lila watches in alarm, exclaiming her disapproval. Tian activates a B-class skill, Chain Lightning, channeling energy that crackles ominously around him, creating an intense and dramatic moment. Tian's hand crackles with energy as he channels the powerful Chain Lightning skill, creating an intense visual display of electricity. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation, highlighting the magnitude of the power he is about to unleash. The powerful Chain Lightning arcs through the scene, striking down toward an opponent while Lila and Tian look on in shock. The intensity of the moment is heightened as the electricity crackles ominously, showcasing the formidable force unleashed by Tian's skill. Tian expresses his exhilaration about defeating zombies, a broad smile on his face as he relishes the victory. The atmosphere lightens momentarily as he revels in the thrill of the battle, showcasing his enthusiasm for the chaotic fight. Tian turns to Lila with concern, checking in on her after the intense battle. His caring demeanor contrasts with the earlier chaos, emphasizing their bond amid the turmoil they just faced. Lila confronts Tian with intense emotion, her eyes filled with tears as she questions his actions. Her distress highlights the seriousness of their situation, emphasizing her frustration and concern over what they are facing. Tian reacts with a playful exasperation, rolling his eyes as he addresses Lila's concerns. His lighthearted tone contrasts with the serious atmosphere, suggesting a mix of camaraderie and annoyance in their ongoing conversation. Tian's expression shifts to one of shock and realization, indicating that something significant has just occurred. The intensity of the moment is palpable, hinting at a turning point in the unfolding events. Tyann's face reveals shock and disbelief as he processes the gravity of the situation, with a smudge of dirt marking his cheek. The expression on his face captures the weight of the moment, hinting at an unexpected consequence or realization. Lila, visibly upset, confronts Tyann with disbelief, her tears reflecting her emotional turmoil. Her fierce expression conveys a sense of urgency and concern, highlighting the gravity of the situation they find themselves in. Lila, with an intense gaze, questions Tyann about the countless times their lives have been put at risk due to his reckless actions. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the other characters look on, emphasizing the serious repercussions of their previous encounters. Tyann defends himself, reminding Lila that he has saved them repeatedly, yet frustration creeps into his voice. His emotional response reflects the burden of their chaotic situation, pointing out that they should never have been involved in such dangerous circumstances. Lila expresses her deep-seated fear and desperation, recalling the traumatic moments when she thought she might die. Her emotional plea reveals her longing to see her parents again, highlighting the gravity of their situation and the stakes involved in their survival. Yudo Rainai confronts the group with a mix of fear and frustration, demanding to know if they understand the terror of their recent ordeal. Her emotional plea emphasizes her sense of injustice, questioning why she had to endure such traumatic experiences. Lila expresses her anger and frustration, blaming the situation on Tyann's reckless idea of fun. Her emotional outburst captures her deep disappointment and sense of betrayal, underscoring the gravity of their predicament. The group confronts Tyann, expressing their feelings of being mere tools for him to showcase his abilities. They emphasize the stakes of their situation, stating that he must defeat the enemy or save them on his own to resolve the conflict once and for all. Tyann questions the group's perception of camaraderie, his head bowed in disappointment. His emotional tone reveals his discontent with their view, emphasizing the importance of true friendship and mutual respect in their dire situation. Lila reflects on the brutal actions she witnessed, her tone filled with disbelief as she questions the morality of the situation. Her emotional turmoil highlights the gravity of the violence, emphasizing that such brutality should never be considered fun. Tyann remarks on the familiar tropes found in zombie stories, implying a sense of inevitability about their situation. Lila, confused and frustrated, challenges his nonchalant attitude, demanding to understand his perspective on their grim reality. Lila clings to Tyann, expressing her shock at the idea that those infected by the virus might have been saved. Her emotional reaction underscores her hope for redemption amidst the chaos, reflecting her desire to find a solution rather than succumbing to despair. Lila, filled with desperation and hope, implores Tyann to bring the victims back to life, believing in his abilities. Her emotional plea underscores the gravity of their situation, as she clings to the hope of reversing the horrors they've faced. Tyann stands silently, visibly conflicted as he processes Lila's plea, his expression marked by uncertainty. The tension in the air thickens, highlighting his struggle between hope and despair in the face of such a heavy request. Tyann, visibly upset, questions Lila's assumption, passionately asserting that he would never willingly harm innocent people. His expression conveys a mix of hurt and determination, emphasizing his commitment to preserving life amidst the chaos. Tyann calmly reassures Lila, stating that she is misunderstanding the situation. His composed demeanor suggests that he intends to clarify his intentions, creating a moment of tension as he seeks to alleviate her fears. Tyann explains to Lila that he merely paralyzed their attackers with electricity, ensuring they are still alive. He expresses optimism, suggesting that, as she mentioned, they can likely be cured, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Lila expresses her frustration, asserting that she doesn't want the main character to simply crush every new enemy without thought. Her plea underscores her desire for depth and development in their struggles, as she fears being criticized for falling into repetitive patterns. Joe Jr. questions the relevance of the ongoing conversation, clearly confused by the topic. Chiyama and Yudo Rainai echo this sentiment, expressing their complete lack of understanding, which adds to the overall tension in the scene. Tyann reassures Lila, playfully asserting that no matter how wild things get, he wouldn't cross a certain line. Meanwhile, a panicked character in the background draws attention to an impending threat, creating an atmosphere of urgency and tension. Tyann pauses, looking puzzled as he responds to Lila's concern, unaware of the danger lurking behind him. The atmosphere shifts as the background character's menacing presence heightens the tension, signaling an imminent threat. Cayenne and Lila react in shock and terror as the unexpected threat manifests behind them. Cayenne exclaims in panic while Lila covers her eyes, both grappling with the horror of the situation as chaos ensues around them. Cayenne reacts with shock as a bizarre, green energy emanates from the previously incapacitated character. The sudden transformation creates an intense moment, suggesting a significant escalation in the danger surrounding them. Cayenne breathes a sigh of relief, remarking on how close they came to danger as he observes the fallen figure enveloped in green energy. Lila stands beside him, sharing in the tension of the moment, both aware of the precarious situation they narrowly escaped. Lila anxiously questions Tian, worried that he might be turning into a zombie after the recent chaos. Tian, trying to reassure her, downplays the situation, insisting that the virus is nothing to worry about, aiming to alleviate her fears. Tian activates a B-class skill, Splendid Cure, as a green energy envelops his hand, signifying his ability to heal. His expression shows a mix of concentration and determination, highlighting his commitment to helping those affected by the chaos around them. Cayenne reacts with confusion and alarm as he notices something unexpected happening with the healing energy. His startled expression reveals his concern, suggesting that the situation may not be going as planned. Cayenne panics as he realizes the initial healing attempt has failed, exclaiming in disbelief. In response to the urgency, he activates an S-class skill, Seraphic Blessing, signaling a powerful attempt to rectify the situation and restore hope. Cayenne expresses his frustration and panic, questioning why his healing isn't working as he watches Lila in distress. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he declares that he has no choice but to take further action, indicating a pivotal moment in their fight against the odds. Yudo Reinai declares that the virus is a celestial power, asserting that it cannot be interfered with. She explains that to preserve the order of the universe, the only solution is to sever Tian's head before he succumbs to rage, presenting a grim ultimatum. Cayenne, shocked and frustrated, protests against Yudo Reinai's alarming suggestion, feeling anger rise within him. His expression shows a mix of disbelief and irritation as he grapples with the gravity of the situation and the threat to his very existence. Cayenne urgently pleads with Yudo Reinai to reconsider as she prepares to unleash her powerful attack. His desperate cry reflects the high stakes of the moment, emphasizing his fear of the drastic action she is about to take. Cayenne, in a fit of frustration, declares his identity as the main character, questioning the absurdity of the situation he finds himself in. His emotional outburst highlights his struggle against the chaotic events unfolding around him, emphasizing his confusion and determination to reclaim control. Cayenne questions whether the story is faltering due to his overwhelming strength, expressing his frustration at the situation. He perceives the current events as a forced plot twist intended to restore balance, highlighting his awareness of narrative mechanics even in dire circumstances. Cayenne erupts in anger, his expression fierce as he unleashes a primal scream filled with frustration. The intensity of his emotions is palpable, showcasing the internal struggle he faces as he grapples with the overwhelming pressures of the situation. Tian, amidst the chaos, catches the attention of nearby enemies as he screams, drawing their focus. The atmosphere is charged with tension as the zombie react to his outburst, setting the stage for an impending confrontation. Yudo Reinai expresses regret over the escalating conflict, hinting at the seriousness of the situation as she readies her weapon. Chiama interjects, urgently warning that Tian cannot be killed, emphasizing the high stakes and the potential consequences of their actions. Shinma insists that Tian must help return her to her normal state, emphasizing the urgency of her situation. Tian looks on in shock as another character echoes her sentiment, adding to the tension and highlighting the stakes involved in their predicament. Yudo Reinai warns the group that zombies are breaking loose, her grip tightening on her sword as she prepares for the impending chaos. She commands the others to move aside, stating that maintaining universal order makes her actions unavoidable, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. Yudo Reinai confronts Chiema, questioning whether she is being challenged, her demeanor fierce as she stands ready for a confrontation. The tension between them escalates, setting the stage for a potential clash amidst the chaos around them. Lila interjects urgently, emphasizing that they don't have time for conflict and must prioritize their safety. She warns that they need to find refuge before the transformation worsens, highlighting the imminent danger they face. Lila expresses concern about how they will navigate past a group of zombies, her anxiety evident in her tone. Chiyama responds confidently, assuring her that it will be fine, indicating her readiness to face the challenge ahead. Lila urgently calls out to Yudo Rainai, asking if she can teleport them to safety. Her tone reflects desperation as she seeks a quick escape from the imminent danger posed by the zombies. Yudo Rainai asserts that there should be a safe place nearby, her expression determined as she prepares for action. Her confidence provides a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos, suggesting a plan to navigate the current dangers. In a moment of panic, a man screams in terror as chaos unfolds around him, highlighting the overwhelming fear of the situation. The scene captures the desperation of those caught in the turmoil, emphasizing the urgency of their need for safety. The scene shifts to a building, showcasing its structure amidst turbulent weather, hinting at the chaos outside. The ominous atmosphere suggests that this location might serve as a potential refuge or a site of further conflict in the unfolding events. Tien is seen restrained, his expression twisted in anger as he struggles against the bindings. The intensity in his eyes reflects a deep frustration, suggesting that he is on the brink of a powerful transformation, heightening the tension in the scene. Shienma observes Tien's condition, noting that he seems to have entered a state of demonic deviation. She confidently asserts that she can resolve the situation easily with acupuncture, indicating her familiarity with dealing with such transformations. Shienma swiftly applies her acupuncture technique on Tien, causing a visible reaction as he gasps in surprise and discomfort. Lila watches anxiously, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity as the situation escalates. Tien experiences a violent reaction as Shienma's acupuncture technique takes effect, causing blood to erupt from his mouth in a shocking display. Lila watches in horror, her confusion evident as she tries to process the sudden turn of events. Tien, still reeling from the effects of Chienma's treatment, sarcastically questions the validity of her methods, referring to them as a total quack. His struggle to regain composure is evident as he coughs, indicating the intensity of his condition. Chienma dismissively critiques the idea that celestial powers can be resolved through mere luck, expressing her disbelief in a frustrated tone. Yudo Rainai stands nearby, visibly strained, indicating the intensity of the situation they are facing. Tien exclaims that he feels revitalized, noting that the pressure from the blood pooling in his head has subsided. His relief is palpable, while Yudo Rainai watches with a mix of concern and hope, reflecting the precarious nature of their situation. Shienma smirks, playfully shrugging off the gravity of the situation as she addresses Yudo Rainai, her demeanor teasing yet confident. Yudo Rainai, slightly flustered, shows signs of concern, reflecting the contrast between their attitudes in the face of danger. Tien acknowledges that he has regained his senses but expresses urgency, warning that time is running out. He fears he will soon lose control again, highlighting the precariousness of their situation as his companions react with concern. Tien expresses his frustration and confusion about the situation, questioning the motives behind the actions taken against him as the main character. He realizes with alarm that he cannot access any of his skills, amplifying his sense of helplessness. Tien is deep in thought, urgently trying to comprehend the situation while questioning the author's intentions behind these events. His intense expression reflects the weight of the circumstances, showcasing his struggle to find clarity amidst the chaos. Tien's eyes widen in shock as a realization hits him, marked by a sudden surge of emotions. The expression on his face conveys a mix of alarm and understanding, emphasizing the gravity of his newfound insight. Tien declares that he has come to an important realization, claiming to have figured out how to navigate through the current predicament. His companions, including Yudo Rainai and Chienma, react with curiosity and concern, eager to hear his solution. Tien smirks confidently, declaring that he knows he is destined to die in the next chapter, a bold statement that underscores his awareness of the narrative's stakes. His expression reflects a mix of acceptance and determination, hinting at the challenges ahead. In a state of confusion and disbelief, a character exclaims in panic about their unexpected situation, questioning how they ended up in their current location. Their frantic expression conveys a mix of fear and urgency as they look around to understand the unfolding chaos. With tears streaming down her face, a character passionately reminds her companion of their promise to stick together until the very end. Her desperate plea underscores the emotional weight of their situation, revealing the bond they share amidst the chaos surrounding them. With a somber expression, a character confesses to the group that he was wrong about the situation and reveals the shocking truth that he was bitten earlier. His admission adds a sense of urgency and dread as the looming threat of transformation into a zombie becomes increasingly real. The character, with a heavy heart, apologizes to his friends as he prepares to face the consequences of his actions. He reassures them to take care of themselves, signifying a poignant farewell that resonates with the gravity of their situation. In a moment of desperation, the character yells no as she witnesses a crucial event unfold. Her emotional outburst reflects her fear and concern, indicating that something significant is at stake. A character gazes at their phone, visibly upset as they see a notification displaying the word sob, indicating their emotional state. The screen shows a high rating of 9.98, possibly related to a series or episode, emphasizing the significance of what they're witnessing. The character lies in bed, absorbed in the content on his phone, his expression reflecting a mix of realization and emotional weight. Despite acknowledging the clear sacrifice being made, he struggles with his feelings as tears threaten to surface, hinting at a deep connection to what he's witnessing. As he sits on his bed, the character enthusiastically rates the content he just experienced with a perfect score, eager to express his thoughts. He prepares to leave a comment, reflecting on how deeply moved he was, recalling a moment when he was overwhelmed with emotion and fell to his knees in tears. The character in the image is expressing cynicism about traditional education, suggesting that webtoons with life philosophies might offer more meaningful lessons than standard school curricula. There is also a disclaimer indicating that the views are a personal opinion of a pervert, not reflecting the author's stance. This adds a humorous tone to the dialogue while questioning the value of conventional education. The character is calmly eating instant noodles, seemingly unfazed by the situation around him. The action suggests a moment of casual indifference or relaxation despite any tension that might be present. Tyann is shown with a determined and self-sacrificial attitude, ready to put the needs of others before his own safety or well-being. His expression and the glowing effect on his face suggest a powerful resolve or a pivotal moment of transformation. Yudo Rainai and Lila react with shock and concern at Tyann's mention of sacrifice. Their expressions show disbelief and worry, emphasizing the seriousness of Tyann's decision and how unexpected or troubling it is for them. The moment underscores the gravity of the situation. Jo Jr. appears visibly distressed as she speaks to Tyann, questioning his resolve. She addresses him by the name Tae and revealing her concern and disbelief over his intention to become the original zombie. Her expression and words convey a sense of desperation, trying to appeal to him to reconsider his decision. Tyann is surrounded by various characters as he is questioned about his motives for self-sacrifice. The individuals present include a high school girl with the strength to take down hundreds, Lila, a dagger assassin specializing in dismemberment, Jo Jr., a cosmic being, Yudo Rainai. The ultimate survivor of the night and humanity's greatest man, Kang, formerly just a burger bun on the table, humorously emphasizing the oddity of the situation. Tyann is hesitant and begins to speak, but he's interrupted by Jo Jr., who seems to be familiar with his actions, remarking, "Ha, you're doing it again." It suggests that Tyann's tendency towards self-sacrifice is something he's attempted before, and Jo is expressing both frustration and concern for his repetitive behavior. Jo Jr. confronts Tyann, telling him to stop sacrificing himself and reminding him that they are not helpless people who need his constant saving. Meanwhile, Tyann seems surprised, thinking to himself that this situation might not unfold as a typical self-sacrifice scenario, indicating his expectation of being the hero and the realization that others can contribute as well. Tyann realizes that what Jo Jr. said is true, causing him to rethink his actions. The group feels confident in their strength, easily taking down the zombies without fear. In this world where humanity has been completely overtaken by the infection, the group moves forward through the desolate cityscape. With no new survivors to encounter, their journey feels eerily monotonous, surrounded only by the undead. Jo Jr. is seen with an excited look, preparing to take on some zombies while Lila looks concerned, trying to hold her back. The tension rises as Jo seems ready for action despite their previous agreement. Tyann struggles to regain his composure as a glowing aura binds him tightly, indicating his internal battle. The tension builds as he desperately tries to focus, fearing he might lose control again. Joe Jr. appears startled upon noticing Tyan's struggling state, while the Chianma downplays the situation, attributing it to simple hunger. The group's reaction is a mix of concern and disbelief as they assess the severity of Tyan's condition. Lila expresses her surprise at feeling hunger despite the dire circumstances around them. Her unexpected realization adds a touch of normalcy amidst the tense atmosphere. The group is caught off guard as they stare at a peculiar glowing burger on the table, its presence leaving them baffled. The unexpected sight shifts the atmosphere, adding a surreal touch to the tense situation. The animated burger suddenly shouts out in desperation, its eyes wide with panic as a red aura flares up around it. The unexpected outburst adds a bizarre twist to the scene, leaving everyone stunned by the talking food. Chiema approaches the animated burger with a calm but menacing expression, suggesting it sacrifice itself as emergency food. The burger recoils in terror, pleading desperately as the situation takes an unexpectedly absurd turn. The animated burger, clearly panicked, quickly tries to divert the attention by urging everyone to follow its lead. It seems to be trying to stall for time or come up with a plan to avoid its grim fate. Chiama emerges from the shadows, holding the frightened burger in her hand as she questions it with a knowing look. It seems like she had anticipated the burger's attempt to escape, revealing that she had already seen through its ploy. Chiama and another character arrive at a hallway piled high, with countless burger buns presenting a seemingly endless supply of emergency food. Chiama reassures everyone that there's more than enough for all, hinting at a bizarre abundance amidst the chaos. As the group stares at the mound of burger buns, Lila questions Chiama about the practicality of eating them. The unusual situation leaves them unsure how to approach consuming the strange emergency rations. Lila demonstrates how to eat the burger bun, casually tearing it open and taking a bite. Despite the bizarre situation, she points out how odd it was to find the buns piled in the hallway. Joe Jr. jokingly asks Mr. Burger Bun if they can eat their friends, causing a startled reaction from the animated bun, who adamantly rejects the idea. Joe Jr., Lila, and Chinma eagerly bite into their burgers, seemingly satisfied as they enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, the animated bun looks on nervously, unsure of what to expect next. Joe Jr. and Chinma pause mid-bite, surprised by the taste or texture of the burger. The narrator hints at their unfamiliarity, suggesting their backgrounds from a medieval European worldview and rural China, making the experience seem even more strange to them. Joe Jr. and Chiama are overwhelmed by the incredible taste of the burgers, expressing delight at the unexpected flavor. The narrator notes that the burgers, developed by a major corporation, have a stimulating taste that leaves a lasting impression on them. Yudo Rinai with long blonde hair asks Tyan for his thoughts, observing his state closely. Tyan appears exhausted, struggling to catch his breath as the situation unfolds. Tyan expresses gratitude towards Yudo Rinai for keeping him under control. His eyes glow red, indicating that he was on the verge of losing himself to his darker impulses. Yudo Rinai regrets bringing Tyan to Ladder Karuna, warning that his rage will continue to consume him until his final breath. Her tone reflects a mix of sorrow and resignation over the consequences of her decision. Tyan struggles against the intense pain as the restraints tighten around him, leaving him in a state of desperation. His resolve wavers, unsure of what action to take next as the pressure builds. Yudo Rinai steps closer to Tian, determination in their eyes, refusing to let him succumb to the darkness. Their resolve is clear as they vow to prevent Tian's transformation into something unrecognizable. Yudo Rinai confesses to Tian that the pain caused by the constellations was unfair and expresses a desire to make amends. There is a sincere determination in their eyes as they seek to set things right between them. Tian, with a faint smile, expresses gratitude for Yudo Rinai's words, appreciating the acknowledgement of the struggles faced. Despite the pain, there is a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he feels understood. Yudo Rinai reassures Tian, urging him to endure a little longer and expressing confidence in finding a solution. With a determined tone, Yudo emphasizes the strength and reliability of their allies in overcoming the current crisis. The group appears content after their meal, with Chiyama remarking on how the heated food tasted even better. As they enjoy the brief respite, Yudo Rinai observes the scene with a thoughtful expression, considering their next steps. Yudo Rinai and the restrained figure share a tense silence, as if weighing the unspoken words between them. The atmosphere in the dimly lit room adds to the heaviness of the moment, hinting at unresolved issues. Cayenne erupts in a fit of rage, their energy surging violently, causing a powerful shockwave. The intensity of their frustration is almost palpable, radiating in waves of red energy that light up the scene. The tension escalates as Tyann struggles to maintain control, their energy flaring wildly. Yudo Rainai steps in, trying to contain the chaotic surge, but the situation seems to be spiraling out of hand. As the situation worsens, Chiyama observes the chaotic energy engulfing Tyann, realizing the difficulty in restoring him to a stable state. Despite the apparent hopelessness, she prepares to take drastic measures to return him to normal. Chiyama explains the impact of the transformation on her abilities, struggling to maintain control over her energy. She admits that ever since her body changed, channeling her power has become a significant challenge. Chiyama notices something unusual as she sees Lila's hand, which seems to be affected by a dark energy. Lila looks at her hand in surprise, unsure of what just happened. Chiyama senses a mysterious energy nearby, alerting the group with urgency. The glowing symbols in her hand suggest a powerful force is at play, drawing closer to their location. Chiyama is startled to detect an energy that feels different, calm, and untainted by anger. This unexpected discovery suggests the presence of someone who remains unaffected by the chaos around them. Yudo Rainai expresses disbelief, insisting that all life on Earth is infected with the rage virus, making the presence of unaffected energy seem impossible. However, she remains confident in her sensing abilities, convinced they haven't failed her before. Chiyama steps forward, challenging Yudo Rainai's statement, firmly disagreeing with her conclusion about the rage virus. Her confident demeanor suggests that she possesses knowledge or insight that could contradict Yudo Rainai's claim. Chiyama points out the presence of a normal human nearby, confidently identifying their location as about 2 li away. She insists that by listening carefully, one can even catch the sound of their breathing, challenging the assumption that everyone is infected. Yudo Rinai reacts with surprise as she senses something unexpected, her expression reflecting disbelief and shock. The realization catches her off guard, challenging her earlier assumptions about the situation. Yudo Rinai feels a sudden and unfamiliar presence, her expression shifting to one of concern as she questions the strange energy she's sensing. The unexpected sensation leaves her uneasy, as if something completely out of the ordinary is nearby. Joe Jr. and Lila are surprised to hear about the possibility of other survivors, with Joe expressing disbelief at the idea. Lila clarifies that technically even the infected are still considered alive, adding a grim reminder of their situation. Yudo Renai senses a presence approaching, struggling to identify its nature, while Joe Jr. urgently insists they take action. With concern for the potential survivor's safety, Joe emphasizes that there's no time to waste. A powerful surge of energy erupts as the enraged figure lets out a deafening roar, causing a shockwave that forces Yudo Rainai to struggle against the intense force. The overwhelming aura pushes her back, indicating the escalating danger of the situation. Yudo Rainai braces herself as the chaotic energy swells, recognizing the threat of the figure's immense power, which could rival even a cosmic being. She resolves to stay and restrain the rampaging force, aware that failure could mean catastrophic destruction for the Earth. Yudo Rainai tells the others to proceed without her as she prepares to confront the escalating threat alone. The tension heightens as she braces herself for the coming battle, aware of the potential sacrifice. Chiyama dashes forward with Burger Bun in her arms, leaping across rooftops to evade the chaotic scene. As Burger Bun screams in panic, Chiyama stays focused on finding a safe route. Joe Jr. and Lila watch in shock as Chiyama takes off alone with Burger Bun, leaving them behind. They can't believe Chiyama would rush off like that without a plan or any backup. Lila watches anxiously as Chiyama disappears into the distance, questioning whether they'll be able to handle the situation alone. She can't help but worry about the risk they're taking without any support. Chiyama appears in midair, conjuring spheres of energy that pulse with power, catching the attention of the men below. The intensity of her presence looms over them, signaling an imminent confrontation. As Chiyama soars through the air with the Burger Bun in hand, it questions her reasons for bringing it along. She explains that it understands the world better than anyone and being light won't be a burden. As the burger bun contemplates Chinma's words, it wonders if it actually has a purpose and is needed in this chaotic world. The thought brings a mix of surprise and determination to its expression. Shyama rushes forward, confronting two hostile figures standing in the street as they prepare for a showdown. The tension escalates as she readies herself for whatever threat they might pose. Shinma senses a calm energy coming from the upper floors of the apartment, holding onto Burger Bun as she contemplates the unusual presence. The unexpected discovery leaves her curious about what or who might be residing there amidst the chaos. Burger Bun, while noticing the approaching zombies, expresses a sense of relief, confident that Chiema can handle the threat. Despite the chaos, there's a lingering trust in Chiema's ability to protect them. As the zombies approach, there's doubt about whether the building's door will open, given the drastic changes in the world. With the main entrance likely sealed, getting inside becomes an immediate challenge. While rushing towards the building, Shinma questions how they will find the right floor amidst the chaos. The uncertainty adds to the tension as they press forward. Shinma propels herself and the burger bun through the air, bursting through a window with a dramatic entry. The impact shatters the glass, leaving shards suspended around them as they plunge inside. Shyama lands on the floor with a thud, holding the burger bun tightly as they come to a stop. The sudden landing leaves them both slightly disoriented, but Shyama quickly regains her focus. Shyama glances at the burger bun in her arms with a mix of surprise and disbelief, realizing they had managed a daring maneuver. The unexpected agility catches her off guard, but she quickly composes herself. Shinma steps cautiously into the dimly lit apartment, scanning the room with curiosity and suspicion. She questions whether anyone could actually be residing in such a seemingly deserted space. Shinma listens intently, her senses sharp as she detects a calm and steady breathing coming from behind a closed door. She notes that it belongs to someone untouched by the rage that plagues the rest of the world. Shinma cautiously opens the door, holding the burger bun close as she steps inside, ready for whatever might be waiting beyond the threshold. Shyama's eyes widen in shock as she notices something unexpected inside the room, clutching the burger bun tightly in her hands. The burger bun looks bewildered, its wide eyes filled with uncertainty as it stares at the strange sight before it. Shyama steps into the room, taking in the sight of a neatly arranged bedroom adorned with various posters on the wall. The dim lighting and quiet atmosphere add a sense of mystery to the peculiar discovery. Shinma examines the shelf lined with figurines and various objects, puzzled by their unfamiliar appearance. The items give off a mysterious vibe, making her wonder if they could possess some hidden significance or power. Shinma is startled by a sudden rustling sound coming from the bed, her eyes quickly darting to the source. She notices a figure beneath the sheets, causing her to tense up in surprise and anticipation. Shyama summons a dark energy in her hand, ready to confront whatever threat may be present. As she prepares to strike, Burger Bun urgently calls out, trying to stop her from acting rashly. A figure emerges from under the sheets, revealing themselves in the dim light. The mysterious person slowly rises, as if unaware of the impending danger nearby. The pink-haired girl sits up groggily, her eyes still adjusting to the dim light around her. She looks confused, as if just waking up from a deep sleep, unaware of the commotion outside. Shinma holds the burger bun creature as it suddenly bursts into excited praise, showering her with compliments. She looks surprised and slightly bewildered by the sudden outburst of affection. Shinma throws the burger bun creature to the floor in disgust, expressing her displeasure at its antics. The pink-haired girl watches in surprise, taken aback by the sudden action. The pink-haired girl is startled and struggles to comprehend the situation, her face filled with confusion and disbelief. She tries to grasp the reality of what she's seeing, but the words falter as she speaks. The pink-haired girl exclaims in astonishment, her eyes wide with excitement, as she processes the bizarre sight of a talking burger bun and a celestial entity. She can't help but point out how surreal the situation feels, like something straight out of a manga. Shinma and the talking burger bun are both taken aback, their expressions showing shock and confusion as they process the pink-haired girl's surprising reaction. The girl cheerfully poses with a playful smile, framing her face with her fingers as if capturing a picture. She excitedly exclaims that the scene feels just like a moment from a webtoon. Shinma, looking perplexed, asks Burger Bun if people from this country are usually like this. Burger Bun responds with a straightforward "no way," reflecting his own disbelief. The excited girl exclaims with sparkling eyes, thrilled by the idea of a dream featuring a talking burger bun and a centaur, calling it so fun. Chienma, watching her enthusiasm, reacts with a simple "ah," showing her confusion or disbelief at the girl's reaction. The girl excitedly introduces herself, saying, "Hello, I'm called Ina Ra." She seems thrilled by the idea that this might be a dream, adding to her bright and cheerful demeanor. Shinma questions Ina Ra, asking if she's in high school, and Ina Ra, caught off guard, wonders how Chinma knew. Burger Bun, surprised, asks if Chinma and Ina Ra know each other, noting that Ina Ra is pretty famous. Burger Bun mentions that Ina Ra has a nickname at school, setting up for a reveal. The teacher announces that report cards are available and asks the students to come forward to collect them. The teacher points out that Ina Ra is still sleeping, instructing the class representative to hand out the report cards. The class representative, while distributing the report cards, expresses frustration, questioning if she's considered foolish for handling it every time. The class representative's eye shows intense focus, possibly realizing something significant about Ina Ra's grades or situation. The class representative is astonished, noting that she's never seen Ina Ra awake yet, is shocked to find that Ina Ra scores a perfect 100 on every test. Ina Ra stands in front of Chinma and Burger Bun, who call her the sleeping top student, highlighting her unusual academic success despite her sleeping habits. Chinma questions if Ina Ra has really been sleeping and skipping school all this time, to which Ina Ra laughs and admits that she just really loves to sleep. Chiama reminds Ina Ra that it's the school anniversary today, which explains why no one is at school. Ina Ra realizes this, surprised by the lack of students. Chiama, with a serious look, mentions that even with monsters pouring out from Hell's Gates, Ina Ra was just sleeping through everything. Ina Ra, delighted and unaware of the gravity, exclaims that it feels like a gate hunter setting, calling it a fun dream, though admitting it's a bit scary too. Chiama, determined, simply says, "Let's go," while Ina Ra reacts with surprise, startled as she's suddenly grabbed to be taken along. As Chinma carries Ina Ra, she protests, saying she must be heavy, but then dismisses it since it's a dream. Chiama reassures her, noting that her similarities to a certain person might make her helpful. Suddenly, they are pulled into a chaotic, energy-filled vortex, both screaming as they are engulfed by the powerful force. A dark silhouette looms over the city, hearing a desperate cry for help amid the chaos below as mysterious symbols light up the streets. The shadowy figure smirks with a wicked grin, finding the situation interesting and laughing ominously. Lila watches through the window in surprise, hearing screams as she notices Ina Ra and Chinma approaching. Shocked, she exclaims, "Huh? They're coming." Chinma bursts into the room carrying Ina Ra, announcing I brought her. He mentions that he explained the situation to her on the way, though Ina Ra appears disoriented. Ina Ra, blushing and feeling her heart race, is surprised by her reaction, quietly wondering, "Oh, my heart's racing," before exclaiming, "Huh?" Jo Unir and Yudo Rainai both stand near Chiama, admiring her beauty. They repeat to themselves, "Next to a beautiful person. Beautiful person." Clearly captivated by Chiama's presence. A classmate recognizes Ina Ra, asking if she's the sleeping top student of class 3. Ina Ra smiles shyly, confirming with a hee-hee. "That's right, nice to meet you." Jo Unir, the white-haired girl, looks concerned as she exclaims, "This is bad. Taeyeon's condition is getting worse." Yudo Rainai warns that while Tian's condition is still preventable, if it continues to escalate, their only option will be to kill him. Her serious expression shows the gravity of the situation as she struggles to control his intense energy. Tian's energy surges wildly as Ina Ra watches in shock, exclaiming, "Tian?" Burger Bun, noticing Ina Ra's reaction, asks if she knows Tian too. Ina Ra nervously replies, saying Tian might not remember her well. A flashback shows Ina Ra recalling her childhood friendship with Tian, who first introduced her to Webtoons. Ina Ra, still believing it's a dream, excitedly thinks of Tyen's appearance as part of it. Shinma corrects her, stating, "It's not a dream." Yudo Renai, overhearing their conversation, is shocked by the revelation that Inara, the top student, is childhood friends with Tyen, who she calls a pervert. Inara realizes Yudo Renai's identity as the Justice Celestial, noting she was informed on the way there. Burger Bun admires how quickly she adapts to the situation. Inara has a mysterious look as she thinks to herself, saying, "I think." With a playful grin, Inara confidently declares herself the main character of the dream, basking in the vibrant, surreal colors around her. However, her friend insists with urgency that this isn't a dream, adding a touch of tension to her carefree attitude. Lila looks on with a serious expression as Tien, visibly flustered, struggles to make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, Inara lightheartedly teases, attributing the scene to her unrequited love appearing in what she believes is a dream. Inara leans in close to Tien, her eyes glinting with mischief as she insists that this dream is meant just for the two of them. Tien, visibly uncomfortable and bound by glowing energy, seems overwhelmed by her intensity. Jo Junior and Yudo Reinai watch in shock as the male lead seems to lose control, going berserk. Just as things escalate, the female lead arrives, appearing uncertain about how to handle the intense situation. Lila, wide-eyed and flustered, reacts to Inara's mention of unrequited love, struggling to process the situation. As Inara closes in on Tyen, Lila demands to know what exactly she's doing, her tone filled with disbelief and confusion. Inara tightly holds Tyen, trying to calm him as he struggles, his eyes glowing with a dangerous intensity. She firmly tells him to stop, her expression showing both concern and determination. With a gentle yet intense gaze, Inara reassures Tyen, speaking softly to bring him back to his senses. She reminds him who she is, hoping her words will pull him out of his frenzied state. Meanwhile, Yudo Reinai watches with alarm, warning everyone to stay back, aware of how dangerous Tyen has become. Despite her fear, she doubts Inara's attempt to calm him will succeed. Inara raises her hand, her eyes emitting a fierce glow as she channels a mysterious energy. The blonde girl stands in shock, clearly unsettled by Inara's sudden surge of power. Inara speaks with an eerie calmness, urging Tyen to let go of the pain and assuring him that everything will be fine. Nearby, another girl watches in disbelief, calling Inara a lunatic for her intense approach. Inara's confident facade begins to crumble and tears start to flow down her face. Despite her strong words, a deep sadness is evident in her expression. Tyen's face contorts in agony, his skin crackling with a fiery glow as he struggles with his inner turmoil. His pain appears overwhelming, and he seems to be on the verge of losing control. A single tear falls from Tyen's eye as he begins to regain some sense of himself. The intense energy around him fades slightly, indicating a shift in his emotions. With a gentle touch, Inara places her hand on Tyen's neck, soothing him as he finally seems to relax. His face softens, and the fiery marks on his skin start to disappear, showing her calming effect. Inara embraces Tyen, providing a comforting presence as he leans against her. The Yudo Reinai watches them from a distance, stunned by the peaceful aura now surrounding them. Yudo Reinai stands in the room, looking utterly baffled by the scene unfolding before her. Glancing at the strange burger-shaped creature beside her, she murmurs to herself that this feels oddly familiar, as if she's seen something like this before. Two onlookers, shocked by what they are witnessing, exchange glances, with one of them murmuring in disbelief. They can't believe what they're seeing, as if the scene is beyond anything they expected. Inara gently places her hand on Tyen's head, creating a calming aura around them. Tyen, now visibly relaxed, seems to find peace in her touch, his tense expression softening. A close-up of Tyen's eyes shows him slowly opening them, coming back to full awareness. His gaze is steady, as if he's finally regained his senses. Confused, Tyen mutters to himself, clearly unsure of what just happened. His expression reflects a mixture of bewilderment and relief as he takes in his surroundings. Inara, beaming with confidence, playfully points out that her heartfelt hug and tears were the ultimate cheat code to bring Tyen back. She proudly declares this as a classic trick, laughing as she explains it was a foolproof method to snap him out of his trance. Tien, looking puzzled and uneasy, asks Ina Ra who she is, clearly not recognizing her. His confusion leaves the girl behind him shocked, unable to believe what she's hearing. Ina Ra stammers, nervously introducing herself as she tries to explain. Tien, still bewildered, realizes she's the sleeping top student, but questions why she's dressed so unusually. Joe Jr., with a surprised expression, informs Tien that Ina Ra was able to heal him. Tien, taken aback, questions how this could be possible, showing clear disbelief. Tien reflects on the situation, doubting that a random girl with no celestial powers could perform such a miracle. His expression shows lingering confusion as he tries to piece things together. Tien recalls Ina Ra's earlier actions, noting how it felt like something straight out of a story where a childhood friend's affection could bring someone back to their senses. This realization leaves him pondering if there's more to Ina Ra's role in his life. Joe Jr., with a concerned expression, informs Tien that he's finally back. She stands alongside the others, who all look relieved but wary, keeping an eye on the situation. Tien, now calm and composed, expresses his gratitude with a simple thanks, showing a slight smile as he acknowledges the help he received. Handing over a coat, Tien suggests to Ina Ra that she wear it since it's chilly. Ina Ra, caught off guard, blushes in surprise at his unexpected gesture. Ina Ra, overwhelmed and flustered, struggles to meet Tien's gaze, admitting to herself that even though it's a dream, she can't bring herself to look him in the eyes. Tien, with a confident tone, invites Ina Ra to join their party, revealing her role as a supporter. Ina Ra's face lights up with surprise and wonder at the unexpected invitation. Tien explains that they need someone smart like her to face the challenges ahead, believing that her skills could be the key to overcoming the trials set by the evil Karuna. One of the onlookers, realizing Ina Ra's unique abilities, is taken aback by the possibility that a human like her could neutralize a celestial's power. She wonders if Ina Ra could be even more dangerous than Tien himself. Tien, deep in thought, concludes that their only option is to confront Karuna directly. Ina Ra, still in disbelief, marvels at the vividness of the experience, questioning if she simply dreamed up this whole situation. Lila stands in shock, her voice filled with urgency as she reveals the gravity of the situation. Earth's fate is on the line. Tien looks puzzled, trying to grasp the seriousness of her words, while Lin Ra watches with wide eyes, clearly unsettled by the tension. Tien, with determination in his eyes, urges Yudo Rainai to return to Karuna's lair, ready to confront their challenges head-on. However, he cautions that without a new approach, they risk repeating their previous failure, hinting at the need for a smarter plan this time. Tien clutches his head, feeling overwhelmed as he expresses doubt about their chances in a fight. Linra watches him with concern, clearly sensing his frustration and uncertainty. Linra, seeking clarity, asks Tien for an explanation of the chaotic situation. Her gaze reflects her confusion and need for answers as she looks to him for guidance. Tien's expression shifts, a mix of determination and surprise, as he realizes something crucial. His focused gaze hints that he may have found a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. Linra stands tall, her eyes filled with confidence, as she recalls Tien's brilliance. She silently acknowledges his intelligence, considering him the smartest person she knows. Tien, now resolved, assures Linra that he'll reveal everything, urging her to devise a strategy. His confident tone suggests a renewed sense of purpose as they prepare for the challenge ahead. The cityscape is ominous, shrouded in shadows as night descends, heightening the tension. A powerful beam of light pierces the dark sky, illuminating everything in its path with an intense green glow. In a fiery setting, a man with red hair laughs menacingly, his eyes gleaming as a group approaches him. With a grin, he comments on the surprising return of his opponent, intrigued by their boldness. Observing the group, he questions if their numbers have increased as the heat intensifies around them. The protagonist, facing the red-haired man, expresses his frustration, thanking him sarcastically for the endless suffering but declaring he's had enough. The red-haired man smirks, showing no signs of intimidation as he prepares to face his rival. The red-haired man erupts in anger, his voice filled with rage as he hurls fiery insults at Tyann. His body ignites with flames, and he lunges forward, his fury palpable as he prepares to unleash his wrath. Tyann, however, stands his ground, unflinching in the face of the man's fiery attack. His gaze remains steady, his hand glowing with energy, signaling his readiness to face this powerful opponent head-on. The corner of Tyann's mouth lifts in a subtle smirk, a sign of his unbreakable resolve. It's clear he's no longer intimidated and is prepared to counter the man's aggression with his own strength. A fierce explosion erupts, filling the scene with intense flames and crackling energy. The air is thick with power as the impact of the clash sends shockwaves throughout the area. Lila and Shinma are taken aback by the sheer force of the explosion, their expressions revealing both surprise and concern. Shinma holds her head, struggling to steady herself amidst the chaotic energy surrounding them. The red-haired man stares in shock, his eyes wide with a mixture of anger and disbelief. It's clear that he didn't anticipate the strength of his opponent, and this unexpected turn leaves him momentarily stunned. Tyann's entire body radiates with an intense golden energy, his eyes blazing with newfound strength. He seems calm yet determined, as if fully embracing his power for the battle ahead. A mysterious figure appears beside Tyann, summoning a protective shield infused with the light of justice. Their combined energies create an aura of invincibility, preparing them to face any attack head-on. Tyann smirks, ready to elevate the intensity of the fight, his confidence evident as he challenges his opponent. The surge of his energy promises an epic confrontation, one that he seems eager to reignite. The red-haired man's face contorts with fury, flames flickering in his eyes as he seethes with anger at Tyann's resilience. He calls out to Tyann, his tone dripping with a menacing intent, as he prepares to strike back with even greater force. Tyann stands confidently, his sharp eyes glowing with determination as he faces the monstrous opponent in front of him. The air crackles with electricity, and Sugoi now, with his fiery red hair, watches intensely, sensing the overwhelming power surging from Tyann as the tension builds for the battle ahead. Yudo Rainai stands her ground, her hands glowing with powerful energy, as the Sugoi now with a fiery beard accuses her. His anger flares as he shouts, demanding to know why she's siding with these insects, accusing her of attempting to take down someone as powerful as him. Yudo Rainai, determined and resolute, defends her actions, telling Sugoi now that she's here to protect him. Sugoi now, enraged, responds with disbelief, questioning her loyalty as his anger intensifies. As the confrontation escalates, Tyann stands unaffected, his aura charged with energy. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with Sugoi now, who now faces an unexpected blow of power. Sugoi now, overwhelmed by the force, reacts violently, his shouts echoing as his fiery aura clashes against Yudo Rainai's power. The atmosphere is charged with tension and chaos, signaling a shift in power dynamics. Tyann, now fully empowered, grins confidently as he declares that with the protection of justice on his side, he can now face any challenge, standing toe-to-toe with a constellation's power. Sugoi now laughs menacingly, finding amusement in the situation as he taunts his opponents, clearly enjoying the confrontation. His mocking laughter fills the air, his fiery energy growing stronger by the second. As Sugoi now releases his power, the fiery aura intensifies, and Tyann looks on, focused, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The energy between them crackles, hinting at the impending clash. Tyann notices the glowing necklace on Sugoi now, his expression shifting to one of realization. His eyes widen as he spots the source of the surge in power, recognizing the trigger for Sugoi Nao's next transformation. A flash of light surrounds the necklace, its power surging as it triggers Sugoi Nao's second phase, and the atmosphere grows even more chaotic, the intensity rising to new heights. Sugoi now sneers, challenging Tyann with a mocking smile as he taunts, questioning whether Tyann truly believes he can match the power of a constellation. His confidence is palpable as he prepares for the next move. With a growl of fury, Sugoi now demands that Tyann be prepared to face not just the power of a constellation, but his own immense strength, pushing the battle to a new level of intensity. The clash between Tyann and Sugoi now intensifies as fiery explosions erupt around them, shaking the ground beneath. The energy released from their battle rips through the atmosphere, a fiery storm of power. From the cosmos above, The flames spread across the Earth's surface, creating a fiery spectacle that burns across the planet. The destructive force is immense, threatening everything in its wake. The energy builds up further as a blinding explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The force of the attack is overwhelming, shaking the entire battlefield. As the battle rages on, Yudo Rainai cries out in pain, her strength wavering as she struggles to keep her ground, while Sugoi now watches with a sinister grin. The pain of the attack is clearly taking its toll. Yudo Rainai, her voice filled with fury, accuses Sugoi now of being a pervert, but he only smirks, unfazed by her words. The tension between them grows as the chaos around them escalates. Yudo Rainai, stunned by the shift in power, looks at Sugoi now with shock and disbelief, recognizing his newfound strength. She questions how he could have become this powerful, realizing she underestimated him. Sugoi now grins, his voice filled with arrogance as he declares that he hasn't gotten any stronger, dismissing the other's perception of his power. His expression reveals his disdain as the situation grows more intense. With a sudden shift, Sugoi now turns his attention to the group. Mockingly addressing them as insects, he coolly asks if they would believe him if he said he's been holding back his anger all this time. Sugoi now's voice becomes bitter as he reflects on his life, his anger having ruined everything around him. His hands shake as he recounts the destruction caused by his uncontrollable rage, his deep frustration apparent. Sugoi now continues, explaining that the thing that angered him the most was his own rage itself, the very emotion that has always defined his existence. His hands, now glowing with energy, symbolize the internal conflict that drives him. Inara stands behind Yudo Rainai, her concern visible as she quietly watches the scene unfold, while Yudo Rainai listens intently, her own focus shifting to Sugoi now's admission. Sugoi now grips the artifact tightly, his anger clearly bubbling over as he reveals that he's been pouring all his rage into it for countless eons. The amulet of rage pulses with energy, reflecting the power he has accumulated over time. With a sudden shift, Sugoi now declares that the time has finally come to release his pent-up anger, his face twisted with fury. His eyes glow with the intensity of his emotions, signaling the unleashing of his full power. The ground cracks and the air around Sugoi now trembles as he unleashes the full force of his rage. A surge of fiery energy erupts, transforming him into a being of pure destruction as he stands surrounded by violent flames and lightning. Yudo Rainai, her eyes widening in shock, exclaims in disbelief, questioning the overwhelming power now unleashed before them. Lila stands behind her, equally stunned by the sight, as the magnitude of Sugoi nao's rage begins to take form. Sugoi now, with a menacing grin, summons two massive, fiery serpents from the ground, their eyes blazing with fury. The creatures add to the intensity of the chaos as the flames surround them, further amplifying the battle. As Sugoi now prepares for the final blow, his anger reaches its peak. With a fierce command, he orders, "Kill them all," setting the stage for a destructive onslaught. Meanwhile, Tian, with determination in his eyes, enters the ascension stage, releasing a surge of power. He announces that he will do his best and believe in everyone around him, setting his resolve for the battle ahead. The system activates Tian's B-class skill, Replicate, allowing him to multiply his presence. Tian, with his new power, smirks, saying he wasn't going to use it but has no choice now. In an overwhelming display, Tian's multiplied clones surround the battlefield, their numbers growing exponentially as they stand ready to face the impending chaos. The sheer number of Tian's duplicates overwhelms the environment, setting a tense atmosphere for the battle. Sugoi now continues his maniacal laughter, mocking his opponents as they struggle to fight back. His voice echoes through the chaos, and he taunts them, telling them their efforts are futile, for they will all be destroyed today. With determination, Yudo Rainai strikes, her sword glowing with fiery energy as she attempts to cut through the fiery onslaught. Her movement is swift, but the sheer power behind Sugoi Neua's forces makes it seem like an endless struggle. Sugoi now watches as the fiery serpents he summoned clash against their attackers, laughing at the hopelessness of their efforts. Despite their resistance, the serpents keep coming, with no end in sight. Inara, terrified by the overwhelming number of enemies, warns Yudo Rainai that their plan has gone off course, realizing the dire situation they're in. The battle seems endless, and their attempts to fight back are futile. Yudo Rainai, seeing the hopelessness of the situation, suggests they go back and bring Tyann into the battle. Despite the danger, she knows they need him now more than ever to turn the tide. Yudo Rinai acknowledges the growing threat as she feels the weight of the situation. She regrets not realizing Tyann's power sooner, now wishing she had acted differently in order to protect everyone. Yudo Rinai, filled with regret, reflects on her failure to provide crucial information earlier, acknowledging that it's now too late to change things. The weight of the situation bears down on her as she prepares for the next step. Determined, Yudo Rinai grits her teeth and declares that she must set things right, her resolve solidifying as she charges forward. The flames around her swirl as she braces for the battle that lies ahead. Yudo Rinai swings her sword, cutting through the fiery serpent in front of her. The powerful blast of energy pushes the creature back, but the battle is far from over, with more threats looming. With a fierce expression, Yudo Rinai unleashes her ultimate move, Cleansing Brilliance, a brilliant flash of light that illuminates the battlefield. The sheer force of the attack creates a massive explosion, striking down the serpent in her path. The light of her attack flickers as Yudo Rinai, sword in hand, faces the looming threat. The battle intensifies as she takes on the fiery serpent head-on, her focus unwavering despite the danger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yudo Rinai's face shifts to one of shock and concern. Her eyes widen as she witnesses something unexpected, her body tensing in reaction to the impending danger. Yudo Rinai unleashes her ultimate move, the Celestial Horse Black Dragon Destruction technique with immense power. A massive dragon made of fiery energy surges forward, clashing against the monstrous serpent summoned by Sugoi now. As the fierce battle continues, Chiyama and Yudo Rinai stand side by side, preparing for the next strike. Behind them, the battlefield is alive with the chaotic energy of the confrontation, showing the dire circumstances they face. Chiyama, with a sinister grin, mocks the protection of justice, calling out to surround it with overwhelming force. Her words drip with malice, her confidence growing as the battle shifts in her favor. Yudo Rinai's face tightens in shock and realization, her eyes wide as she processes the sudden turn of events. Her expression shows a mix of concern and determination as the stakes of the battle rise. Jo Yunir, standing behind Yudo Rinai, confidently declares that they too can fight, her resolve evident. Despite the overwhelming odds, she steps forward, ready to face the threat alongside her allies. Jo Yunir, her expression filled with hope and determination, announces that they've received a share of power from Tyann. With Yudo Rinai's blessing added, they now have a chance to win against their powerful foe. Yudo Rinai, her gaze unwavering, reflects on the strength of the creatures she faces, her mind focused on the intense battle. She acknowledges the remarkable will to live of the creatures before her, knowing the challenge is not over yet. With a fierce expression, Yudo Rinai confronts the opposition, declaring that they are wrong. Her aura flares with energy as she gathers her strength to counter the looming threat. As the energy surges, Yudo Rinai channels her power, announcing that humanity's fight is not over. The determination in her voice is clear as she prepares to unleash the final move against the enemy. As Yudo Rinai unleashes her power, she proclaims that among the life forms they've created, humanity is the noblest. Her aura glows brightly as she prepares for the final stand. With flames erupting in the background, the scene shifts to an intense confrontation. A powerful explosion rocks the area as Tyann channels his energy, his focus unwavering. Sugoi Nao's fury intensifies as he shouts, demanding to know how long his enemies think they can hide from him. The flames swirl around him, his rage erupting into a fiery assault. In a dramatic moment, a powerful force surges through the battlefield as Tyann narrowly avoids the blast. His body is thrown backward by the explosion, but his will to fight remains strong. Tyann activates his rank skill, self-exclusion, in a last-ditch effort to avoid being completely overwhelmed. His strategy is to distance himself from the main conflict, but the danger is not yet over. Tyann, determined and unyielding, confronts the attacking force, stating that the real issue lies in their underestimation of him. He questions why his opponent hasn't yet counterattacked, challenging their arrogance. Tyann's face is filled with tension as his words tremble through clenched teeth. He's trying to explain himself. A fiery glow surrounds him, the intensity of the moment clear in his eyes, but the emotion is strained. Tyann's expression shifts. His eyes darken with a hint of defiance, Yet his words contradict his appearance as he grins and coldly declares that he doesn't want to fight. The flames around him intensify, matching the turmoil within him, as he holds his ground in this moment of uncertainty. Tyan's words hang in the air, but they are met with a violent reaction. Sugoi now, his fiery form radiating intense heat, erupts in fury, his eyes burning with anger as he demands to know what Tyan just said. The atmosphere thickens with tension as the flames around them grow, reflecting the heat of the confrontation. Tyan, calm and calculating, challenges Sugoi now with his words, hinting that constant fighting would lead nowhere after all. Constellations don't die easily. His gaze sharpens as he eyes the potential for an endless battle. In the next frame, the fiery Sugoi now retaliates with wild fury, gripping Tyan by the throat while declaring, "I'll make you my comrade too." The flames around them flare as they both brace for the chaos that's about to unfold, Sugoi Neo's voice ringing out with intense energy, a battle between them set to ignite. This scene shows a desolate school building under a dark, ominous sky. The words just now imply that something dramatic or catastrophic recently happened, hinted at by the cracked ground and eerie atmosphere. The Yudo Rainai seems to be in a moment of surprise or deep thought, with her bright green eyes wide and her finger near her lips. The fluttering sound effect adds a playful or delicate atmosphere to the scene, possibly indicating light movement or emotion. In this scene, Linra confidently presents a plan, asking for feedback from the group. Yudo Rainai seems thoughtful, possibly evaluating the idea, while Lila appears surprised or unsure, suggesting some hesitation or uncertainty about the plan. The dynamic hints at a mix of confidence, reflection, and skepticism among the characters. In this scene, Chiyama expresses skepticism and concern about dealing with a cosmic being, highlighting the danger or impossibility of the situation. Despite this, another character reassures her by placing confidence in Yudo Rainai, implying that Yudo Rainai has exceptional abilities or a crucial role in their plan. The scene balances tension and hope. In this scene, Lila addresses Tyan with a sharp tone, calling him pervert and demanding his opinion. Tyan appears reserved or indifferent, with his arms crossed and eyes shadowed, suggesting either irritation, embarrassment, or a lack of willingness to engage. The dynamic hints at tension or teasing between the two. Tyan vehemently opposes the proposed plan, his face filled with fear and intensity as he says, "Absolutely not." Lila questions him sharply, "Why not?" demanding an explanation. Yudo Rainai stands silently, observing the exchange. The idea of recruiting Huja Karuna, a fearsome and fiery character, as an ally is revealed. This decision seems controversial among the group. Tyan reacts dramatically, claiming the plan is way too weird, emphasizing his discomfort with this unconventional idea. Tyan humorously breaks down the situation, saying they're already struggling with their current group dynamics, and adding another character would cause chaos. His meta comment about reader expectations adds comedic relief. Tyan humorously comments that readers expect more action instead of dialogue-heavy scenes. Chiyama, Jo Yunir, and Yudo Rainai look puzzled, clearly not understanding his meta remark. Chiyama firmly opposes the plan to recruit Huja Karuna, reminding everyone of his villainous history as someone who once tried to destroy humanity. Another character, filled with dark energy and glowing red eyes, declares that they won't be satisfied until they personally kill Huja Karuna, rejecting any possibility of an alliance. Yudo Rainai asserts that humans cannot kill constellations, deeming it an impossible feat. A tense magical energy crackles between her and Chiyama, showing their conflicting views. Jo Yunir suggests that Yudo Rainai fight on their behalf. However, Yudo Rainai refuses, explaining that as a guardian of cosmic order, she cannot engage in battles as it's against her purpose. Yudo Rainai offers her support, stating that if the plan is to recruit Huja Karuna, she will lend her strength as well. Tyan is visibly anxious and protests, saying the plan won't work. Linra challenges him to propose a better idea if he has one, putting him under pressure. Tyan struggles to come up with an alternative plan, visibly frustrated and deep in thought. After realizing there's no other viable option, Tyan reluctantly concedes, saying, "Fine, there's no other choice." The final scene shifts to the ominous school building as Tyan resolves to gather information, stating, "Tell me everything about Huja Karuna." Tyann boldly declares, "I'll make you my ally too." Huja Karuna as he confronts the fiery figure engulfed in flames. Huja Karuna retaliates with an overwhelming attack, striking Tyann with a massive burst of flames. A glowing transformation occurs as Huja Karuna's form shifts, showcasing his imposing power and fiery presence. Huja Karuna acknowledges Tyann's brilliance, commenting that his star shines brighter than most, hinting at Tyann's latent potential to become something extraordinary. The narration suggests that Tyann's brilliance could make him a constellation, a being of immense power, if he continues to develop his potential. Tyann, frustrated by Huja Karuna's evaluation, defiantly shouts, "Who are you to judge me?" showing his determination to forge his own path. Huja Karuna recalls voices from others criticizing him for being vulgar and troublesome. The colorful, celestial imagery suggests a judgmental and dismissive stance from his peers. Huja Karuna, overwhelmed by rejection, screams in frustration, "Why does everyone avoid me?" This reveals his deep-seated feelings of isolation and anger. A celestial figure, possibly representing a higher authority, calls out to Huja Karuna, drawing his attention with an ethereal presence. The figure praises Huja's consistent nature, hinting at his unwavering character despite his flaws. Huja is officially appointed as the constellation of Wrath and tasked with fulfilling a mission for the sake of cosmic order. The imagery highlights his transformation and newfound purpose. Huja Karuna reflects emotionally, realizing, "So this is what it feels like to be acknowledged," indicating his longing for recognition and acceptance has finally been met. Huja Karuna, overwhelmed by the new feeling of acknowledgement, ironically becomes angry, exclaiming, "It makes me angry," showcasing his emotional turmoil. A confrontation unfolds as another character accuses Huja Karuna of quietly fulfilling his duties as a constellation, calling attention to his past. Enraged by the perceived arrogance, Huja strikes back fiercely, shouting, "A mere bug dares to prattle on like it knows something." The Tyann taunts Huja, urging him to unleash all his rage, and boldly claims, "I'll take it all on," while absorbing the fiery attack with a determined expression. The Tyann, maintaining composure after the confrontation, confidently asks, "What do you think?" implying that he seeks acknowledgement as a steadfast comrade. Huja Karuna remains quiet, his fiery expression unreadable, as he evaluates the situation in Tyann's resolve. Tyann, despite his confident exterior, inwardly prays for his bluff to work, acknowledging that he's at his limit. Huja, moved by Tyann's words and courage, admits, "You're the first one who's ever said that to me," indicating a shift in his perception. Huja, still testing Tyann, calls him a pathetic little bug and dares him to prove his strength by enduring his wrath. Huja envelops Tyann in flames, testing his limits and pushing him to the brink. The intense flames highlight the life or death stakes. In the heat of the confrontation, Tyann faces his mortality, thinking, "I'll die," as he struggles to endure Huja's power and stand his ground. Tyann, caught in the overwhelming flames, suddenly processes his own thoughts and exclaims, "Wait, die." The scene erupts into a massive fiery explosion, emphasizing the destructive force of Huja Karuna's unleashed power. Jo Jr., with impressive speed and skill, steps in to counter the flames, showing her strength and determination in the face of danger. Exhausted but focused, Jo is seen panting, suggesting that the effort took a toll on her, but she remains vigilant. The scene shifts to a giant multi-headed dragon engulfed in flames, towering over the battlefield. A voice cries out for Tyann, signaling a dire situation. Huja Karuna reflects on the destructive rampage, admitting, "It's been so long since I've unleashed my pent-up rage to this extent," showing both satisfaction and recklessness. Huja Karuna feels satisfied after unleashing his fiery power, stating, "Feels good," showing his momentary calmness after rage. Tyann lightheartedly comments, "It's okay to say thank you," breaking the tension with his confident demeanor, which surprises Huja Karuna. Realizing he survived the ordeal, Tyann exclaims, "Impossible," as he questions how he made it through such a devastating situation. Tyann wonders about his survival, acknowledging that he had no more tricks or strategies left, pondering the mysterious circumstances that saved him. With wide-eyed disbelief, Tyann speculates whether his survival could be linked to a legendary phenomenon, heightening the mystery. Despite everything, Tian remains upbeat, jokingly assuring Huja Karuna that he's fine and even calling him a good guy, showcasing his unshakable optimism and charm. Huja Karuna furiously shouts, "What do you even know to keep running your mouth?" showing his anger at being challenged or misunderstood. Tian openly states, "Sure, you probably did release a rage virus intending to wipe out humanity," boldly confronting Huja about his actions. Tian reflects on the unique nature of the rage virus, noting how infected individuals didn't act like typical zombies, adding an analytical touch to the chaos. Tian recounts how even non-infected individuals were attacked, revealing his own encounter with the virus and how it began spreading through his body. Tian smirks confidently, despite the gravity of the situation, showcasing his resilience and quick-thinking nature. Huja Karuna, engulfed in fiery determination, contemplates the desperation and intensity of the moment, possibly reconsidering his stance or the path forward. The fiery figure stands in a vortex of energy, a symbol of transformation and power, highlighting a pivotal moment of internal awakening. Tian, facing Huja Karuna's fiery form, speaks with resolve, suggesting the scene is a negotiation or a test of willpower. A close-up of Tian's face shows his contemplative state, possibly pondering the weight of the situation or formulating his next move. A flashback to a young boy sitting alone while others play soccer, portraying feelings of isolation and longing for connection. A solemn expression on young Tian's face as he reflects on his loneliness and struggles, emphasizing his emotional depth. The adult Tian comforts his younger self with a heartfelt gesture, standing tall and reassuring, symbolizing growth and healing. This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.